Key Events in African History. Preface. This is a reference work containing chapters on 36 significant events in African history, from the earliest historic times to the present. It is directed toward high school and college libraries as a research tool for students who are taking survey courses in African history. This work should be used alongside a reader in African history. The presentations recognize that the majority of readers and students have little or no knowledge of African history. It is not a textbook. The idea is not to present extensive discussions of economics, political development, and contemporary history, but to present an analysis of singular events that shaped the history of the continent. A timeline of key events in African history opens the book, with entries chosen for overall relevancy to the text matter. Some of the initial dates, BC, are approximations. The timeline of the pre-modern era is more detailed because this represents the longest period in African history, a period that is often ignored in the literature. Then comes an overview of the history of Africa that puts all of the events in their proper historical context. 36 chapters follow, arranged in chronological order. Each chapter discusses a watershed event and consists of a comprehensive essay on the event, its historical, social, and geographic context, and its long-term significance. Suggestions for further reading are presented at the end of each chapter, drawing mainly on books that are accessible to students and teachers, that are easily understood, and that can serve as reference material for detailed research. Many of the illustrations are from my personal collections and photographs of replicas of ancient pieces. This book explores many of the research findings of the last 8 decades. The major events are analyzed in all their wide ramifications, and they reveal just how ancient and diverse the history of the continent. Thus, some events deal with ancient times, showing the high points in a long history. Others deal with the periods of the Arab and Western incursions, showing those powerful moments when Africa became drawn into the global world. It was from Africa that blacks in the United States, Europe, the Caribbean, and Central and South America came. The definition of the Americas, as well as their history and that of the politics of race relations, can never be given without including Africa. The remainder of the book explores modern history. All the periods are related. The march of African history unfolds while the connection between the past and present is clear to see. The modern period does not stand in isolation from the past. If some of the events of the early periods show how Africans struggled to master their environments, later events reveal the history of conquest by others. The impact of the outside world is multifold and profound, as Africans were connected with others and their world was transformed in the other's image. Old Africa has never disappeared, and indigenous traditions shape responses to imported cultures. 11. Acknowledgements. This book benefited from suggestions from various people, from my children to colleagues in various American universities. My eagerness to consult others reminded me of the sayings by the Maasai of East Africa: one head does not consume all knowledge, and it is the eye which has traveled that is clever. In developing a comprehensive timeline and arriving at the events to include, I received valuable advice from the following professors: George Endage, Funso Afolayan, Akinmu Adibia, Kwabena Perry, Femi Kolapo, Stephen Som, Jonathan Reynolds, Shahid Adejumobi, Jackie Woodfork, Femi Vaughn, Andrew Barnes, Ahayatu Iwariber, and Ugon Wokji. Dr. Barbara Rader, the executive editor at Greenwood, added suggestions as well. Comments on the initial drafts were received from a host of scholars: George Endage, Joel Tishkin, Kirsten Walls, Ann O'Hear, Edmund Abeka, Jonathan Reynolds, Wilson Ogbomo, and Funso Afolayan. All the maps were prepared by Sam Save Rance, a student in my seminar on Nigeria who took a keen interest in the manuscript. Sam is a mature student, dedicated and brilliant. Words are inadequate to express my gratitude to Sam, but I can at least pray for him. May he fulfill all his life's ambitions and become an elder. I must thank 3 staff members in my department. Lisa Vera was generous in her assistance, adding a number of editorial changes to the master copy. She embodies the spirit that the Swahili celebrate in their proverb haraka haraka haina baraka, which means to work with devotion and to do things properly at a steady pace. Laura Flack is always kind and efficient in meeting my needs, always requested when they are urgent. The stomach does not wait for a pot that is cooking. Sister Laura, as I call her, is able to understand the language of my stomach. Last but not least, Michael Montague helped with the illustrations, in addition to feeding me occasionally. I can only pray that Michael does not leave me to rejoin his ancestors in France. 12. I cannot but also thank the members of my family and a number of friends, as well as note some key events during the writing moment. My wife lost her father, Pa Peter Olosola, an event that showed the continuity of modern Africa with its past in the respect for elders, the role of children, and the importance of funeral rites. Condolences and gifts were received from all over the world, and we will forever remain grateful. My wife's brother, Dr. Bola Olosola, joined us in Texas to take up a medical practice, thus adding to the size of the kinship group. My daughter, Bisola Falola, entered college to begin the initiation to adulthood. The children have grown so quickly that I blame myself for having just a few. Two of my students, Jackie Woodfork and Shahid Adejumobi, completed their PhD degrees and moved to comfortable academic positions. May they prosper in life and remember to take care of me in old age. The family continues to be blessed with good friends, and we particularly rejoice in the accomplishments of Bayo and Sada Oyebade of Nashville, Femi and Tina Babarind of Phoenix, and Alosine and Christiana Jallo of Arlington. Finally, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to my wife and friend Obizi. I hope that readers will appreciate the rule that guided the writing of this book: clear, not fancy. 13. Timeline of historical events. There is no consensus on the periodization of African history, but I have adopted the most common. Many dates before the 15th century are approximations, some based on scientific carbon-14 dating techniques. Written Arabic and European documentation improved historical records after the 15th century, although dates are not always precise. This list is by no means exhaustive. It is offered only as a guide to better understand the material in this book. Ancient period. 40,000 BC. Prehistory, Homo sapiens sapiens, modern man, emerged. 5000 BC plus the agricultural revolution occurred, with profound consequences for African civilization. Early states such as Egypt began to be created. 4000 BC. Metalworking, copper, was known in Sinai. 3100 BC. Egypt developed a centralized government. The states of Upper and Lower Egypt were unified, and the civilization of Pharaonic Egypt emerged. The Sahara was in its last wet phase, before it became a desert. 1800 BC. Agriculture, urbanization, and centralized political authority were now established in many parts of North Africa. 1650 BC. The Hyksos invaded and governed Egypt until ca. 1500 BC. Horses and chariots were used in Egypt. 1000 BC. The Berber civilization arose in North Africa. Horses and donkeys were used to drive carts and chariots to cross the Sahara between North and West Africa. 950 BC. The Nubians, Kush, regained independence from Egypt. Palestine also broke away from the Egyptian Empire. 814 BC. Carthage was founded by the Phoenicians in Tunisia. 730 BC. Kush rose to power in Northeast Africa. The first Iron Age kingdom developed. Kush became powerful enough to invade Egypt successfully. 670 BC. The Assyrians invaded Egypt, forcing the Kushite kings to withdraw to Nubia permanently. 500 BC. Ideas of iron working began to spread in West, Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa, largely in association with the dispersal of the Bantu-speaking people. Trade continued between West Africa and North Africa. The Nok culture in Nigeria was a successful example of the use of iron. 332 BC. The native Egyptian dynasty ended when the Greeks invaded Egypt and established the Ptolemaic dynasty, which lasted for 300 years. 146 BC. The Romans conquered Carthage and began their control of the coastal parts of North Africa. 100 BC. Iron working spread to many parts of southern Africa. Camels were now replacing horses and donkeys in the trans-Saharan trade. 30 BC. Egypt was conquered by the Romans. 23 BC. A Roman army invaded Kush and sacked the city of Napata. Pre-colonial period. AD 100. The Kingdom of Aksum was established. The use of camels transformed the trans-Saharan trade. The East African coast was part of an international trade with the states of the Persian Gulf and Western India. 300. The knowledge of iron working was now firmly established in many parts of Africa. Prosperous cities emerged in Roman North Africa. Ghana had probably emerged as a small state. 320 plus. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church was founded in the reign of King Izana, AD 320–56. 350. Aksum attacked Meroe to put an end to a kingdom that had lasted for centuries. 429. The Vandals, a group of Germanic warriors, overran the Maghreb and ended Roman rule. 15. 622. The Islamic calendar started at year 0. The new religion of Islam was established. 640. An Arab army entered Egypt, and the spread of Islam in North Africa followed. 710. Aksum army was defeated by Arab Muslims. 800. The Empire of Ghana in West Africa became powerful and controlled the gold and salt trade across the Sahara. Gao emerged as a major center in West Africa. The Muslim conquests in North Africa and Spain recorded great successes. Egypt became a great center of Islamic civilization. The state of Kanem was founded in the eastern Sudan. 945. Arab settlers reached the East African coast. 969. The Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt existed from 969 to 1171. 1171. 1000 plus Ghana was at the height of its power. The king of Gao accepted Islam in CAAD 1010. A number of Hausa and Yoruba states were founded. The Empire of Kanem expanded. Coastal cities in East Africa were part of the Indian Ocean trade. Iron working was known in many parts of West Africa. 1054. The Almoravids captured Adagost from Ghana. 1061. The Almoravids established new Muslim states in Morocco and Spain. 117. 1076. Ghana began to collapse under the Almoravid attacks. Arts and sciences flourished in North Africa. 1086. The king of Kanem, Hume, accepted Islam, thus drawing parts of the eastern Sudan and the Lake Chad region into the Islamic world. 1150. The Zagwe dynasty was founded in Ethiopia. It adopted Christianity as a state religion and governed till 1270. Swahili culture and city-states had emerged, with such notable coastal cities as Mogadishu, Mombasa, and Kilwa. 1200. Political confusion reigned in the western Sudan, leading to the fall of the Ghana Empire. The Benin Kingdom came under the Aweka dynasty. The Almohads established a new Muslim state in North Africa and Spain, 1147–1289. 1230. Sundiata became the king of the Mand Inca state of Kangaba. A legendary and cult hero, he defeated Sumanguru and other neighbors to found the kingdom of Mali in about 1235. The Christian kingdom of Nubia fell. 16. 1255. Mamluk soldier, kings ruled in Egypt from 1250 to 1517. Gao attained great commercial power. The first Kanem-Borno Empire rose around Lake Chad. 1270. The Solomonid dynasty emerged in Ethiopia and governed till 1550. 1300. Wolof states were founded in Senegal. The kingdom of Ifa among the Yoruba was flourishing. 1315. The Mossi kingdom was founded. The Nubian king converted to Islam. 1324. Mansa Musa of Mali went on a pilgrimage to Mecca. 1327. Sankara University in Timbuktu, Mali, was founded. 1325–53 Ibn Battuta was traveling in different parts of Africa. 1375. The Kingdom of Adal was founded. 1415. East African trading ambassadors visited the capital of the Chinese Empire. The Portuguese captured the port of Ceuta in northwestern Morocco. Timbuktu and Jen in West Africa became famous centers of Islamic scholarship. 1434. Mamluk sultans were in control of Egypt. Benin was a strong empire in West Africa. The Portuguese reached the West African coast. 1450s. The transatlantic slave trade began. 1464. The Zimbabwe Empire was in existence. 1468. Sunni Ali established the Songhai Empire. 1472. Morocco was attacked by the Portuguese and Spanish. The Portuguese reached the Bight of Benin. 1480s. Portuguese missionaries arrived in Congo. 1482. The Portuguese built a fort at Elmina, later called Elmina, on the Gold Coast, in West Africa. 1491. King Nzongonkewu, the Manikango, became a Christian and adopted the name João I, John I. 1505. The Portuguese reached Muin-Mutapa, or Manomatapa. Christianity was established there. The Portuguese destroyed the notable Swahili city, state of Kilwa. 1506. Henrico, the son of King Afonso I of the Congo, became the Bishop of Utica. He was the first black Catholic bishop in Africa. 17. 1509. The Bunyoro Kingdom was established in Uganda. 1517. The Ottoman Turks conquered Egypt. 1519. Mahmud el-Qadi began writing his famous History of the Sudan, Chronicle of the Seeker After Knowledge. 1520. A Portuguese expedition reached Ethiopia and established diplomatic relations. 1525. The Turks took control of Algiers. 1529. Ethiopia was conquered for the first time by an external power, in an Islamic jihad led by Ahmed ibn Ghazi, a Somali Muslim. Muslim control lasted till 1541. 1530. Christianity was introduced in Benin. 1540. King Andriamainlo and the Imarayan kingdom were in power in Madagascar. 1571. Portugal conquered Angola to establish its first African colony. 1591. The Moroccans invaded Songhai. 1614. Idris Aluma of the Kanem-Borno Empire introduced the use of guns. 1625. The foundation of the Kingdom of Dahomey was established. 1630. Nzonga led a resistance struggle against the Portuguese in Angola. 1650. The Portuguese government sent settlers to Mozambique. Wegbeja became the first king of Dahomey. 1652. The first Dutch settlement in South Africa was established. The Dutch East Indies Company established Cape Town as a refreshment center and a fort. 1659. The French occupied St. Louis in Senegal. St. Louis became the first French colony in sub-Saharan Africa. The first Dutch-Khoi War in South Africa was fought. Ca 1670 Osei Tutu founded the Asante Empire. 1690s Osei Tutu established the Asante Confederation. 1705. Asante became a strong empire under Osei Tutu. 1713. Britain was now the biggest slave buyer and carrier in Africa. The Bambara state of Sego was established. 1722. French settlers and slaves arrived in Mauritius. 1723. A series of frontier wars began between the Boers and the Bantu-speaking Xhosa of South Africa. 1725. The Imamate of Fouta Djallon was established. 1750. Islamic revival movement spread in the Western Sudan. Euro-African trade expanded in the Niger Delta. 18. 1765. The British established a colony in Senegambia that lasted till 1783. 1784. The Omani Arabs gained control of the Swahili city, states. 1791. Freetown, Sierra Leone, was founded. 1797. Mungo Park, a European explorer, attempted to locate the source of the river Niger in West Africa. 1804. The Jihad of Uthman Dan Fodio began. The Church Missionary Society established a mission in Sierra Leone. 1806. The British took over the Cape Colony. 1811. Muhammad Ali attained power in Egypt. 1814. The first European type school was established in West Africa, the Christian Institution, at Leicester, for recaptive children. 1816. The first church was established among Africans in Kisii, Sierra Leone, by a Nova Scotian settler, Reverend C.F. Wenzel, a Baptist. In 1817 it became St. Patrick's Church. 1817. The Yoruba Wars began. 1819. Shaka founded the Zulu Empire. 1820s Lesotho emerged as a leading state in southern Africa. 1822. Liberia was founded by 12,000 liberated slaves. 1827. Fora Bay College was founded in Sierra Leone, the first Western college in West Africa. 1828. Merina rulers established control in Madagascar. 1830. The French attacked Algeria. The Oyo Empire fell, and Ibadan began to rise. 1830. The rivers Niger and Nile were mapped. 32. 1834. The Boers began their great trek into the interior of southern Africa. 1840s. The Ndeb state emerged in the area of modern-day Zimbabwe. 1842. The Orange Free State, the first Boer republic in the interior of southern Africa, was established. 1845. The first grammar school in West Africa was established in Sierra Leone. 1847. Abd el-Qadr of Algeria surrendered to the French. 1851. The French established Libreville to resettle freed slaves. 1853. Botswana forces defeated Boer invaders. 1853. Egypt expanded. 79. 19. 1855. Emperor Tewodros founded modern Ethiopia. 1858. Martin Delany, an African-American, negotiated the foundation of an African American colony in Nigeria. This potentially important project never got off the ground. 1861. The British annexed the colony of Lagos. 1864. Samuel A. J. Crowther was appointed the second bishop of a Christian church in Africa. 1867. Diamonds were discovered in South Africa. Gold was discovered 20 years later, and both minerals transformed the economy of this region. 1873. The Anglo-Asante War was fought. 74. 1880. Almost 500,000 converted to Christianity in Uganda when the Kabaka king was converted. 1881. The Mahdiist revolt in Sudan began. Colonial period. 1882. Egypt was conquered by the British. 1884–85 The Berlin Conference took place and the scramble for Africa began. 1885. King Leopold proclaimed his authority over the Congo. 1890s. Black-controlled Ethiopian Christian churches in South Africa were formed. 1891. Bishop Samuel A. J. Crowther died. 1892. Dahomey was conquered by the French, and a French protectorate was declared. 1893. The Yoruba Wars ended. 1895. The Battle of Fashoda was fought. 1896. Ethiopia defeated Italy at the Battle of Adwa. The French acquired Upper Volta. 1897. The British invaded Benin City, in what they called a punitive expedition. 1898. Samora Touré's resistance against the French ended in defeat. 1899. The Boer War was fought in South Africa. 1902. 1900. British colonists began to settle in the highlands of Kenya. The first Pan-African Conference was held. The Buganda Agreement was signed between the British and Buganda. This enhanced the power of the Kabaka, king of Buganda, whose agents were used to extend British authority to other areas of Uganda. XX. 1901. The Yagasantewaa War was fought between the Asante and the British. 1903. The Seychelles were separated from Mauritius to become a British Crown colony. 1905. The Maji Maji Rebellion in Tanganyika, Tanzania, was suppressed by the Germans. 1908. The Congo was formally annexed by Belgium after reports of brutality by private companies. 1910. The Middle Congo became part of French Equatorial Africa. White minorities acquired power in South Africa. 1912. The African National Congress, ANC, was formed in South Africa. Edward Wilmot Blitten died. The French took control of Morocco. 1914. The First World War began. Blaise Diagne was elected as the first African in the French National Assembly. The Universal Negro Improvement Association was formed. 1916. Belgium acquired control in Rwanda and Burundi as mandated by the League of Nations. 1917–19 The influenza pandemic took place. 1919. Clemence Kadali of South Africa organized a union of mine workers, numbering almost 100,000, the largest in the continent. 1920. The National Congress of British West Africa was established. 1921. Simon Kimbangu founded the Kimbangu Church, Africa's largest independent church. 1922. An Anglo-Egyptian treaty declared Egypt to be no longer a British colony, although independence was in name only. 1924. The South African Nationalist Party came to power and began to institute a policy of racial discrimination against Africans. 1929. An economic depression began and lasted for at least 5 years. The Aba women riots occurred in Nigeria, organized by women to protest tax increases. 1935. The Italian invasion of Ethiopia provoked an international crisis. 1939. The Second World War broke out. 1941. British troops liberated Ethiopia. 1944. The Brazzaville Conference was held. This was the conference that de Gaulle called to liberalize colonial rule in French Africa, but its tepid reforms XXI demonstrated that Africans would not be rewarded for their participation in the war and that de Gaulle had no intention of letting the colonies go. 1945 Post-World War II ideas of liberation and self-determination put colonialism in crisis. 1948 Apartheid became official in South Africa. 1951 Libya became independent of Italy. 1952 Mau Mau resistance against the British in Kenya began. Egypt became the first African country to gain independence from European rule. 1954 Nasser came to power in a military coup in Egypt. The Algerian War of Independence began. 1955 At the first interracial conference in South Africa, the South African Freedom Charter was created. 1956 Morocco, Sudan, and Tunisia became independent. 1957 Ghana became independent. 1958 Guinea became independent. Post-colonial period. 1958 The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, ECA, was set up. 1960 This was the year of African independence. Gabon, Senegal, Mali, Burkina Faso, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Congo, Côte d'Ivoire, Chad, Cameroon, the Central African Republic, CAR, Benin, Mauritania, Niger, Madagascar, Togo, Nigeria, Somalia, and Congo-Brazzaville obtained their independence. A civil war began in Congo and lasted till 1965. 1961 Patrice Lumumba was murdered in the Congo. The Eritrean liberation struggles began. Sierra Leone and Tanzania became independent. The Republic of South Africa was established, independent of the British Commonwealth. 1962 Algeria, Rwanda, Uganda, and Burundi became independent countries. Nelson Mandela, the leader of the ANC, was jailed for treason. He would not be released until 1990. 1963 The Organization of African Unity was founded in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. A military coup took place in Togo, the first in sub-Saharan Africa. Kenya became independent. Nationalists in Guinea-Bissau began armed struggles. XXII. 1964. The Tanganyika African National Union, TANU, became the only legal party in Tanzania. Malawi and Zambia became independent. 1965. The unilateral declaration of independence was made in Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. A white minority government declared itself free of Britain. Gambia became independent. 1966. The first Festival of Negro Arts, later known as Festac, was held in Dakar, Senegal. Military coups took place in Nigeria and Ghana. The Namibian War of Independence began. Basutoland became independent as Lesotho, while Bechuanaland became Botswana. 1967. The Arusha Declaration in Tanzania established a socialist program. 1968. Equatorial Guinea, Swaziland, and Mauritius became independent. 1969. Eduardo Mondlane, leader of the Frelimo, Front for Liberation of Mozambique, independence movement in Mozambique, was assassinated. 1970. The Nigerian Civil War ended. In Egypt, the Aswan Dam was completed, and Nasser died. 1971. Hastings Kamuzabunda became president for life of Malawi. 1972. Zambia became a one-party state under the United National Independence Party. 1973. Amilcar Cabral of Guinea-Bissau was assassinated. 1974. The imperial government of Haile Selassie was overthrown in Ethiopia. 1974–75 The Portuguese colonies of Guinea-Bissau, Angola, Mozambique, São Tomé, Cape Verde, and Comoros, without Mayotte, became independent. 1975. The Economic Community of West African States was formed. 1976. The Soweto Uprising took place in South Africa. Ethiopia and Somalia went to war over the Ogaden province. The Seychelles became independent. 1977. Djibouti became independent. 1978. The African National Congress recorded success in its armed attacks on some targets in South Africa. 1979. Jean Bédel Bokassa, self-crowned Emperor of the Central African Republic, was deposed. Tanzania invaded Uganda and ended the dictatorship of Idi Amin. XXIII. Jimmy Carter visited Sub-Saharan Africa, the first American president to undertake an official visit. 1980 The Lancaster House Agreement ended white minority rule in Rhodesia. The country was renamed Zimbabwe. The Lagos Plan of Action for Continental Development was drawn up. 1981 The World Bank, Berg, report for the recolonization of Africa was published. 1982 AIDS, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, was reported in Africa. The Southern African Development Coordination Conference was established. The Sahrawi Democratic African Republic, formerly Spanish Sahara, was recognized as independent by the Organization of African Unity. 1983 The World Bank/International Monetary Fund Structural Adjustment Programs, SAPs, began to be imposed on African countries. 85. 1989 The ECA's African Alternative Framework, Structural Adjustment Program was published. The Liberian Civil War began in December. 1990 Namibia became the last colony to gain independence. 1992 The United Nations intervened in Somalia to restore order. The administration of President George Bush authorized U.S. troops to enter Somalia on a humanitarian mission. The civil war in Sierra Leone began. 1993 Eritrea became independent. 1994 Apartheid ended, and Nelson Mandela was elected president in South Africa. Genocide occurred in Rwanda. 1999 presidential elections were held in Nigeria and Algeria. 2,000 Africans from West Africa living in Libya complained of racial discrimination by Arabs, and hundreds of them returned to their countries. The crisis had implications for continental solidarity and reopened old wounds in regional conflicts. 2001, the Africa Union was created to replace the Organization of African Unity. XXIV. 1. Part I. The Ancient and Pre-Colonial Period. 2. 3. Africa, an overview. We have mentioned very little, passing over much from fear of being lengthy and verbose. But the sensible reader will understand that beyond the stream there is the sea. Ahmed ibn Farchua, AD 1575. Africa is no vast island, separated by an immense ocean from other portions of the globe, and cut off through the ages from the men who have made and influenced the destinies of mankind. She has been closely connected, both as source and nourisher, with some of the most potent influences which have affected for good the history of the world. Edward Wilmot Blitten, 1880. Perception and Knowledge. The contents of this book reveal the richness of African history. Even a century ago, a book as rich as this was not possible. There were those who still believed that Africans had no history worth writing about. Indeed, the world knew little of African history at the beginning of the last century, and Africans were treated as inferior people who could not have contributed to civilization. In spite of the trade relations existing between the European nations and Africa since the 15th century, it took a while for knowledge of its people and places to grow. Writing in the early 18th century, English satirist Jonathan Swift wrote a poem about the continent. 4. So geographers in Africa maps. With savage pictures fill the gaps. And are uninhabitable downs. Placed elephants for lack of towns. Point 1. A century later, Africa was still regarded as a dark continent. And even today, there are many Americans who cannot locate many African countries on a map. Most modern maps actually show Africa as smaller than it is. Thus, Greenland, which is smaller than the African countries of Sudan and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, formerly Zaire, appears bigger on most maps than the entire African continent. Areas far away from the equator, such as Canada, also appear much larger in many map projections. Africa is vast, and the distance between the north and south of the continent, similar to the distance between east and west, is almost 4,660 miles, 7,500 kilometers. The United States of America can be fitted more than 3 times into this huge continent. Africa is the second largest continent, following Asia, and its nations comprise a quarter of the membership of the United Nations. If Western subjective opinions and racism were unkind to Africa, Western science and technology have been kinder by revealing rich sources of impressive and ancient history and civilization in Africa. The discipline of archaeology has liberated Africa from its long obscurity and revealed the records of the prehistoric period. New sources of knowledge from other disciplines contribute to the rapidly unfolding knowledge about Africa. Even the unwritten statements of African elders, previously dismissed, are now understood to be rich libraries with information of limitless value. Geography and people. Africa is diverse in its geography and people. An extensive rainforest, a huge savanna, the largest desert in the world, and many mountains and rivers are among the notable features of a diverse landscape. The continent is divided by the equator, with much of it falling into the tropical zone. Africa looks like a giant plateau, broken up by hills, lakes, and rivers. The plateau can be as low as 1,600 feet above sea level in many areas but is close to 4,000 feet in the east and south. The continent faces the Antarctic in the south and the Mediterranean Sea in the north. The coastline has few peninsulas or navigable inlets, which limited the development of navigation for a long time. There are 5 major climate zones: Mediterranean, desert, savanna, forest, and highland. The northern part of Africa lies along the southern coast of the Mediterranean Sea, a narrow coastal strip with a climate similar to that of southern Europe. In the northwest corner is the area known to the Arabs as the Maghreb, that is, the west, home to the Berbers and now containing the countries of Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. In the northeast is the River Nile, Africa's longest river, with 2 sources in the south. The Blue Nile starts in the highlands of Ethiopia. 5. Topography of Africa. 6. And the White Nile in the lake region of East Africa. The rains in both source areas cause the Nile to overflow its banks each year, depositing rich mud carried down from the Ethiopian highlands. The narrow strip of land along its banks is so rich that it is able to support a dense population. South of the Mediterranean coastal area is the Sahara Desert, the world's most extensive desert, larger in size than Europe, and occupying almost a quarter of the surface of Africa itself. Initially wet in its climate, it has been a dry area for thousands of years. Except for the oases areas with water, the desert is largely uninhabited. For centuries, the oases served as resting places for the trade caravans that connected North and West Africa. In the western and central parts of the Sahara are 3 mountain areas, Air, Hagar, and Tibesti, that capture rain and thus support agriculture. The desert edge is called the Sahel, an Arabic word for shore. Then come the grasslands, the savanna that stretches across Africa, known in the historical record as the Sudanic area. South of the savanna is the forest land, which becomes tropical rainforest in some areas. With the West African forest joining that of Zaire, Africa has the largest tropical forests in the world. Jungles are few and scattered. To the south of the forest is yet another area of savanna. In the south, this savanna is interrupted by the Kalahari and Namib deserts. At the southern tip of the continent, we have another Mediterranean-like climate, due largely to higher rainfalls. 4 large rivers have played a major role in African history: the Nile, Niger, Congo, and Zambezi. These and their tributaries flow through the interior before draining into the sea. Some of the rivers have rich silt, as in the case of the Nile, providing excellent opportunities for agriculture. Rapids and waterfalls make these rivers hard to navigate, except for short distances. In Central and Southern Africa, a plateau straddles the equator. At the eastern edge of this plateau is the Great Rift Valley with very high steep sides. Below the Rift Valley are small lakes. Notable highlands in Africa include the Drakensberg Mountains in the southeast, the Atlas Mountains in the northwest, the Footajalon Mountains in the west, and the Ethiopian Highlands in the northeast. Active volcanoes are found in the eastern part of Central Africa and in Gabon. The African heritage. Africans have always shown a remarkable ability to adapt to their environment. Not only have they eked out a living from the environment, they have also created economic and political organizations based on local resources and ideas. Even people's diets are affected by where they live. If those in the forest prefer root crops such as yam and potatoes, those in the savanna choose grains such as sorghum and millet. In areas where the deserts and savannas meet, the land is very well suited to cattle herding. Here, there have always been many nomadic groups, such as the Maasai of modern Kenya. Africans speak a variety of languages, over 1,000, mainly indigenous to them. These languages are very much connected to their cultures and identities. 7. A language group could constitute a nation, not a tribe, which is sometimes used in a derogatory way to mean an inferior language and people. Speakers of a language can run into millions, but there are also languages spoken by smaller numbers. The majority of the languages are old, evidence that many groups and cultures have inhabited the continent for centuries. Contacts with outsiders have led to the use of additional languages, such as Arabic, and European languages, notably English, French, and Portuguese, in areas formerly colonized by European powers. In the past, a number of languages were understood over wide areas, notably Arabic, Hausa, Fulfulde, and Swahili. Since the beginning of the 20th century, English and French have spread rapidly in many countries, thus enabling Africans who have received Western education to communicate with one another. In spite of the variations in language and environment, Africans have a number of characteristics in common. They identify themselves with kinship groups. Combinations of many nuclear families tracing descent from one ancestor, and they expect that family members will support one another. In the past, large families were common. A man could have 2 or more wives and many children. Children are expected to work for their parents and take care of them in old age in a situation where there are no nursing homes or insurance policies. Elders are respected for their contribution to the progress of others and for their wisdom in resolving conflicts. Land is highly valued, not just for farming and herding but as creating a tie that holds many generations together. Religion has always been important as well. Indigenous religious beliefs were well established before the spread of Islam and Christianity. Traditional beliefs in many areas assigned power to a number of gods and goddesses, the spirits of the ancestors, and the Creator. Many Africans also believed in the power of magic and witchcraft and might attribute death or disease to curses. Many groups also believed in the idea of a god with supreme power. From their religion flowed morality, justice, and sanctions. The gods and other unseen forces would punish and reward, according to a person's actions and morality. The earthly world had its complexities and evils, but they could be controlled by magical powers and sacrifices to the gods. The introduction of Western science, Islam, and Christianity has not destroyed many of the old religious ideas and beliefs. Even today, people still consult diviners, Islamic priests, and medicine men for charms to cure a variety of illnesses or merely to seek good fortune. Africans have also redefined Islam and Christianity, adapting them to their own traditional beliefs and practices. An awareness of the importance of both the family and religion is also shown in the way Africans have defined their identity. Kinship and religious traditions have combined with other beliefs to define groups and people. To retain their identity, Africans have developed a strong sense of historical consciousness. Proverbs, stories, idioms, and other verbally communicated statements are part of what we now call African oral traditions, which have enabled scholars to understand the past of Africa. The majority of African people shared the colonial experience, the 8th imposition of European rule, which introduced many aspects of Western culture to them. However, while accepting the new changes coming from the West, they have succeeded in retaining many older values and indigenous practices. The regions of Africa. The continent can also be divided into regions north, west, central, east, and south, each comprising different countries and characteristics. To start with the areas north of the Sahara, including areas facing the Mediterranean Sea and the delta and lower reaches of the Nile, this region was inhabited by the Berbers and ancient Egyptians. In appearance, its people look like Southern Europeans, and their languages indicate connections with Arabia and Mesopotamia. In the region of the Upper Nile, people of this stock intermarried with blacks and became known as Ethiopians, meaning people with the burnt face. Ancient Egypt, one of the earliest human civilizations, emerged here. The modern countries of North Africa include Tunisia, Egypt, Algeria, Libya, and Morocco. The Sudan may be classified as part of either North or East Africa. Although most of the countries are big, they also include desert areas that are largely uninhabited. The tendency is to live close to areas with water, the Mediterranean in the case of Tunisia, Libya, and Algeria, the Nile in the case of Egypt, and the Atlantic Ocean in the case of Morocco. The people are united by Arab Islamic culture, which also marks them as different in many ways from the rest of the continent. In West Africa, nomadic groups are among those living in the savanna. The forest dwellers are mainly farmers. The people of West Africa developed cities and villages and participated in long-distance trade, which brought considerable wealth. Their ability to use iron, cultivate crops, and herd animals enabled them to acquire the resources to build large settlements, increase their population, and colonize the forest. It was from West Africa that the Bantu-speaking peoples originated and subsequently migrated to settle in Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa, acting as the pioneers that opened up the continent for human habitation and development. The rivers Niger and Benue, gold deposits, trade contacts with North Africa through the Sahara, and other advantages enabled West Africa to develop many great kingdoms. One of the earliest was the powerful trading state of Ghana, which flourished from the 8th to the 11th century AD. Ghana profited from its abundant resources of gold as well as from control of the southern end of the trans-Saharan trade. The Mali and Songhai empires attained fame in the same region after the 13th century. To the east of Songhai were the Hausa city, states and the Kanem-Borno Empire northeast of Lake Chad. In the forest region and its fringes, a host of impressive kingdoms also emerged at various periods, notably the empires of Oyo among the Yoruba, Benin among the Edo, Dahomey in the area of modern-day Benin, and Asante among the Akan. Modern West Africa comprises 16 countries: Benin, Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Côte d'Ivoire, Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mauritania, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Western Sahara, and 9 countries making up the African continent. 10. Togo. Nigeria is the largest in size and population. Although some are English-speaking and others are French-speaking, while Portuguese is used in Guinea-Bissau, intra-regional movements among the people have been common for centuries. In East Africa, a strong tradition of cattle keeping has existed for centuries, thereby affecting the people's lifestyles. The region was also connected with the Indian Ocean from a very early period. Arab and Persian refugees settled along the coast and intermarried with the African population. A chain of small towns developed along the coast, from Mogadishu in modern Somalia to Sofala in modern Mozambique. It was along the coast that the Swahili culture and language developed, as a mixture of the cultures of Bantu speakers and Arabs. International commerce linked East Africa with the Arab world, India, and China, and many of the coastal cities prospered from it. In the interior, the area saw the rise and fall of such notable kingdoms as Bunyoro, Nkuri, Buganda, Toro, and Buzaga. Modern East Africa is made up of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Sudan, Rwanda, and Burundi, the countries of the Horn of Africa, Somalia, Djibouti, Ethiopia, and Eritrea, and the islands, the Comoros, Madagascar, Mauritius, and the Seychelles. This is a highly diversified region, with long historic connections to other peoples in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Central Africa also shared the history of Bantu migrations and the development of agriculture. The region is dominated by equatorial rainforests. The land is hard to clear, and the climate is hot and moist, which probably explains the low population densities in many areas. The people tend to concentrate around riverbanks. Here the complex and powerful Kingdom of Congo developed south of the Zaire River. In the interior, the Luba people also developed their own state, and other kingdoms, such as those of the Lunda and Cuba, emerged. Islam has had little influence in this region, except in northern Cameroon and Chad. Christianity and traditional beliefs are strong. The impact of the people's worldview can be seen in their wooden sculptures and other art forms that reveal the importance the people attach to spiritual forces. Today, Central Africa comprises the following countries: Congo, Chad, Cameroon, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, and São Tomé and Príncipe. The majority of them have long established ties with France, and the French language is widely spoken. To the south of the Zambezi, modern Zimbabwe, arose the empire of Mwene-Mutapa, famous for building the Great Zimbabwe Stone Buildings. As in other parts of Africa, both internal and external trade were extensive. The modern countries of southern Africa include Angola, Botswana, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Swaziland, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The region suffered a great deal from European domination, and many of the worst cases of racial discrimination occurred here. Historical phases. Africa is an ancient continent, with a long history. Archaeologists have concluded that it is the original home of humankind. Evidence of human evolution. 11. The Zimbabwe ruins. Makes it possible to reach some conclusions about the characteristics of the prehistoric period of 40,000 years ago. Great changes followed in the development of stone tools. As early as 5000 BC, Africans were able to farm and domesticate animals. Some 4,000 years later, the continent entered an Iron Age, enabling societies to grow and states to emerge. Trade expanded, generating wealth for members of the political class. Through a series of migrations that lasted hundreds of years, Africa south of the Sahara was dominated by Bantu speakers who introduced iron and agriculture to various places. The economy and politics also grew in scale and scope. At various times in history, hundreds of states and peoples emerged, with different adaptations to their environments, languages, and economic lifestyles. If some groups survived for long periods as hunters and gatherers, such as the San of southern Africa, many others took to farming, and others chose a life of nomadism. Many towns and villages emerged, many of which were combined into large kingdoms. And there were also groups, such as the Dinka and Nuer, who did not live in such kingdoms but in political systems based on family bonds and the authority of elders. 12. Civilization had emerged in the ancient period. The kingdoms of Egypt and Kush antedated the Christian era. The Nile Valley was able to support agriculture and a dense population, both of which contributed to the emergence of ancient Egypt. By 3100 BC, this powerful state was able to control the use of water and land and to tax the farmers who made use of both. A centralized administration, headed by a powerful king, the pharaoh, was able to manage revenues, promote arts and culture, and trade with other areas. Egypt was a leading world power in ancient times. Egypt itself was to be conquered by other powers: the Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, Romans, and Arabs. Since the Arab conquest in AD 640, Islam has remained the principal religion in Egypt. On the Upper Nile, another civilization emerged, borrowing from Egyptian culture but developing local traditions. This was the Kingdom of Kush, with its famous capital at Meroe, which had become powerful by the 7th century BC. After Kush declined, another kingdom Aksum became famous by the 4th century AD. Aksum successfully established the foundation of the Ethiopian Empire. In the Maghreb, home to the Berbers, those who lived in fertile areas around the mountains were agriculturalists, and those in the desert and desert fringes were nomads. Along the coast, agriculture was more intensive, and big cities developed. The Phoenicians were establishing trading stations along the North African coast as early as 1000 BC. The early stations grew into independent settlements by 800 BC. Carthage, one of these colonies, located in the area of modern Tunisia, was established in about 614 BC and later developed into a powerful empire. The Carthaginians contributed to the spread of the use of iron, the development of agriculture, and the expansion of trade along the North African coast. By 600 BC, Carthage had become the wealthiest city in the western Mediterranean. Wealthy merchant families dominated politics, and an urban culture emerged. As with most other empires on the continent, a period of decline later set in. In the case of Carthage, the resistance of the Berbers, the indigenous population, as well as an attack by the Romans brought the empire to an end. Carthage struggled with the Greeks for control of southern Spain and Sicily but was ultimately incorporated into the Roman Empire in 146 BC. The region prospered from agriculture and trade, and Christianity spread to some areas. The era of Roman rule was ended in AD 429 by the Vandals, whose kingdom was in turn destroyed in AD 534 by the Byzantine Empire. In AD 670, the Arabs began a series of difficult military campaigns that ended in their political conquest in AD 709. A cultural revolution followed, as the region became Islamized and Arabized. As noted above, many other kingdoms were established in different parts of the continent, such as Ghana, Mali, Songhai, Congo, and Great Zimbabwe. Contacts with outsiders shaped some aspects of the history of the continent. Before the 7th century AD, notable contacts, mainly with North Africa, were established by the Phoenicians, Greeks, and Romans. These contacts enabled the spread of ideas and technology and the promotion of trade. From the point of view of contemporary history, the two most enduring contacts were those made by the Arab Muslims and the Europeans. After the 7th century. 13. The Arabs introduced Islam to North Africa, and through various agencies and jihads, the religion spread to other parts of Africa. This brought many changes, such as the spread of the Islamic religion, Islamic education, the Arabic language and literacy, ideas about political centralization, and various aspects of culture such as the wearing of the turban. The Arabs conquered Egypt in AD 640, and ever since the country has been predominantly Islamic. Islamic laws took deep root, and Arabic became the national language. From Egypt, Islam spread up the Nile to the Funjay Sultanate in the northern part of modern Sudan. West of Egypt, Islam gained dominance in North Africa, from where it traveled through trans-Saharan trade to West Africa. Islam reached East Africa through the activities of Arab refugees and traders living in the coastal city-states. Christianity is the second major religion on the continent. Its spread actually predated the rise of Islam, although it was only able to reach a small part of the continent before the 19th century. Christianity spread in North and Northeast Africa during Roman rule, but the Arab conquest halted its growth, and Islam was able to displace Christianity, except in Ethiopia. Other changes came from association with the West. These contacts began during the 15th century but were restricted for many years to the coastal areas. The Portuguese were the earliest to reach sub-Saharan Africa, motivated by a combination of religious, political, and economic reasons. The Portuguese were seeking a route to the gold-producing region of West Africa that would avoid areas controlled by their Muslim enemies in North Africa and the Sahara Desert. The Portuguese believed that the Muslims could be attacked from the rear if the Portuguese discovered a legendary Christian king, the so-called Prester John, who would be a valuable ally. If they were able to convert Africans to Christianity, they hoped that this would boost their trade and military strength. In 1482 their voyages led them to West Africa, where they established a fort, São Jorge da Mina, now Elmina Castle, where they were able to trade in gold. Later, they established contacts with the Benin Empire and colonized the islands of São Tomé and Príncipe. The quest to spread Christianity collapsed, and they diverted their full attention to trade. In due course, this trade was dominated by slaves. In Angola, the Portuguese established a permanent base after 1571, from which slaves were exported to Brazil. The Portuguese traveled further south, reaching the Cape of Good Hope and later East Africa. Their attacks on the Swahili states destroyed the prosperity of these states. The Portuguese established permanent settlements in Angola and Mozambique, introduced new crops to Africa, example cassava, maize, peanuts, and tobacco, and promoted an extensive trade in human beings. Other European countries joined the Portuguese in the lucrative slave trade: the British, Dutch, Danes, Spanish, Swedes, and French. The slave trade contributed to the underdevelopment of Africa. Great changes occurred in Africa during the 19th century. The slave trade was abolished and replaced by a trade in raw materials. More European traders came to the continent, driven by the desire for profit. Missionaries of different denominations flocked to Africa to spread Christianity. Western education. 14. Began to spread with the new religion. A number of European traders and missionaries began to urge their governments to play a more direct role in African affairs. Gradually, Europeans began to move from the coast to the hinterland. By the 1880s, the European nations were competing in the Great Scramble for Africa. Colonial rule was established in many areas after 1885. This brought many changes, such as the creation of the African countries as we know them today, the establishment of Western schools and hospitals, the expansion of cities, and the creation of an economy that was solely dependent on exports. During the 20th century, African countries struggled for independence and won it at different times. For instance, in 1960, 17 African countries obtained their independence, and the continent moved into the post-colonial era. Africans inherited power, the flags and anthems were changed, and a new era began. The first generation of African leaders made sweeping promises to their people, talking as idealists rather than pragmatists. They anticipated immediate positive changes for their people and an important role for their countries and continent in global politics. Modern Africa has witnessed changes in many areas. People move from one place to another, creating cities with larger populations and greater needs. New institutions and occupations have been created in response to modernization. Since their independence, the countries have had to face the problems of overcoming economic underdevelopment and building strong and independent nation-states. Contemporary challenges. Africa entered the 21st century in miserable conditions. Independence failed to lead to economic empowerment and political stability but led instead to intense struggles for survival and growing poverty among the majority of the people. As unpleasant to Africans as it may be, the Western media carry stories of failures rather than of successes, with the theme of a continent in a permanent state of crisis. Most of Africa's crises relate to economic underdevelopment. Poverty is pervasive, as millions of people find it almost impossible to obtain basic human needs, including nutritious food and clean water. Although it was a continent self-sufficient in food production for centuries, Africa now has countries that are dependent on external food aid. Healthy people underpin the economies that grow, but here, too, there is a problem with the failure to find answers to the old diseases of malaria and cholera and the newer AIDS, acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. The environment is being degraded by excessive tree felling, increasing desertification, and drought. External debts keep mounting and now amount to well over $200 billion. The annual economic growth rate, the lowest in the world, is 1.5%, well below the annual population growth rate. Many other problems involve political instability and struggles for power. A tiny minority, members of the political class and the military, have taken to politics primarily to enrich themselves. There are too many authoritarian leaders who misgovern their countries. Elections are hard to conduct, and opposition. 15. Forces tend to be treated as enemies. It is not that Africans are hard to govern, indeed, they are resilient and tolerant. The problems lie squarely with the political leaders who manipulate the divisions in society for personal interest. Many countries have experienced wars, leading to the deaths of over 2 million people, the creation of millions of refugees, and the ruination of economies. The continent has tried most of the commonly used political models and types of government with limited positive results. An American-style presidential system was tried in Nigeria between 1979 and 1983, but it ended in a military coup. The one-party state is common, but it does not put an end to the bitter struggles for power. Military regimes have dominated many countries, but they have only succeeded in destroying political and economic institutions. In recent years, so-called democratic parties are emerging, even when elections are conducted in a manner that does not generate public confidence. The problems have unleashed an endless search for solutions, secular and religious. Various economic ideologies, capitalism, socialism, African socialism, African communism, have been tried without much success. In terms of religion, the search for salvation does not concern just the unseen spiritual world but also the overcoming of poverty, disease, and emotional problems. Islam, Christianity, and indigenous religions are all represented in the faith-driven answers to problems. In terms of secular ideologies, socialism was tried and abandoned, but capitalism is yet to deliver. Africa is a continent on the move. The failure of the last 4 decades has not destroyed the people and their hopes for a greater future. Change is a common feature of life and history. People continue to press for democracy. Impressive. Modern post office. Part of the landscape in modern cities. 16. Success has been recorded since the 1990s, with the rise of multi-party systems and the holding of elections in various places, including Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, Benin, Cape Verde, São Tomé and Príncipe, Zambia, Madagascar, Mali, the Central African Republic, Niger, and Malawi. A sharing of power between the established ruling classes and the opposition forces has occurred in a number of places. Military regimes still exist in a number of countries, but they are unpopular. Since the end of the Cold War, countries outside Africa no longer need to support bad leaders for ideological reasons. Energies are now being channeled to privatization of enterprises, in the hope that individuals will manage them better than governments. Religious and non-governmental organizations within and outside Africa are calling on Western countries and lending institutions to write off the bulk of Africa's debt so that its people will have greater resources to alleviate poverty. The expectations of most Africans are clear enough: they want sustainable development and stable politics that will increase their standards of living. The conditions to realize this goal are present. Millions of women are active and industrious, the youthful population is high, the sense of communal identity and the support networks have not been completely destroyed, natural endowments are abundant, and the number of educated people continues to grow. In addition, the African market is large and expanding, wars between countries are rare, life expectancy is increasing in many countries, and the majority of Africans want democracy to thrive. Effective and committed leadership should be able to fully exploit all these advantages and solve many of the continent's lingering economic and political problems. 1. The prehistoric past, the evolution of Homo sapiens sapiens, 40,000 BC. The consensus of opinion is that human beings evolved in Africa and migrated to other parts of the world. This idea was expressed as early as 1859 by Charles Darwin in The Origin of Species and reaffirmed by him in 1871 in The Descent of Man. Darwin was ignored by those who held to biblical origin stories, whereas those who regarded Europeans as racially superior to others could not accept that their own ancestors had an African origin. Science, especially archaeology and linguistic research, have come to validate the view that Africa is the birthplace of humankind. The examination of ancient objects of stone and bone as well as many other artifacts and fossils from various parts of the continent have shed light on human evolution. The sequence of events can be determined by stratigraphy, the idea that objects found below layers of Earth are older than those above. A dating technique, radiocarbon dating, carbon-14, has also made it possible to provide an approximate age for a variety of organic materials, such as charcoal and bones, that are as much as 50,000 years old. The more recent technique involving mitochondrial DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, the analysis of the genetic material in a cell that is passed unchanged from a mother to her child, has also confirmed the archaeological evidence that modern humans originated in Africa and began to move elsewhere about 150,000 years ago. This chapter traces human evolution, with the emphasis on Homo sapiens sapiens, who emerged about 40,000 years ago. 19. Africa is an ancient continent, one of the oldest. It contributed to the prehistoric development of humankind. The history of Homo sapiens sapiens and those before them shows how humans emerged and developed the first tools and technology, how they lived in a difficult environment, and how they survived on gathering, fishing, and hunting. This is a long history during which people and the objects they valued both emerged, a time when variations in climate, skin color, way of life, and beliefs began to occur in various parts of Africa and the rest of the world. The success of these people in taming the huge and difficult continent of Africa is an integral aspect of world history. Homo sapiens sapiens, modern man or thinking man, was a stage in the development of hominids, primates who had enlarged brains and the capacity to walk on two legs. How the earliest hominids evolved over 3 million years ago is still a subject of great speculation. There are archaeological records of the earliest humans in East and Southern Africa, including hominids that could stand and walk on two legs. These two-legged beings could use their hands to protect themselves, use simple tools, and carry a few items. Their fingers, too, became elongated, thus giving them an advantage in making tools. The first clues to what the early hominids looked like, and which of them are connected to modern man, are derived from many skeletons found in eastern and southern Africa. When the first one was discovered in 1925, it was given the name Australopithecus, the southern ape. A major find was also discovered in 1974. In Ethiopia, the remains of a young female, now known as Lucy in archaeological circles. Not more than the size of an 8-year-old child, Australopithecus was slender and walked on two legs. In appearance, such beings were like apes. In behavior, like human beings. Lucy was able to walk upright, a major progress in human development that made it possible to free the hands to make tools. About 100,000 years ago, the modern human, Homo sapiens, began to displace the archaic hominids. Even if some anatomical features of the previous hominids were retained, the emphasis now shifted to cultural and intellectual changes, such as the ability to use tools and live in groups. The family Homo, man. Hominid skulls found in Tanzania and Ethiopia reveal those with better brain capacity than Australopithecus. A generation of hominids known as Homo habilis, handy man or clever man, emerged 1.5 million years ago. Homo habilis had larger brains than the Australopithecines and a greater ability to use simple stone tools. Homo habilis was followed by Homo erectus, upright man, with a brain capacity of 1,100 cubic centimeters, 67.1 cubic inches, and a more erect posture. Homo erectus lived over 1 million years ago, mainly in savanna environments and close to water, and they used stone tools known as hand axes, found in various parts of the world. Homo sapiens, wise man, has been described as the early form of modern man. Homo sapiens evolved over 100,000 years ago, reaching a brain capacity of 1,300 to 1,400 cubic centimeters. 20. 79.3 to 85.4 cubic inches. What is regarded as the final evolution is Homo sapiens sapiens, modern man, which forms the main subject of this chapter. Homo sapiens sapiens appeared by 40,000 BC, with a brain capacity of almost 1,450 cubic centimeters, 88.4 cubic inches. By 10,000 BC, these beings could be found in all the major regions of the world. What did they look like? What did they do for a living? What was their stage of technology? Do specific examples of people actually exist that demonstrate some of the features of this early history? Archaeology has provided significant answers to some of these questions. As more discoveries unfold, the answers will be modified or affirmed in future years. Homo sapiens sapiens looked similar to many modern-day Africans but was originally brown-skinned. The change in color was a process of adaptation to the environment and changing climate. In Africa with its tropical sun, Homo sapiens sapiens developed a dark coloration as a protection from the powerful rays of the sun. In cooler climates, skins tended to become paler in order to absorb more rays. Technology in the early years was dependent on stone. If animals like the chimpanzees could use implements to search for food, only Homo could make tools, shape them to their desired needs, and use the tools to forage and hunt. Homo sapiens sapiens and its immediate predecessors belonged to a Stone Age era that endured till 6,000 years ago when metals were discovered in some parts of the world, notably Western Asia and Sinai. Even then, the use of stone survived. Our early history and that of the entire Homo line are very much tied to the use of stone tools. Stone Age technology. Stone tool technology evolved over time, reaching sophistication with Homo sapiens sapiens. There were three stages in the development of stone technology and culture: the early Stone Age, or the Paleolithic; the Middle Stone Age, or the Mesolithic; and the later Stone Age, or the Neolithic. The earliest stone tools are the old toyin, basic cutting and chopping tools associated with the early Stone Age. Flakes were chipped off a volcanic pebble to create sharp edges. The flakes were not refined but served the useful purposes of scraping skins, whittling sticks, and cutting various objects. These early tools were inefficient for hunting but seem well adapted to a scavenging lifestyle. Acheulean tools followed, the second major development in the early Stone Age, mainly scrapers and axes cut to desired shapes for digging, chopping, or slicing. The hand axe was a rugged tool, heavy to carry, chipped on two sides, and having a sharp point. In all the regions where hand axes have been discovered, they reveal similarities and clearly show that long hours must have been spent to make them. The tool makers lived in camps, engaged in some cooperative enterprises, buried their dead, and used fire to roast animals and warm themselves. The march of civilization advanced to the Middle Stone Age about 150,000 years ago, with Homo sapiens' ability to use bone tools in addition to stones. The stone tools improved in design, and they became more precise. Regional. 21. Variations and styles began to appear, as we have evidence of well-cut stone tools that looked like knives and scrapers. In southern Africa, where some evidence dates as far back as 200,000 years ago, some stone tools show that the makers carefully selected the stones and made tools with a great deal of ingenuity. The Homo sapiens of the Middle Stone Age lived in caves or built shelters of stones and tree branches, used fire, organized camps, hunted, and socialized. The most advanced era came with the later Stone Age, the period of Homo sapiens sapiens 40,000 years ago. The stone tools reached their most impressive level of sophistication, most notably in the development of microliths, that is, tiny stones. The edges were sharp, so the tools were efficient. Their shapes, crescents and triangles, reveal an early understanding of geometry. The handles were stronger, and some stone tools were connected to wooden shafts to make powerful arrows and spears. A greater use of bows and arrows was made for hunting purposes. Creative uses were made of bone materials, for such tools as barbs for harpoons, awls, needles, and fishhooks. The lifestyles of Homo sapiens sapiens. These beings were both versatile and creative. They made use of inherited stone tools and added various new tools and styles. They lived and worked in a highly imaginative manner. They invented bows and arrows and improved hunting techniques. They created artworks, making use of various materials, including eggshells, to draw, paint, adorn the body, and engrave walls. Tools were beautified. The dead were buried with respect, and there were even cases of ritual performance. Paintings and engravings decorated rocks and shelters, revealing an interest in art and the activities that dominated the time. In areas where some of the paintings and engravings have survived, we find a preference for yellow, orange, white, and red. Paints were made from animal fats and vegetable dyes, and they were applied to rock and other objects with feathers and sticks. These paintings were both natural and abstract. The abstract paintings derived inspiration from the environment, from beliefs about life and death and rituals. Other paintings portrayed animals and people and events such as dancing, hunting, and fishing. The people were able to adapt to their environments, leading to the development of regional variations in tools and lifestyles. As shown below, their occupations were dependent on their immediate environment, but they showed creativity in producing the resources to sustain themselves and multiply. Many of them lived in camps. The camps could be seasonal, in cases where it was necessary to migrate. Overhanging rocks and caves provided shelter, and windbreaks could also be made from grass, branches, and stones. Many shelters were conical in shape, held together by sticks and covered with grass thatch. For food, they relied on wild fruits, seeds, nuts, insects, and dead animals. As the campsites were small, families or groups also tended to be small in size. Evidence suggests that small bands of 20 people could occupy an area in dry zones, while the size tended to double in wetter areas that had more food. 22. And game. As to the size of the entire African population, we will never know the precise figure, but some estimates put it at 200,000 about 40,000 years ago. This was a large number in view of the limited access to food, the difficulty of reproduction, and the fragility of people and their shelters. Nevertheless, so creative were the people that they overcame severe limitations, and their population grew to about 3 million around 3,000 years ago. They learned how to hunt, cooperate, and communicate, all activities that ultimately led to the ability to use language. Many languages separated from the original ones, and it is clear that many languages in Africa are indeed ancient. As the population of Homo sapiens sapiens increased and as they dispersed to various places and different ecological regions, so too cultural variations began to show. By about 3,000 years ago, at least 37 distinct languages had arisen in Africa. The social organization was rather loose, based largely on family units. Members of different families interacted and intermarried. The need for survival was paramount to obtain food and protect themselves from powerful animals. The people probably practiced a division of labor between men and women, but status distinctions were apparently less marked. Rather, we have evidence of cooperative labor among the people. They looked for food and shared it in small groups. Individuals needed the group to be able to survive, thereby engendering a community based on interdependence and the ability to cooperate. The barriers imposed by ecology and the problems of disease created the conditions that bonded people into groups. Possibilities for conflicts also existed. Competition for camps, food, and materials to make tools could lead to the need to create safety and security networks. One group might seek the means to protect itself against another or even simply to dominate in order to ensure its own survival. As the population grew, the awareness of frontiers and boundaries between groups and communities probably led to conflicts. Major occupations of Homo sapiens sapiens. 3 occupations dominated the society: gathering, hunting, and fishing. Thus, most members of Homo sapiens sapiens have been described as hunter, gatherers and fishermen/women. Africans and others at this stage of civilization were still unable to tame animals or to grow food crops and store them. Instead, they relied on gathering wild plants and animals, hunting those animals that their tools could kill. Between 40,000 and 10,000 years ago, the skills of hunting, fishing, and gathering grew to a high level of efficiency. Archaeological evidence derived from various locations in Africa and observation of the hunting and gathering tradition among the Khoisan-speaking people of the Kalahari in modern-day Botswana have revealed important information about early occupations and interactions with the environment. Gathering was the most important occupation, since over 1/3 of the food needed for survival was obtained by wandering about collecting a variety of 23. Fruits, nuts, melons, roots, and tubers. Insects were delicacies, notably termites, caterpillars, and locusts. It appeared that more women engaged in gathering than men, although both sexes used similar methods. They dug with sticks and put the contents in small bags. As difficult and backbreaking as gathering might be, and as unromantic as it appears to us today, it had great merits as an economic enterprise and lifestyle. Gathering ensured survival, as the best available way to obtain food. Without the ability to grow crops, and given the difficulties associated with hunting, gathering was the most reliable method. Adults and children, women and men, indeed the majority of people in society, could take part in gathering without putting their lives at risk. Unlike hunting, where one could work for days without a major success, gathering offered assured opportunities of food. By simply following the seasons, the gatherers could always obtain fruits, tubers, and roots. A pattern emerged in which the gatherers could move from one location to another, knowing ahead of time what was available. Fishing communities evolved in areas close to lakes, seas, and rivers. Shellfish could be collected on banks and coasts. When fishhooks and other tools were invented, Homo sapiens sapiens could catch fish in large quantities without any risk to life. They could also kill stranded seals. Fish is rich in protein and probably contributed to improved nutrition and population growth. Fishing created distinct communities based around rivers and lakes. Even the southern reaches of the Sahara, which are now dry, used to be favorable to fishing. Homo sapiens sapiens developed fishing equipment and technology, including nets, bone-tipped harpoons, and tidal traps. Harpoon barbs and fishhooks were made from bone, and baskets and nets from reeds. Baked clay pottery was made in its earliest forms in an industry that became widespread in many parts of the continent. The evidence of pottery has led to the suggestion that settled communities were emerging, even if they were small in size. Food must be available to allow for time to make clay pots. Pots enabled the storage of water, food, and other necessities. In addition, pottery allowed people to carry items including cooked food and water. Since pottery is heavy and bulky, and thereby inconvenient for gatherers who survived by moving from place to place, the making of pottery tends to suggest that the people were staying in one place for a much longer period than before. When the long time needed to make and dry pottery is considered, it is additional evidence that Homo sapiens sapiens could consider the advantages of creating some semi-permanent settlements. Fishing and pottery instigated both technology and settlement. Vivid and dramatic evidence provides information on yet another important occupation: hunting. Stone artifacts, animal bones, arrows, and bows all show that animals were hunted on a regular basis. Multi-barbed spears, arrows, and bows were invented to kill small and large animals. Indeed, small bands of hunters were able to pursue buffalo and antelope and to share their harvests in a communal way. In the tropical forest where arrows and bows were less effective, the people 24. Used traps, axes, pits, and spears to hunt game. Catching small animals such as rats and snakes relied on nets, snares, and traps. Poison was obtained from plants and insects and pasted on arrowheads. Hunting supplied food of high quality. Animal protein supplemented the vegetables derived from gathering. But there was more to hunting than food. Animal skins provided the raw material for clothes, bags, slings, leather thongs, shelter, and a variety of other needs. Bones were used for tools and ornaments. Hunting bands were social and community organizations that enabled people to interact and to practice leadership. Indeed, oral stories in many African villages and towns associate the foundation of settlements with the bravery and leadership of hunters. Hunters were also associated with rituals and magical powers. The tools that Homo sapiens sapiens relied on were made of natural materials, stone and bone. Survival was dependent on the natural growth of animals and plants. For their shelters, people relied on caves, trees, and overhanging hills. As people's needs and knowledge grew, they created specialized chipped stones, bows and arrows, nets, harpoons, fish hooks, and fish spears. Observation of the environment contributed to the development of religion, art, and identity. Prehistoric people were able to develop culture. They painted on cave walls, carved figures out of stone and bone, and had ideas about nature as reflected in their artwork. The role that the environment played during that time continued in later periods. Human progress in Africa, population increase, and urbanization have been partly dependent on the environment. As on other continents, Africa has witnessed major environmental changes in the last 20,000 years. The Sahara Desert used to be green. It saw its last wet period in about 9000 to 3000 BC. The dry period that followed created the largest desert on the continent. Lake Chad was bigger than it is today, probably overflowing as far south as the Atlantic Ocean. Rivers from the Sahara flowed into the lake. In East Africa, Lake Turkana was connected with the Nile, and Lake Nakuru overflowed into the Great Rift Valley. In the Christian era, the environment began to acquire many of the characteristics that we now associate with Africa. Homo sapiens sapiens and associated social organizations survived. Not only did humans multiply, they advanced in their technologies and developed agriculture and states, see chapters 3 and 4. 2. The Agricultural Revolution, 5000 B.C. It was not only human beings that evolved in Africa. Goods, objects, and tools developed there as well. Africa also provides evidence of how early people struggled to control their environments, moving beyond a gathering economy to domesticate and herd animals and cultivate food crops. The agricultural revolution, the transition from food gathering to food production, was one of the most profound innovations in world history. The shift from gathering to farming and pastoralism occurred during the Neolithic era, the later Stone Age. Agriculture created the basis for what can be called the beginning of civilization. Humans could live in settlements, domesticate animals, cultivate plants, and develop ideas about political institutions. Associated with the development of agriculture were a greater knowledge of the environment, the use of more efficient tools, even when they were originally made of stone, and the formation of religious ideas shaped by nature. In Africa, the move toward an agricultural revolution occurred about 5,000 years ago, toward the end of the later Stone Age. Three major characteristics define this revolution. First, plants and animals were domesticated. The ability to domesticate animals led to pastoralism, a dependence on animals as sources of food, notably milk and meat. Second, the revolution entailed the use of improved tools and led to the shift from stone to metal. Third, society was transformed in many ways. The increased availability of food instigated a population increase. Camp dwellers began to live in villages, complex societies that had to be managed. And division of labor allowed many people to devote themselves to agriculture and other occupations. 27. Cultivation of the Nile floodplain. 28. The early history of farming. The agricultural revolution occurred in 5 major culture hearths in Africa: the Nile Valley, the Ethiopian Plateau, the forest-savanna boundary in west-central Africa, the West African savanna, and the West African forest. Each region produced methods of cultivation and cultivated crops suitable to its environment. From these 5 areas, the ideas of farming and pastoralism spread to other parts of the continent. Migrations facilitated the spread of agriculture, especially the series of Bantu migrations from West Africa to Central and Southern Africa, see Chapter 4. The speculation has been that cereals were the first plants to be cultivated. Wild sorghum and millets in the savanna and wheat and barley in the northeast were originally obtained through gathering activities. The need to protect them in areas where they grew well probably led to collecting their seeds and scattering them in arable land. To help the new crops survive, hoeing and plowing were done to remove weeds, and deliberate efforts were made to protect the stronger plants and their seeds. With respect to animal domestication, the need arose to protect the weaker animals from predators and to put animals to effective use in a variety of ways. Cattle, sheep, and goats were to become the 3 major types of domestic animals. Evidence of early agriculture has been found in the Nile Valley. Some strains of wild barley were tended in Egypt and Nubia by 10,000 BC. By 6000 BC, types of millet and sorghum that were indigenous to Africa were cultivated and harvested on the Upper Nile. Changing climatic conditions in some parts of Africa led to a drier environment, the Sahara Desert spread, and the people in the northeast had to depend on the Nile River. The exploitation of the Nile transformed farming into a full-time occupation and led to the establishment of permanent settlements by 5000 BC. In the Nile Valley, the Egyptians recorded spectacular success in exploiting the seasonal flooding of the river to irrigate their fields. From here and from Western Asia, the cultivation of wheat and barley spread in North Africa, notably along the Mediterranean margins. The cultivation of African crops also developed and grew in the savanna grasslands, south of the Sahara Desert. A number of key objects have been discovered: baked clay pottery used for cooking and storing water, sickle blades made of stone and used to harvest grasses, grinding stones used to produce flour, and a few plants and seeds. The cultivation of cereals spread gradually after 4000 BC. The desert spread, the margins of lakes Chad and Turkana retreated, and river flows also declined. Previous reliance on fishing and gathering had to either give way or be supplemented with cultivation for the population to survive. From around 3000 to 1000 BC, Neolithic farming spread in the savanna from the Upper Nile in the east to Senegambia in the west. Sorghums and millets were the major crops: Guinea sorghum in areas west of Lake Chad, bicolor sorghum to the east, and drought-resistant pearl millet in areas close to the Sahara. Rice was grown in the forest areas of Guinea, Côte d'Ivoire, and Liberia and in the wetlands of the upper Niger Delta. 29. Neolithic farming also developed in the tropical forest, but rather than involving cereals, it involved the planting of root crops and the harvesting of trees. Yam, a tuber, and oil-producing trees were important in the forest zone between Côte d'Ivoire and Cameroon. Archaeological evidence from Cameroon shows that Stone Age farming existed there by 1000 BC, with people growing and/or harvesting yams, fruits, and palm nuts. In addition, they kept goats and made pottery. Archaeologists have also concluded that it was from the Cameroon regions that the Bantu-speaking peoples spread out to the south and east of Africa, seeking out new areas in the forest to develop. By 1000 BC, when farming was well established in different parts of the forest region, the production of bananas and root crops was becoming increasingly specialized. A distinctive practice emerged in eastern Africa, in the Ethiopian highlands, where 3 crops were grown: Anset, with banana-like fibrous stalks; Nug, a species of oil plant; and Tef, a small seeded cereal that has survived till today. Among the people of northern Kenya and Uganda, the preference was for pastoralism, although they, too, cultivated millets. Farming experienced a late development in areas south of the equator, almost waiting for the introduction of iron 2000 years ago. The early history of pastoralism. Pastoralism was being practiced in the East African savanna by 5000 BC. The bones of domesticated cattle have been recovered in the Great Rift Valley and the Serengeti Plains. By 2000 BC, cattle herding had become an established occupation from the Serengeti to eastern Turkana. Cattle herders interacted with hunter-gatherers and probably exchanged some goods. The pastoralists made use of such stone tools as knives, spearheads, and scrapers. They made baked clay pottery, distinctive stone bowls, reed baskets, and beads made out of stones and ostrich egg shells. Further south, in southern Africa, Stone Age people herded domestic cattle long before the iron using mixed farmers of later years. Probably the ancestors of the Khoisan who now inhabit the desert parts of Namibia and Botswana, these pastoralists had lighter skin and were shorter than their descendants. They herded sheep, a practice inherited by the Khoisan, who were to spread it to other parts of southern Africa. Cattle herding began much later. Evidence from the Sahara suggests that pastoralism preceded farming. In the area of the Sahara Desert, the climate was moist from the 6th to the 4th millennium BC, with sufficient grass to support animal herding. Sheep and goats were domesticated as far back as 7000 BC in the northern Sahara, areas of modern Algeria and Libya, and cattle were added in about 4000 BC. The Saharan pastoralists took to rock painting, and some of their surviving paintings have been dated to between 3500 and 2500 BC. These paintings clearly reveal a preoccupation with animals such as sheep and longhorned cattle. Also depicted were valuable tools and objects such as pack oxen used to carry goods, skin bags. 30. Used as water containers, and pots used to store water and milk. The human beings in the paintings appeared as a mixture of black and Mediterranean races and wore woven clothes, decorated their bodies, and used ornaments. Cattle herders moved out of the Sahara Desert from the 4th millennium BC. They reached the edge of the tropical rainforest by 1500 BC and were able to continue to herd cattle, which developed an immunity to trypanosomiasis, sleeping sickness. The spread of pastoralism to other parts of the continent was curtailed by nature. Where tsetse flies, blood-sucking insects, existed, it was hard for animal herding to survive. A bite from the fly would transmit a parasite that caused sleeping sickness, which could kill both animals and humans. Immunity to the parasite could be developed over time, but tsetse-infested areas were not useful to wandering pastoralists. The areas preferred by these flies, thickly wooded and low-lying valleys, were avoided. Specialized pastoralism developed in the open savanna grasslands of southern and eastern Africa and the southern Sahara, areas the tsetse fly avoided. The consequences of agriculture. Farming had many major effects on Africa. To start with, it made a variety of foods available to the population. Among the crops that were successfully domesticated were cereals, example African rice, TEF, bulrush millet, finger millet, sorghum, fiber plants, example cotton, tubers and roots, example yams, stimulants, example coffee, cola, pulses, example cowpeas, bambara peanuts, oil crops, example shea butter, palm oil, castor oil, starch and sugar plants, example ancet, vegetables, example eggplants, okra and fruits, watermelons, tamarind. Second, farming turned wandering food gatherers into creators of more enduring settlements. Rather than being perpetually on the move in search of wild plants, they now settled close to their farms. The choice of settlements was strategic, they were close to fertile land and water. The settlements grew into villages. Egypt is a good example. Food production transformed it into the most densely populated place in the world. Not only did Egypt grow in population, but it was able to create a state, see Chapter 3. Third, the construction of permanent houses went along with the creation of settlements. Prehistoric caves and camps were abandoned for simple houses made of woven reeds, mud, and poles, with roofs thatched with plants. More durable houses were built of stone, while settlements could be enclosed by stone walls for defensive purposes. Fourth, a population increase followed, made possible by improved nutrition and greater access to food. In addition, living in settlements enhanced the opportunities to reproduce. Women had more time to nurture their babies, while other members of the community could also contribute to child rearing. The connection between agriculture and families was even stronger. More hands were needed to till, weed, and harvest. Young children could be engaged in scaring away birds or tending domestic animals. A larger household had the resources to create larger farms and thus in turn to produce the food to feed its members and further expand family size. 31. Fifth, the varied tasks of planting and building called for the invention of new tools and a host of other necessary objects. In addition, cultivators had to create storage for their surpluses and tools. One artifact commonly found in archaeological discoveries has been pottery. Baked clay pottery was useful for storage of water and food, transport of food from farms to houses, cooking, and storage of domestic objects. The wide range of uses to which pottery was put meant that more and more people devoted themselves to its production. Stone tools were refined. The use of the ground stone axe defined the era. A selected stone was ground against another, harder rock to create a smooth-looking surface and a sharp edge. Called Neolithic, new stones, tools, these axes looked like modern metal axe heads. Sixth, significant social changes followed, notably in cooperation to produce food and manage surpluses. Planting and harvesting required advanced planning and notification of members of the household. Which seeds would grow where and when? When was the right time to harvest? How large would the harvest be, and where would the surplus be kept? Ideas of time and sequence of events were necessary to manage people and resources. Adequate plans must be in place to store food and protect it from insects. The ability to produce surplus food meant that a person or household could produce more than was needed at a particular time. The producer had an insurance against hunger and could use his or her time on other ventures. More important, a small percentage of the population could be released from farming to do other things. Thus, a seventh consequence became possible, the emergence of other occupations and specialists in them. Among the most skilled and notable were priests and other religious and ritual specialists. Two other types of specialists emerged, which led to yet another impact: administrators and rulers became managers of the settlements. The use of power entailed settling conflicts and planning other aspects of community activity that required the cooperation of many people. It was likely that the early rulers began as rainmakers, priests or hunters who were able to protect others in the settlement, cure diseases, and control pests. As their power and settlements grew, so too did their authority and influence, until some of them, like the pharaohs of Egypt, began to claim that they were gods or descendants of gods. The generation of surpluses and the ability to manage settlements led to the promotion of relations among people who lived in separate areas and villages. Early forms of trade began, in tools, raw materials, and some luxury goods. Thus, agriculture contributed to the emergence of trade. Another major impact was a growing division in society: the small farmer and the big farmer, the poor and the rich, the priest and the uninitiated, the ruler and the subjects. The scale and extent of these divisions varied from one society to another. The communal sharing and sense of egalitarianism that defined the previous hunter-gatherer societies were beginning to yield to a more competitive and hierarchical order. The development of pastoralism created additional impacts, some similar to those that have already been described. Herding animals provided milk and food. 32. Other than for social occasions or to meet emergency needs, the animals were rarely slaughtered for meat. Animal domestication produced not less than three agricultural approaches. First, there were mixed farmers, who cultivated crops and herded animals. The mixed farmers lived in permanent or semi-permanent settlements. Then there were cultivators who kept a few domestic animals. Essentially, they were farmers, and animal rearing was secondary. Finally, there were pastoralists whose major occupation was herding animals. Pastoralists did not necessarily create permanent settlements, since they needed to move in search of pastures. Their movements did not, however, prevent the creation of communities. They and their animals could carry essential materials, including items needed to build shelters. The availability of food and surpluses also enabled them to create large communities in areas suitable for both human habitation and animal grazing. As ancient as the development of agriculture appears today, certain themes have persisted in African history ever since. The majority of the population still consists of farmers and pastoralists. The ability to generate surpluses continues to have implications for the economy and politics. The factors that affect food supply are shared by ancient and modern Africans. The basic practices of planting, harvesting, and storing are similar, but the system that produces those practices has varied over the years, from subsistence agriculture to highly mechanized production. Ancient agriculture shares many characteristics with modern subsistence systems. The tools used were simple. Originally, they were even slow and inefficient, for example, the stone tools. The use of metal in later years improved the technology. With minimal mechanization there was an almost total dependence on human labor. The need to expand areas under cultivation eventually led to the development of ways to expand the size of the household through marriage or social networks. The farmers also consumed a large part of what they produced, stored some in anticipation of food scarcity or drought, and exchanged the rest for other items. If food supply was one of the major aims of agriculture, it was affected by a number of factors, some of which are also found in later times. To start with, agriculture depended on arable land. People moved into areas that could support the production of crops and created settlements there. The land reserve was huge, but the tasks of clearing, planting, harvesting, and weeding were onerous. Related to land was the factor of water supply, which explains efforts to live close to sources of water and to develop irrigation methods. Weather and climatic conditions were and are important. Many Africans abandoned the Sahara region when it became a desert. Areas infested with tsetse flies made large-scale animal herding impossible. Atmospheric conditions determined cropping. Africans understood the impact of weather, and they responded in creative ways, even migrating to newer areas that were more conducive to agriculture. Finally, crops and farms could be attacked by pests. Annual crop losses to pests could be as high as 50%. Over time, Africans cultivated crops that resisted some pests or practiced farming methods that minimized the dangers of disease. 33. The agricultural revolution did not put an end to other economic activities such as fishing, hunting, and even gathering. Certainly, there were Africans who lived in areas unsuitable for crop cultivation, and there were groups who did not immediately adopt a settled lifestyle. However, crop cultivation and animal domestication created a profound revolution in the way people lived and organized society. The development of the Egyptian civilization is one example of the impact of agriculture. 3. The civilization of ancient Egypt, 3100 BC+. The development of farming and the domestication of animals enabled a number of Neolithic groups to establish settlements that grew into villages and towns. This was a major transition to civilization, the abandonment of a wandering lifestyle and the formation of settled village communities and states. The Neolithic farmers, in the process of controlling water supplies to promote agriculture, created the earliest civilizations in such places as the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers in Asia and the Nile in Africa. The Egyptian civilization developed and prospered along the river Nile. Ancient Egypt was a powerful and united state, governed by leaders who presided over a complex bureaucracy. The legacy of Egypt is long and monumental. Early foundations. There could have been no Egypt without the Nile, the longest river in Africa. In the Neolithic era, the Nile Valley was marshier and wetter than it is today. It was probably a home to hunter-gatherers as far back as 12,000 BC. The successors of these people made the transition to farming and built small villages along the Nile. The principle on which their agriculture depended was consistent: the Nile flooded each year about the same time. The flood provided water for the fields. And as the water receded, a rich deposit of silt was left behind to renew the soil. Thus, the areas along the Nile were rich enough to support agriculture and settlements. 35. From clusters of settlements, Egypt was gradually united to form a kingdom. The initial unification was into two kingdoms, the Kingdom of Lower Egypt in the Nile Delta close to the Mediterranean Sea and the Kingdom of Upper Egypt, located to the south along the Nile Valley. A decisive moment came in about 3100 BC when the kingdoms of Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt were united into one big state. The architect of this unity was King Menes of Upper Egypt, who also established a dynasty, with power based within the same family and passed from father to son or daughter. About 30 dynasties rose and fell in ancient Egypt, from about 3100 to 332 BC. These various dynasties have been grouped into three major phases: the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. These phases were long, full of events that led to the fall and rise of kingdoms. However, over its 3,000-year history, ancient Egypt was able to sustain the idea of a centralized political system. The Old Kingdom, 2685 to 2200 BC. The Old Kingdom was headed by the pharaoh, believed to be divine, that is, a god on earth. Below the king were members of the dynastic family, priests, and government officials. Over time, the government officials developed into a powerful hereditary nobility. At a lower level were the peasants. This period witnessed the rule of 11 dynasties that established and consolidated the authority of the pharaoh, fought major wars, and engaged in trade with Lebanon and the Phoenicians. The oldest major stone building, a pyramid, was built at Saqqara, in addition to some other pyramids. The unity and stability established in about 3100 BC lasted for almost 1,000 years. Toward the end of the Old Kingdom, power rivalry developed between the pharaohs and the nobility, on the one hand, and among the members of the nobility, on the other hand. The nobles acquired power at the expense of the pharaohs. Starting in ca 2160 BC, a civil war led to the collapse of the central government, and Egypt entered a period of decline. There was another major development, to the west of the Nile, that probably affected Egyptian politics and stability for some time. The Sahara Desert was drying up, forcing many of its peoples to migrate to the Nile Valley. They may have disrupted the lives of their host farming communities. The evidence relating to the period 2200 to 2040 BC suggests that many people failed to pay their taxes, trade declined, and no pyramids were constructed. Unity was to be restored around 2100 BC. The Middle Kingdom, 2040 to 1785 BC. In about 2040 BC, a new dynasty of pharaohs was created in the city of Thebes. Egypt was reunited, and the Middle Kingdom lasted for 3 centuries. The kingdom was strong and peaceful. Political stability and prosperity contributed to the greater development of art, architecture, and literature. The 36. Egypt, the Old Kingdom. 37. Building of pyramids was restored, taxes were paid, and trade relations were revived. More land was put under cultivation, and irrigation expanded. Egypt established control as far as the second obstacle in the Nile to easy passage/travel by conquering Nubia. Decline set in from the 1780s BC onward. The power of the king declined, while that of the priests and nobles was strengthened. Power rivalry led to chaos. In addition, Egypt began to witness attacks from external invaders. The Egyptian civilization was known to its neighbors, some of whom began to seek its advantages and land for themselves. Foreign invaders attacked Egypt and governed it for many years. The first attack came from the Hyksos, a Semitic-speaking people who migrated to the Nile Delta from the northeast. By 1650 BC, the Hyksos had overthrown the ruling Egyptian dynasty and established what is now known as the New Kingdom. In about 1570 BC, the Hyksos were driven out of Egypt. Imperial expansion marked this period of Egyptian history. The Hyksos had a superior military technology, based on horse-drawn chariots, and they also knew how to work bronze, a harder substance than the copper that the Egyptians used. A large and powerful army was used to create an empire. The Hyksos adopted Egyptian civilization and ruled as the pharaohs did, but they were regarded as outsiders by the people. They were unable to control the entire Nile Valley, but only the northeast. Upper Egypt was ruled by Nubian princes, and the middle portion of the Nile Valley was ruled by a Theban prince. A war of liberation was conducted by the Theban princes who mastered the Hyksos technology and led a successful attack by 1500 BC. The New Kingdom, 1570 to 1085 BC. Egypt improved on its standing army and engaged in successful wars against Palestine, Syria, and Nubia to the Fourth Cataract. Wars were also fought with the Hittites of Turkey and the Libyans. Egypt became a world power. It moved its capital from Memphis in Lower Egypt to Thebes in Upper Egypt. The Israelites left Egypt under the leadership of Moses. The period saw the erection of massive palaces, temples, and statues by King Ramses II. Trade, too, expanded, especially in hardwoods, gold, incense, and ivory. The Somali coast in East Africa was drawn into a lucrative regional and international commerce. What followed this era is known as the Late Period, a time when Egypt experienced more external invasions from various quarters. After 1100 BC, the empire was attacked from the north and west. Palestine and Nubia attained independence. A host of foreign invaders included the Libyans, Nubians, Persians, and Assyrians. When the attacks were successful, foreign dynasties came to power. Instability was interrupted by eras of peace, 664 to 525 BC, that allowed for the expansion of trade. The last Egyptian dynasty ended in 332 BC when Alexander of Macedon, also known as Alexander the Great, conquered Egypt and placed it under the control of his general, Ptolemy. Greek control lasted until 30 BC, when the Romans took over. 38. The civilization of ancient Egypt. The rise and fall of kingdoms did not destroy the stability of many aspects of Egyptian culture, while its agriculture and trade were stable for most of the time. The authority of the pharaoh was acknowledged, and the economic basis of power was the exploitation of the labor of the poor. Egypt was a centralized state, one of the earliest in world history. At the apex of the political system was the pharaoh, a powerful king whose claim to divinity ensured that he was obeyed and respected. Below the king came the nobles who managed a large and complex bureaucracy. Thanks to the Nile, a transportation system based on reed and timber boats made many settlements accessible to the agents of the pharaohs. Although the kingdom was vast, extending almost 1,000 kilometers, 621 miles, from the First Cataract, only a rather narrow area was occupied by the people. Until the time of the New Kingdom, there was no need to build a standing army, and the kingdom enjoyed peace and stability for almost 1,500 years. The areas to the east and west were mainly desert, which offered protection, and the population was mainly rural. The Nile was so central to the economy and society that the river was worshipped as a god. The economy depended on agriculture. The chief grains were barley and wheat. The people also grew flax, which was spun and woven into linen, vegetables, and fruits such as grapes and figs. Large quantities of these products were harvested, because the land was fertile and farm workers were plentiful. They reared animals, notably goats and cattle, and they also fished and hunted animals. The arable land was broken up into estates. The estates were farmed by the peasants who depended on rudimentary wooden plows and hoes, lived in mud houses, and were supervised by the officers of the king. The harvests were shared between the peasants and the pharaoh, who took the lion's share in the form of taxes and rents. The vast majority of the population consisted of peasants who sustained the wealth of the few, the pharaoh and the nobles. Although the peasants had access to fish and meat, they ate little of it, again because they had to pay taxes. The estates and the peasants were supervised by scribes and tax collectors who represented the pharaoh. Taxes were imposed according to the annual level of the Nile. The king and his officials could also conscript people to work on public projects. The surpluses acquired from the peasants were kept in government stores and used to generate resources to maintain the grand lifestyles of the kings and the bureaucrats, pay the civil servants, feed the population in time of shortage, and support the priests and their shrines. So successful was the agricultural system that it generated a considerable surplus that promoted trade in the region and beyond. Egyptian merchants were members of the great caravans that traveled in Africa and Asia. Still more impressive was the building of ships that sailed on the Red, Aegean, and Mediterranean seas. Egyptian goods, grain and gold, were traded in exchange for raw materials and luxury items produced elsewhere. Imported items included 39. Precious stones, incense, and spices from Western Asia. Ostrich feathers, ebony, and ivory from the Nubians to the south. And timber, a scarce product in the Nile Valley, from Byblos in Palestine. During the time of the Old Kingdom, the king established a monopoly on foreign trade. Religion had a prominent place in society, and through it we have an understanding of the people's major beliefs and ideas. Life was seen essentially in religious terms, with the physical world as a mere extension of the spiritual. As it did on agriculture, the River Nile exerted a major influence on religion. The principal gods captured the gentle and predictable features of life along the Nile. The river itself was a god. The well-known hymn to the Nile attests to the strong belief held by many people. Hail to thee, O Nile, that issues from the earth and comes to keep Egypt alive. When the Nile floods, offering is made to thee, oxen are sacrificed to thee, birds are fattened for thee, lions are hunted for thee in the desert, fire is provided for thee. An offering is made to every other god, as is done for the Nile. So it is verdant art thou. So it is verdant art thou. So it is, O Nile, verdant art thou, who makest man and cattle to live. 1. As with the ebb and flow of the Nile, so too with life a cycle of birth, life, death, and rebirth or regeneration. Death was not the end of a person but the start of a new life in a spiritual world. Based on the belief that the physical body was still needed in the next world, Egyptians developed the science of mummification, the application of chemicals to dry the body and preserve it for hundreds of years. The mummy was treated with dignity, preserved in a tomb, and provided with all essential needs, food, tools, clothing, weapons, and jewelry. Also in the tomb were servants, represented by painted or sculpted figures, in case the mummy required errands to be run. This burial arrangement reflected the social and political division in society. The pharaohs enjoyed the most lavish burials. The pyramids that housed their corpses were massive, filled with chambers full of goods that reflected their status. The graves of the poor contained just a few items. The sun, regarded as a guardian spirit, was yet another major god. There were many other gods and goddesses, as each district and village had local deities, associated with a variety of sacred animal symbols such as those of the cat, bull, crocodile, jackal, and scarab, a type of beetle. For example, the goddess Bastet had the head of a cat and the body of a woman, and her statues were worshipped in many homes. Animals were believed to have special powers. Just as Egyptians were united by the pharaohs, so too were their gods and goddesses. For example, Re, the great sun god, united all the other gods and goddesses associated with guardianship during the Old Kingdom. During the period of the Middle Kingdom, Re became known as Amon-Re, after the principal sun god of Thebes, the capital city. To take another example, all the gods and goddesses associated with fertility and the vegetation of the Nile were united as one. 40. God, Osiris. The pharaoh, too, could be treated as a god. During the dynastic era, the belief was that the pharaoh was the human representation of Amon-Re or Osiris. Progress was made in other important areas such as art, architecture, and education. Ancient Egypt was famous for its monuments, notably the pyramids and the Great Sphinx. Over 4,000 years old, the Sphinx has the head of a man and the body of a lion and was probably a representation of the sun god. The pyramids were tombs made for the pharaohs. Today, about 80 of these pyramids can be found along the west bank of the Nile. The most famous, which include the Great Pyramid, are located at Giza. Herodotus, the Greek historian of the 5th century BC, described the construction of the Great Pyramid built for Cheops, also known as Khufu, the first pharaoh of the First Dynasty, in about 2600 BC. According to Herodotus, the king forced thousands of Egyptians to work. The stones were obtained from the Arabian mountains, transported across the Nile, and then dragged to the location of the pyramids on a road that took 10 years to build. The pyramid took 20 years to construct, with a heavy cost in resources and people. Burial in pyramids was abandoned during the New Kingdom and was replaced by burial in huge stone caves carved out from mountains in a special area known as the Valley of the Kings near Thebes. One of these impressive stone caves, that of Tutankhamun, a minor pharaoh of the 18th dynasty, was discovered in the 1920s, and its contents are now preserved in the Cairo Museum. The monuments and pyramids provide evidence on architecture and engineering. Talented engineers and architects designed and constructed these structures as well as others. Among the most famous architects of the Old Kingdom was Imhotep, credited with having designed the step pyramid of King Djoser and worshipped as a god after his death. The monuments and pyramids bore the stamp of religion. Each god had its own shrine or temple. The pharaohs devoted considerable resources and time to building their tombs. Talented artists and artisans were retained on a full-time basis to create the gold ornaments, jewelry, and pottery that were placed in the tombs. The walls of the tombs could also be painted with multiple scenes showing the occupations and people of the time. Astronomy and mathematics developed, in part in order to control irrigation and extend the arable land. The floodplain was measured, with results that showed an understanding of geometry and arithmetic. To understand the season and the timing of the flood, Egyptians had to study the stars, moon, and sun, and they eventually came up with the first annual calendar, based on 12 months and 365 days. Furthermore, they were able to create a water clock to measure the time of day, and a Nilometer, which recorded the rise and fall of the waters of the Nile. Education and the bureaucracy were connected. A complex government was managed by civil servants in charge of various responsibilities. Many scribes were required for record keeping. These scribes, all males, were honored. Women of the upper class might also be literate. In the days of the Old Kingdom. 41. Girl musicians, Tomb of Nakht, Egypt. 42. The scribes trained their sons to read and write. During the Middle Kingdom, the training was carried out in schools. By 3000 BC, the Egyptians had developed a system of writing known as hieroglyphics, based on the use of over 600 symbols, signs, and pictures to communicate sounds and words. Hieroglyphics were initially carved on tombs and monuments but later inscribed on papyrus, which presented better writing opportunities. Papyrus was a light, paper-like material made from the pulp of the papyrus plant, which was found in large quantities along the Nile. It was not complicated to make, even with the limited tools available. It was easy to transport, which meant that written words could travel. Hieroglyphics were used initially to estimate taxes and record crop yields but later to record other events, such as the activities of the pharaohs, and for diplomatic correspondence. Thanks to hieroglyphics and the tombs, we have evidence to analyze the civilization of ancient Egypt. 4. The Iron Age and the spread of Bantu speakers, 730 BC+. Next in importance to the agricultural revolution was the revolution involving the use of iron. One of the early centers of iron production, in about 500 BC, was Meroe, the capital of the powerful kingdom of Kush in the area of modern-day Sudan. Other major centers were in central Nigeria and in the area of Lake Victoria. Other than in the Nile Valley, Africa did not experience a Bronze Age as an intermediary period between its Stone Age and Iron Age. The leap to an Iron Age was a revolution with monumental consequences. Better weapons and tools were made. State building was possible as iron-using people were able to conquer their stone-using neighbors and establish political control over them. The construction of settlements and houses was facilitated by the use of metal technology. And mastery of the harsh environment was made easier. With iron, Africa became a leader in innovations and adaptations to the environment. Metalworking, history and significance. The use of metal accelerated the pace of the growth of civilization, contributing in no small measure to the improvement of the techniques and methods used to farm and to domesticate animals. Iron is far superior to stones for making tools, ornaments, and weapons. It is also more manipulable than stone. It can be made into items of various shapes and sizes, used in combination with wood, sharpened to a desired edge, decorated, and refined. Both copper and bronze were used in ancient Egypt. Copper was mined in Sinai, located in the northeast of Egypt, as far back as 4000 BC. The skills of the 44. Spread of iron working in Africa. 45. Benin bronze head. People of the Neolithic age were adequate to mine copper, a soft metal available in a pure metallic form that could be hammered and shaped into various ornaments and implements. To extract it from the ore, people had to devise a system of heating in order to melt copper from rock. When tin and copper were smelted together, they produced an alloy, bronze, a harder metal also suitable for weapons, tools, and ornaments. Knowledge probably grew slowly, but once acquired it became highly valued. Metals were valuable trade items, as they could only be produced in a few places. Having metals and the knowledge of working them was a great source of wealth, as metal objects could be sold in exchange for other important goods. A metal like gold was traded over long distances without losing its value and formed one of the sources of the wealth of Egypt and kingdoms in West Africa such as Ghana, Mali, and Songhai. When a metal was scarce, as in the case of gold, its value was further enhanced. From ancient Egypt, the use of bronze spread along the coastline of North Africa. Early sites of copper working have also been discovered on the southern edges of the Sahara and in central Niger, although the extent to which the peoples in these areas used this metal remains unclear. 46. Iron working was far more complicated than the working of copper or gold, and it consumed a large amount of hardwood charcoal. Iron ore could not just be melted from rock. It has to be extracted in a chemical process. Smelting furnaces had to be made. Charcoal and crushed ore were mixed in the furnace, a fire would be lit, and air pumped into the furnace with bellows. The injected air formed part of the chemical process while it also raised the temperature of the furnace. Heating and adding air involved hours of intensive work. When the furnace was broken, the red iron was removed and then vigorously hammered to remove impurities. The process would leave behind waste slag, which is the main evidence that we have for the early sites, since the final products, iron tools and weapons, hardly survive because of rust. Objects made of iron were superior to those of copper and bronze. Not only was iron ore widely available in many parts of Africa, but iron was a harder metal than copper and tin, and iron objects could be more finely sharpened. There were several early centers of iron production in Africa, and the idea may have evolved independently in several places. The specialized technique of production became known in many regions through the dispersal of knowledge over time. One of the earliest world centers of iron smelting was Anatolia in modern Turkey, where iron was smelted by 1500 BC. Although the knowledge was kept secret by the Hittites of Anatolia for a long time, to retain their military advantage over their neighbors, the technology later spread in Western Asia and ancient Egypt. Because it lacked adequate timber to produce charcoal, Egypt was at a disadvantage and had to remain dependent on bronze until 670 BC, when the Assyrians successfully used iron weapons in their invasion. Thereafter, the Nubian rulers withdrew to the Upper Nile, below the Second Cataract, where they developed the first African kingdom based on iron. This was Kush, with its capital at Meroe, discussed in the next chapter. Iron in West Africa. It remains unclear whether the skill of smelting iron developed in various independent centers in West Africa. There were a number of early smelting centers in the Saharan areas of Mali, Mauritania, and Niger. But it is probable that the knowledge of iron working spread from the Phoenicians in North Africa to the Sahara, then to West Africa. In the quest for trade, the Phoenicians, from the area of modern-day Lebanon, had moved to various parts of North Africa from about 1000 BC. By 800 BC, they had created independent settlements, most notably Carthage, in 814 BC, in modern-day Tunisia. The Phoenicians brought the knowledge of iron smelting with them, introduced it to the region, and engaged in trade within North Africa and beyond. There was also a trade across the Sahara, which brought products from West Africa, gold, ivory, and slaves, to North Africa in exchange for metal goods, books, cloth, and salt. Iron probably spread in the process of this interregional commerce. The Berbers of North Africa acted as the couriers, first learning how to smelt iron, then transmitting it to groups in the Sahara region. 47. Iron smelting was practiced in central Niger, Nigeria, and southern Mali by 500 BC. The Iron Age gave rise to what is now known as the Nok culture, named after a site in Tariga in Nigeria's Middle Belt where ancient artifacts were discovered. Many figurines of terracotta or baked clay were found, in addition to baked clay cooking pots and bowls. The figurines represented animals and human heads. Central Nigeria had been occupied before the Iron Age, thereby suggesting that a Stone Age population had made the transition to the use of iron. By AD 1000, the knowledge of iron working had spread to most parts of West Africa and the rest of the continent, due in part to the migrations of the Bantu people that are discussed in the next section. Iron ore was abundant, and it was put to good use. Iron had a revolutionary impact on the people of Nok and other early iron-working societies in West Africa. Iron created tools and weapons that were far stronger and more efficient than those made of stone, bones, and wood. Spears, hoes, machetes, and axes were powerful tools for farming and hunting, thereby making it possible to increase the food supply. More food improved nutrition and living standards. The population also increased. As people became numerous, they needed more land on which to farm and build houses. Again, iron became useful in expanding the areas that human beings could inhabit. People like the Bantu of West Africa migrated in search of new areas to occupy. The forests could be penetrated, and human beings had the tools to defend themselves from dangerous animals. Succeeding generations built on the achievements of previous generations, while the population moved in various directions within the continent. A process of state formation also began, leading to the emergence of the Kingdom of Ghana and many other states. Iron was a source of military and political power. To have it and to keep the secret of making it was to have access to the means to destroy, subdue, and conquer others. Whether to conquer others or to defend oneself, the need to form a government became important. A village, a town, or a state had to think of security, and leaders emerged to organize the people. The ability to produce more food enabled the creation of specialists who could devote their time to administration, offer services, or produce a wide range of commodities. This division of labor in turn promoted the expansion of trade, from local to international commerce. Again, administrations had to manage trade, increasing specialization in society and growing populations. As in other parts of the continent, the early iron-using states were small and had simple governments. Some were administered by clan elders and chiefs with little power. In other places, the leaders could be powerful kings and their counselors. There were also societies without chiefs, which created democratic arrangements to resolve conflicts. Over time, some areas became highly centralized, example Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, whereas others chose segmentary political systems, example the Igbo of Nigeria. The success of the Iron Age in West Africa contributed significantly to the spread of iron and population in the rest of Africa. The agents of this spread are known as the Bantu. 48. African languages and Bantu expansion. 49. Bantu migrations. Irrespective of where the ideas of agriculture and iron making originated, they had become widespread in all of sub-Saharan Africa by the 5th century AD. This remarkable success has been attributed to one of the largest and most significant population movements in the human experience, that of the Bantu-speaking people. The Bantu were originally from West Africa, members of farming communities who had the skills to smelt and use iron. The full details of the early history of the Bantu-speaking people and their contributions to prehistory may never be known, but broad patterns are gradually emerging. The movements of the Bantu to other parts of Africa lasted for many centuries. The migrations occurred in a series of waves. The people did not all go in the same direction but moved to various parts of eastern, central, and southern Africa. The migrations were uneven and gradual. An ambitious leader could initiate a movement by seceding from a group, leaving an established village with his own group of followers. Early movements are likely to have involved small groups of people, while the process of absorption of the previous hunter-gathering societies may also have been gradual. The series of Bantu migrations involved demography and the transfer of culture and technology through human agency. The migrations occurred in two major streams, Eastern and Western. The Eastern stream involved migrations from West Africa to the Lake District in East Africa, and from there to Southeastern Africa. These series of migrations followed the savanna corridors. The Western stream included various movements from the area of Cameroon to the region of the rainforests in West-Central Africa. The Bantu migrations into the rainforests were completed by the 3rd century AD. The evidence. Theories of the Bantu migrations rely on linguistics and archaeology. The linguistic evidence has revealed an original parent of the Bantu languages. Linguistic scholars have traced the African language family tree, with its various branches. The branches of the language are tied to the movement of people from a single homeland. There is a Bantu family of languages, all connected in various ways, showing that their original sources were similar. The Bantu language family covers what is known as the Niger-Congo language group, which spans most of sub-Saharan Africa. The word stem is NTU, and its variants are common to the languages in the Niger-Congo group. The prefix BA is also common in this language family, and the combination of BA and NTU, which is Bantu, means people. Bantu itself does not refer to any single language in the Niger-Congo group. Within the group, there are about 450 languages, which can all be traced to a single Proto-Bantu language originally spoken in the area of modern-day Cameroon. The Bantu language spread from here eastward to the forest area and southward to the savanna. As the people moved in different directions, they lost touch with their original homeland, and they developed different languages in 50. Their various new homelands. New dialects, new words, and the incorporation of many loan words would transform their languages, moving them further away from the original to the extent that they might not even be able to understand the original language anymore. A new language evolved, although it still belonged to the family of the original parent. Linguistic evidence has affirmed that Proto-Bantu gave birth to many languages. When we turn to the other evidence archaeology, we see that materials have been obtained from a number of early iron-using sites. Since plants, grains, and cooked meals usually do not survive for too many years, evidence of early agriculture tends to be direct. Among the most reliable artifacts are baked clay pottery, slag deposits, and grinding stones. Broken pottery has been highly useful, as certain containers and decorated pots suggest the existence of settled ancient Yoruba terracotta head. 51. Farming communities. The way the pots were made and the decorative patterns and grooves on them can yield valuable information on customs. Styles and methods of decoration could be similar, suggesting relationships among various groups. The spread of Bantu settlements. The movement of the Bantu speakers out of West Africa began as far back as the 1st millennium BC, when some groups penetrated the Congo forest, where they established farming communities using stone tools. Their crops included yams, nuts, and palm oil, while they also tended animals. It remains unclear when and where the transition to the use of iron was made. What is clear is that once iron was known, the spread of Bantu speakers to various parts of eastern, central, and southern Africa was rapid and successful during the early centuries of the first millennium AD. The Asian yam and banana were introduced to Africa in the 2nd century AD, probably through Madagascar by Malayo-Polynesian sailors. These two crops did well and spread quickly, notably in Uganda and the Congo forest. Furnace construction and pottery decorations have suggested some notable differences between Western and Eastern Bantu traditions. In southern Africa, both traditions combined to produce a mixed tradition. References in the literature to Western and Eastern are generally based on people's traditions and pottery styles. To start with a few examples of the Eastern tradition, a pottery style known as Urwi ware has been dated to a period between the 2nd and the 5th centuries AD, although it is much older than this in its origins. At the base of the pots and bowls are indentations, and related pottery has been found in Kenya and Tanzania. From a study of Urwi ware and other distinctive decorative styles, it has been concluded that the Bantu reached many areas in the Lakeland region, the Great Rift Valley, and the areas of modern-day Malawi, the Maputo region in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and southern Africa. Following the Western tradition, iron-working Bantu speakers were already in the Congo forest, northeastern Zambia, and Zimbabwe by the 1st or 2nd century AD. From Zimbabwe, they moved to the Transvaal rural land for farming or grazing in South Africa. What appears to be the dividing line between the Eastern and Western traditions is the Luangwe Valley in eastern Zambia. The significance of the spread of the Bantu. The spread of the Bantu speakers and of iron were inseparable. Indeed, the Bantu are also referred to in the literature as Iron Age farmers just to underscore the connection. Between the 2nd and 5th centuries AD, iron-working farmers spread rapidly to various parts in eastern, central, and southern Africa. Thereafter, their iron-working and farming were consolidated and improved upon, ultimately producing the ability to establish large empires. In the early centuries 52 of expansion, the Bantu settled in areas that were fertile and easy to cultivate. This probably explains the preference for river valleys or high rainfall regions Southeast Africa rather than the Southwest. As the population grew and new streams joined the migrations, other areas were occupied. The Bantu speakers contributed to demographic changes in Africa, not just by being migrants to new areas but by creating conditions favorable to population increase. New cultures emerged where the Iron Age farmers established themselves. This involved a process of intermarriage and cultural fusion that led to the creation of new, distinctive cultures in many places. The search for areas to settle also involved the availability of sources of raw materials. This involved the availability not only of ore but also of hardwood to produce sufficient charcoal to feed the fire in the furnaces. Other materials such as stone axes and clay to build furnaces were more readily available. Bantu migrants transformed the indigenous Stone Age populations wherever they went. In some areas, they cohabited and exchanged products, as in the case of Bantu settlers and the Stone Age people in Tanzania. In some other areas, as in many parts of Central and Southern Africa, the Bantu were able to absorb into their groups a number of Khoisan hunter-gatherers. And there were also cases where hosts who could not adapt to Bantu culture and economic practices were forced to migrate elsewhere. The Bantu had the skills and knowledge of iron working, farming, and animal domestication. Thus, they tended to be more culturally advanced than their hosts. They introduced iron and farming to many areas. Farming was the major occupation. Sorghum and millets were the major crops, but the list of others was long, including beans, all kinds of fruits, and melons. A number of farmers kept a few domestic animals such as sheep, goats, chickens, and pigs. Fishing and hunting were done where circumstances permitted. The use of space recognized the role of farming as the basis of the economy. The environment supplied most needs. The early settlements were mostly small villages, with fewer than 15 houses. However, there were large villages as well, as in Natal in South Africa. People lived in round houses, built with clay and poles. Also within the village would be storage bins for seeds and surplus grains. Livestock pens to confine domestic animals would complete the landscape of the village, with all the buildings arranged in a circle. The villages were mainly self-sufficient in access to many basic necessities. However, conditions for trade existed, especially to obtain commodities, such as salt, that could only be produced in certain places. When an area ran out of iron ore, its people had to depend on trade to obtain tools and weapons. The Bantu speakers contributed to the formation of new forms of social and political organization. The village constituted the basis of government. In a small village, the political community was probably no more than a group of family members. The women not only took care of children, they also prepared the food and tended crops. Men were probably acquiring dominance, in part because of their control of iron and production. Men were the hunters and in many places. 53. Also organized the trade between villages. In addition, the Bantu speakers contributed to the process of state formation and have been credited with the establishment of a number of kingdoms such as Zimbabwe and Congo. The spread of Iron Age farmers in Africa ultimately brought the Stone Age to an end and instigated major changes in economy and politics. 5. The rise of Kush and Aksum, 730 B.C. The first Iron Age kingdom, Kush. Egypt was not the only civilization in the Nile Valley, see chapter 3. While Egypt grew in the lower Nile Valley, other states flourished in the upper Nile Valley in an area known as the Sudan. Both Kush and Aksum emerged in the regions of the upper Nile and Ethiopia. The Kush kingdom, with its famous capital at Meroe, was created by the Nubians located on the upper Nile. This area was very closely connected with ancient Egypt. Trade relations began during the Old Kingdom. However, by 1500 BC, Egyptian rule had been extended over the Nubian hinterland, as far as the Fourth Cataract, in order to establish greater control of trade. Egyptian control lasted for about 500 years, during which time Egyptian temples, towns, and influence emerged in the region. The Nubian ruling class also adopted Egyptian culture, especially religion and art. When the Egyptian dynasties of the New Kingdom collapsed, Egypt withdrew from the Nubian area. Starting from about 1000 BC, the Nubian rulers began to build a new kingdom that the Egyptians called Kush. The Nubian rulers of Kush continued to use Egyptian ideas and culture, even modeling their kingdom after that of Egypt. By 730 BC, they had become independent and powerful enough even to invade Egypt and establish control at Thebes. Known as the Ethiopian dynasty, the Nubians governed Egypt for 60 years. This political control did not translate into any cultural change, as the Nubian leaders worshipped Egyptian gods, used the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, and even inscribed their names on Egyptian temples. 55. Kush and Middle Kingdom Egypt. 56. In 670 BC, the Assyrians invaded Lower Egypt and forced the Kushites to withdraw to Nubia, where they established a new kingdom, located at Napata, close to the Fourth Cataract. Years later, the Kushites were forced to abandon Napata and move to Meroe, a decision that led to major consequences. The island of Meroe was located between the rivers Nile and Atbara. The location offered many advantages. It was more secure from attacks by Egypt. The threat of Egyptian invasion was real, and a decisive attack had been launched against Napata in 593 BC. Meroe was located further south, near the Sixth Cataract, and had one advantage that could enhance its military capability, the availability of iron resources. The Meroe region had both iron ore and hardwood timber. The Assyrians had shown the superiority of iron technology over that of copper and bronze. The Nubians knew that the security of their kingdom now depended on building an iron industry. Thus at Meroe, an iron-using state emerged. Iron improved their weapons and gave them better arrows and spears for hunting, hoes for plowing, and axes for felling timber. The potential for the economy was enormous. The Miro region was also well suited to agriculture. Unlike Nepeta, Miro provided access to a large expanse of land. Iron tools were, however, necessary in this tropical rainfall region. On the floodplain of the lower Nile, such tools were not required. In Miro, the floodplain was smaller and the Nile Valley was narrower. In the older city of Nepeta, the land available was not even enough to support a growing population. At Miro, iron tools enabled the people to tame the land, well beyond the areas close to the river, and also to develop an agricultural system that was later to become common in the African savanna. They were able to cultivate tropical millet and sorghum and graze cattle, thereby developing a successful mixed farming economy. As with Egypt, where agriculture was also successful, Miro was able to use its surplus to promote trade. Miro also enjoyed a favorable location for trade. Trading parties going to Egypt could detour to Miro and rejoin the Nile near the town now known as Pharos. Such a detour actually enabled them to avoid the obstacles of the third and second cataracts on the Nile. Miro also had an outlet to the Red Sea. Should relations with Egypt become strained, this provided an alternative trade route. As the Red Sea grew in importance as a major route between the Mediterranean, India, and the Far East, Miro also profited immensely. Indeed, the extensive use of the Red Sea for trade purposes actually enhanced the prosperity of Miro, which was able to export ostrich feathers, gold, ivory, ebony, and leopard skins. Miro became a major city, supported by its iron industry and trade. Political and economic success enabled the creation of what is now known as the Meroitic civilization. The use of iron created some new elements in the Meroitic economy, in contrast to that of Egypt. The major industrial occupations were iron smelting and tool making. The success of the Kingdom of Miro resulted from its ability to produce large quantities of superior iron weapons and tools. It was not dependent on irrigation and a floodplain but on savanna land cleared with iron implements. 57. Its inhabitants concentrated on tropical cereals. Unlike the Egyptian farmers who lived in a densely populated land and were closely controlled by the agents of the pharaohs, the peasants of Miro were scattered over a larger area, divided into many villages governed by less powerful officials. Although they paid taxes, their assessment was not as rigorous as in Egypt. The pastoralists had more land and enjoyed a greater degree of autonomy than their Egyptian counterparts. The seat of government was the city of Miro. The king, the bureaucrats, and the craftsmen who worked for the court all lived there. The king was an absolute monarch. Although there was a ruling family, a candidate had to be approved by the nobles and priests. A few unpopular monarchs were removed. The king's mother exercised tremendous influence. The king controlled trade and derived considerable revenues from the export of mining and hunting products. Hunting on behalf of the king produced elephants, leopards, and ostriches. Hunters also served as soldiers in war, and trained elephants were used in war. Meroitic culture and society. Miro passed through stages, including an initial stage of duplicating Egyptian culture and a later phase of indigenization and creativity that led to a distinctive Meroitic culture. In the early phase, Meroitic religion and politics were shaped by those of Egypt. The founding rulers described themselves as kings of Upper and Lower Egypt, although their influence was among the Nubians. The kings had pyramids built over their tombs. Egyptian hieroglyphics were adopted, and Egyptian was used as the official language. Egyptian gods were adopted. The second stage saw the development of a distinctive Meroitic culture. The Meroitic language replaced the Egyptian one, and a Meroitic script was invented. In religion, while Egyptian gods were retained, new ones were added. The most notable addition was Apt-Emek, the lion god, associated with the southern Nile, that is, the Nubian area. A priesthood of Apt-Emek was created, which kept live lions as symbols. The priests of Apt-Emek and other gods were influential, rich, and powerful. The god himself was represented either by the head of a lion and the body of a snake or by the head of a lion and the body of a man. he was a warrior god and was also associated with wisdom and learning. One notable prayer to Apt-Emek has survived as an inscription written in Egyptian hieroglyphics: "Thou are greeted, Apt-Emek, Lord of Naka. Great God, Lord of Musawarat Safra. Splendid God, at the head of Nubia. Lion of the South, strong of arm. Great God, the one who comes to those who call him. The one who carries the secret, concealed in his being, who was not seen by any eye. Who is a companion for men and women, who will not be hindered in heaven and earth. Who procures nourishment for all men in this his name, perfect awakener, the one who hurls his hot breath against his enemy, in this his name, great of power. Who kills the enemy. The one who punishes all who commit crimes against him. Who prepares the place for those who give themselves to him. Who gives to those who call to him. Lord of life, great in his sight. 1. 58. Meroitic art and architecture also had their own features. Statues, pictures, and engravings of tropical animals like giraffes, lions, elephants, and ostriches were made. So also was pottery, for domestic use and decoration. Meroitic pyramids were small in size and regular in shape. The end of Mero. Mero used its iron weapons and trained elephants to stabilize its kingdom for many years. However, it eventually began to experience a decline. An ambition to expand the kingdom to Lower Nubia between the First and Second Cataracts led to wars with Egypt and its Roman rulers. A Roman counterattack in about 23 BC ended in disaster for Mero. Not only did the Egyptian army reach Napata, but it ruined many areas and carried away thousands as captives, who were later sold into slavery. Mero survived and was actually prosperous and stable again between 12 BC and AD 12. For another 2 centuries, relations with Egypt were peaceful, and Mero profited from regional trade. The kingdom came to an end in about AD 300. It lost its advantages from producing iron, having overexploited its timber resources. Its land, too, became less productive for agriculture, perhaps due to erosion. It also lost considerable revenues from regional trade, due in part to the decline in demand for its exports and the vigorous competition and challenges offered by its neighbor, Exum, for the control of the Red Sea trade to the Indian Ocean. In ca. AD 350, an attack by King Izana of Exum brought the city of Mero to an inglorious end. The rise of Exum. The second impressive kingdom in the region was Exum, which also built great structures, created a written language, adopted Christianity, and profited from international trade. Exum was located in the Ethiopian highlands east and south of Kush. The area was populated in ancient times. By the 1st century AD, Exum had grown into a powerful kingdom. The king credited with the foundation of the kingdom is Izana, AD 320–50. He was able to build a strong army that was used to establish control of various areas. Izana's success in defeating Kush gave Exum greater control of the Red Sea trade. Thereafter, Izana consolidated both his own power and that of his kingdom and created a period of great prosperity. Control was established over a number of vassal states that sent tributes to the king. The kingdom continued to prosper long after Izana died. It brought more areas under its control. Even during the 6th century AD, when its fame was diminishing, it was able to extend beyond the Red Sea to incorporate the region of Saba, in modern Yemen. Exum culture and society. The kingdom was governed by a powerful king, who resided in the capital. The king exercised direct power in the capital territory, and he delegated power. 59. Kingdom of Exum. 60. To regional leaders in the provincial areas. Leading chiefs as well as civil servants managed the administration. Levies and tributes were collected from the provinces. When areas asserted their independence, they also refused to remit the tributes. The king also derived revenues from the control of the import and export trade. In addition, the peasants who used the irrigated and terraced agricultural land had to pay for it. Like Kush, Exum drew substantial wealth from the Red Sea trade with India. Exum was a center of long-distance commerce, able to dominate the African market of the Red Sea trade for over 300 years between the 4th and 8th centuries AD. Exum exported rhinoceros horn, war elephants, incense, and tortoise shell to Mediterranean markets. As imports, it received olive oil, silk, muslins, wine, glass, and brass and copper objects. A thriving seaport was established at Atolis, growing to become the most famous ivory market in Northeast Africa. Exum was a prosperous kingdom. The king collected taxes on imports and exports, in addition to establishing control of foreign trade. The kingdom minted its own coins, which eased commercial transactions, especially at Atolis. A successful commercial economy did not mean that Exum abandoned agriculture. It had people with skills in tropical agriculture, as well as skills in terracing and irrigating desert land. Many farmers exploited the fertile foothills and valleys of Tigray and Amhara. A vibrant culture emerged. Many people were literate, and they were able to develop a written language, known as Ge'ez, which later evolved into the modern Amhara language in Ethiopia. Ezana was one of the earliest kings in Africa to become a Christian. In addition, he made Christianity the official religion of Exum. Conversion was a major decision, made partly to use religion to unite the kingdom or maintain strong control over the people. According to the granite inscriptions on Ezana's monument, he probably also believed that the religion would improve the administration of his kingdom. I will rule the people with righteousness and justice, and will not oppress them, and may they preserve this throne which I have set up for the Lord of heaven. The religious legacy has been enduring, lasting long after the collapse of the kingdom of Exum. King Ezana established the foundation of what is now known as the Ethiopian Church. The adoption of Christianity enabled Exum to strengthen its trade relations with the eastern Mediterranean, which was controlled by the Greeks. Christianity continued to grow throughout the life of the kingdom and developed its own distinctive traditions. The fall of Exum. The prosperity of Exum began to decline from the 7th century AD for two major reasons. First, its agricultural and commercial production declined. This has been attributed to environmental degradation caused by uncontrollable erosion, excessive land use, and reckless deforestation. 61. The second and the more important reason was that Exum lost its commercial power to Persia, a major trading rival, which was able to gain control of the Red Sea trade from about AD 600. The Persians expelled Exum from the Arabian Peninsula. 100 years later, more losses were incurred when the Arabs began to take control of the African and Arabian sectors of the Red Sea trade. The spread of Islam in Western Asia and Northern Africa gave the Arabs a great political and commercial advantage. The trade between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean that used to pass through the Red Sea was diverted to Arabia through the Persian Gulf. Losing most of its lucrative trade, the kingdom of Exum lacked the resources to compete. By about AD 800, Exum had moved its capital south into the interior of the Ethiopian highlands, and its kingdom had become very much reduced. Without the revenues to sustain the kings and nobles, the kingdom became dependent on agriculture. A landed aristocracy emerged, but they were not as rich as their predecessors who had depended on commerce. The kingdom was isolated, and Arab and Greek influence declined. The most enduring legacy became the Christian religion, which survived the end of the kingdom. Exum was able to use its isolation to develop an African Christian culture and to escape the spread of Islam after the 7th century. 6. The Greeks and Romans in North Africa, 332 BC+. Today, so deep and prevalent is the Arab impact on North Africa that it is seldom remembered that the region witnessed the penetration and spread of Hellenic, Phoenician, and Roman cultures before the age of Islam in the 7th century AD. The Greeks established a dynasty in Egypt in 332 BC that lasted till the Roman conquest in 30 BC. The Greeks and the Romans had varying degrees of influence in other parts of North Africa. Egypt under the Ptolemies. Economy. Ptolemy was the first of the 15 Greek-speaking pharaohs who ruled Egypt during a period of 300 years. Trade was of paramount importance to the Greeks. Egypt was regarded as an important part of the international trading network. It was strategically located to tap the products of the Indian Ocean and the African interior in exchange for those of Mediterranean Europe. Egypt also had the fertile land to produce sufficient food for a large number of administrators and merchants stationed in the region. So important was the interest in trade that by 250 BC the dynasty had assembled a huge trading fleet of almost 4,000 ships. To maximize its trading advantages, the dynasty established Alexandria, a trading city suitably located in the Nile Delta, on the Mediterranean coast. Two other cities were equally famous, Naucratis, a Greek emporium, and Ptolemy. In addition, the Greek dynasty created the new port city of Paraetonium. The various projects to promote trade achieved their desired results. A merchant class was established in Egypt. Alexandria grew into an important city. The 63. Greeks and Romans in North Africa. 64. Egyptian trading network expanded, and trade with the African interior flourished, contributing to the growth of Miro and later Ixum. The Arabian camel, instead of the Egyptian donkey, became popular and effective as a pack animal used in crossing the desert between the Nile and the Red Sea. The camel was able to cope with water shortage and desert heat. The Greek-speaking leaders and the merchant class lived a comfortable life, maintained by the profits from the trade and the taxes collected from the Egyptian peasants. Throughout the period of Greek and Roman rule, the port of Alexandria was the leading commercial center in the Mediterranean. From here, Egypt exported grains and other agricultural products, papyrus, the cheapest writing material at the time, perfumes, medicaments, linen, and jewelry. From India and Arabia came ships that docked on the Red Sea coast, bringing with them goods of Oriental and African origins, such as ebony, ivory, pearls, precious stones, textiles, incense, and spices. These were carried overland, then down the Nile to Alexandria, where they were again transported by sea to the west. Animals were among the most desired articles of trade. Lions, camels, rhinoceroses, ostriches, crocodiles, and hippopotami were all taken to the major fighting arenas of the Roman world. Agriculture grew as well. The Ptolemies were able to reclaim additional land in the fertile basin, which was distributed as agricultural land to peasants. However, the peasants experienced very harsh treatment. Not only did they have to pay more tax, but the system of collection could be draconian. The Greek-appointed tax collectors penetrated the nooks and crannies of the land to add to the list of taxpayers. They added to the tax as well, by remeasuring the floodplain in order to re-evaluate taxes. They set peasants against each other, by rewarding with more land those who promised to pay additional taxes, thereby punishing those who, for one reason or another, were unable to farm large areas. The Ptolemies tried to defend Egypt from their rivals, and they also attempted wars of expansion. In the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, they were constantly at war with their rivals, Macedonia and Syria, mainly to control the eastern Mediterranean. The Ptolemies were able to build a fleet that mastered the seas, conquered Cyprus and Cyrenaica, and imposed their garrisons in the Aegean Islands and in some cities on the mainland of southern and western Asia Minor. Impact of Greek culture. This period was noted for cultural changes and the exchange of cultures between the Greeks and the Egyptians. The Greeks had long respected the Egyptians, holding their arts and religion in very high regard. Indeed, many notable Greek scholars regarded Egypt as the most civilized place, with an advanced religion, clean people, and orderly government. The Greeks actually invented the word civilized, and its application to Egypt fitted what they had in mind, a politically stable society where arts and religion flourished. The Greeks knew that they had much to learn from Egypt. The Greeks exploited Egypt in a way that 65. Damaged many of its established cultural practices and beliefs. They were, however, able to borrow many aspects of Egyptian religion, arts, and sciences, which were integrated into the Greek cultural system. First, the period saw an impact on languages and writing. The use of the ancient Egyptian language declined, as the use of the Greek language spread. Nobles and civil servants used Greeks for official transactions. As Egyptian scribes were replaced, the training of new scribes was conducted in Greek. Egyptian hieroglyphics were abandoned and replaced by the simpler Greek writing. Second, an enduring legacy of this period can be found in two names: Ethiopia and Libya. The Greeks invented the words Ethiopian to describe the blacks who lived to the south of Egypt, and Libyan to describe those who lived to the west of Egypt. Both names now refer to modern African countries. Third, Alexandria emerged as a leading city of culture, a reputation that survived the fall of the Ptolemies. In Alexandria, many cultures intermixed and intermarried, and the cosmopolitan city became home to Egyptians, Greeks, and Jews. Many of the Egyptian Copts who adopted aspects of Greek culture became known as Alexandrians. A great library was built in Alexandria, reflecting the attention to scholarship and the pursuit of knowledge. The city was also famous for its book trade, which supplied the literate citizens of the Nile Valley. Knowledge advanced in the fields of medicine, physics, mathematics, mechanics, and geography. The cumulative knowledge of the Egyptians over a 3,000-year period was built upon in many new and creative ways. Religious ideas received great attention. When Christianity was introduced, Alexandria became a leading center of theological discussions. It was also here that other leading philosophical ideas were developed, notably Gnosticism. Gnosis is the Greek word for knowledge, and Gnosticism is the subconscious knowledge derived from insight and self-awareness rather than reason. Gnosticism was a way to seek knowledge about God and other spiritual powers. When Christianity began to spread, Gnosticism was regarded as opposed to the new religion, and the movement was dismissed as a heresy. Finally, Egyptian culture interacted with other Mediterranean cultures, taking from others but also giving to them. Reliance on the Greeks and Macedonians in the bureaucracy and armies attracted many people with their cultures. The Greeks did not ignore all Egyptian local customs or the religious roles of the pharaohs. They built new temples to the ancient Egyptian gods, and they employed Egyptians in their administration. A number of Oriental cults spread in the Greco-Roman world. Even after the Romans had conquered Egypt, the fusion of Greek and Egyptian cultures known as Hellenism did not come to an end. The Ptolemies promoted the spread of the Egyptian cult of Osiris and Apis, which became popular in the West. The goddess Isis also became well known and was later adopted by the Romans as one of their official deities. Roman villas were decorated with ideas from the landscapes of Egypt. Obelisks from Egyptian temples as well as Egyptian granite were taken to adorn Roman buildings. 66. The Roman era. The coastal areas of North Africa had experienced external invasions and control by the Phoenicians and Greeks. By the mid-1st century AD, the Romans were able to extend their empire to many parts of Western Europe and the entire Mediterranean world. Rome conquered Carthage in 146 BC. This North African extension was named Africa by the Romans, a name that was later applied to the entire continent. 2 centuries later, the Romans extended their control over the Berber populations to the west of Carthage, then known as the kingdoms of Numidia and Mauritania. As with the Greeks in Egypt, the Romans regarded North Africa as an economic estate to be maximally exploited for grain and olive oil. Agricultural resources were fully tapped, especially the production of wheat in the coastal plains and olive trees in the dry areas of the hinterland. The land devoted to these two products was expanded and the products sent to Rome, not to be sold but to be distributed freely to privileged citizens. In the case of Egypt, the major goal of Roman economic policy was to produce grains for Rome. The peasantry was heavily taxed to the point that it became unprofitable for many farmers to work on their lands. Instead, they took to banditry. Africans were heavily taxed in order for the Roman elite to enjoy themselves. To protect the supply of grains from Egypt, the Romans ensured that troublemakers from Rome would not have access to the territory. The governor of Egypt itself was a prefect of equestrian rank, to ensure obedience to the emperor in Rome. The borders of Egypt were protected to prevent external attacks. The Romans transferred to North Africa their ideas of class and privilege. Distinct class and occupational lines emerged in their colonies. The Roman administrators and wealthy people, mainly Romanized Carthaginians, a mixed group of Phoenicians and Berbers, lived in the major towns and coastal cities. Many of the members of this privileged class had huge farm estates where they used slave labor. The Romans built an urban culture, with about 500 cities having a total population of 2 million. Within the cities were great buildings, while a network of roads linked the cities with one another and with the ports along the coast. The lower class, the vast majority of the population, lived outside the cities and estates. These were the indigenous Berbers, tenaciously clinging to their culture and language and eager to free themselves from the exploitative colonial rule. The Roman authorities promised to offer them protection against raids from desert nomads, but this was never provided. The Berbers were resentful of the Roman tax collectors. The Romans allowed the Berbers to stay on their land but imposed heavy taxes on them. Other classes were treated by the Romans as low, poor, or outcasts. Slaves worked on the estates of the rich. Mainly Berbers, they were captured in the desert. The nomads constituted a class of their own, located outside the farming areas. They herded sheep, goats, and cattle. Their political allegiance was loose, sometimes to nomadic leaders, sometimes to Berber princes, and sometimes to 67. The Romans. They did not necessarily consider themselves as part of the Roman Empire, and the majority of them actually lived outside the areas defined as Roman provinces. Peace was difficult to maintain in areas far removed from towns and estates. The most unstable areas were the southern fringes of the empire, which Berbers from the Sahara Desert attacked at various times. All efforts to patrol these areas proved abortive. In addition, there were always Berber chieftains who were seeking independence. By the 4th century AD, a number of chiefs in the areas known as Numidia and Mauritania had declared their independence. Early in the 5th century, the northern European Vandals attacked the Romans and drove them out of North Africa. A new religion, Christianity. The period of Greco-Roman rule coincided with the spread of Christianity in many parts of North and Northeast Africa from the 1st to the 6th century AD. Although Christianity did not spread to many parts of Africa until the 19th century and later, the early beginnings were significant, see chapter 15. Alexandria, the hub of commerce in Egypt, was also the most important center of Christendom during the 1st century AD. The city was home to great theologians who defined the new religion, as well as a bishopric probably established by Mark, the disciple and gospel writer. The Septuagint, the oldest Greek translation of the Bible, was made at Alexandria. Christianity also received some support from the people. The new religion appealed to the urban poor and the peasants, perhaps because it offered hope, at least, of an afterlife. The people despised the Roman tax collectors. If the secular authorities could not save them, the message of Christianity told them that they would not suffer for long or, at least, their suffering would end on earth. To those who suffered hardships and oppression, the promise of a better afterlife drew them to Christianity. In Egypt and other parts of Africa, Christianity offered an opportunity to express nationalist sentiments against Roman rule. The emperor, regarding himself as the pharaoh did, saw in Christianity a great challenge to his divine authority and power. Turning to Christianity was interpreted as turning against the emperor. Until the early 4th century, Christians suffered a great deal of persecution. Certain elements of Egyptian culture made Christianity appealing to the people. They had previously believed in some of the fundamentals of the new Christian theology, such as the resurrection of the dead, an afterlife with punishments and rewards, the idea that a God, like Jesus Christ, could be put to death, and the idea that a child could have an earthly mother without a father, as in the birth of Jesus. There was also the growth of a monastic culture, in part to escape oppression by the government officials and other worldly problems. A group of devout people would seclude themselves to dedicate themselves primarily to worship. 68. Rather than concerning themselves with worldly issues, they meditated on the spiritual. Christianity spread westward, reaching the Berber-speaking peoples. Resentment to Roman rule became a reason why many converted, in spite of the threat of persecution. The Berber-speaking Christians were treated as enemies of the Roman Empire. The persecution of the early Christian Church ended in AD 302. 10 years later, Emperor Constantine converted to Christianity, which thus became the official religion. Conversion to Christianity continued, but anti-Roman nationalism took another turn. The most notable rejection of the official Roman Church was the formation of the Donatists by about 400 North African bishops. The Donatists among the indigenous Berber population were able to blend with Christianity many of their local customs and beliefs. A number of new ceremonies and doctrines were added to Christian practices. Donatist Christianity was a source of unity among its members. The Donatist bishops and their followers were persecuted, but many refused to yield. Many even sought martyrdom because they believed that it would secure their salvation. Among the staunch supporters of the Roman Church was Aurelius Augustinus, AD 354–430, who became one of the most prominent founding fathers of the Church and a saint, now known as Saint Augustine of Hippo. A similar development occurred in Egypt, where the Coptic Church, practicing monophysitism, developed in spite of vigorous opposition by the Roman Church. Among the major beliefs of the monophysites was that Jesus, being divine, could never have been a human being. The official Roman Church dismissed this belief as heretical and expelled those who subscribed to it. The majority of Egyptians took to monophysitism, thus creating an identity for themselves with their own practices, including a monastic tradition and the use of the local Coptic language. Egyptian monophysite missionaries spread Christianity to the south, notably into Nubia, in the 6th and 7th centuries. 3 Christian Nubian kingdoms emerged: Noba, Makura, and Alway, with prosperous Christians in power. Some of the wealth was spent on church buildings and monasteries. Suggestions for further reading: Bernal, Martin. Black Athena, The Afro-Asiatic Roots of Classical Civilization. New Brunswick, N.J., Rutgers University Press, 1987. Falola, Toyin, ed. Africa. Volume 1, African History Before 1885. Durham, N.C., Carolina Academic Press, 2000. Chapter 11. Mokhtar, G., ed. UNESCO General History of Africa. Volume 2, Ancient Civilizations of Africa. Berkeley, University of California Press, 1981. Sharp, Samuel. Egyptian Mythology and Egyptian Christianity with Their Influences on the Opinions of Modern Christendom. London, Carter Publishers, 1896. 69. 7. Ethiopia, The Emergence of a Christian Kingdom, AD 1250+. The glory of Aksum, see Chapter 5, was restored in the central highlands of the Ethiopian interior during the 12th century. Before 1150, Ethiopia was no more than an isolated Christian state, a farming society dominated by a landed aristocracy. It was militarily weak and unable to even withstand the forces of its southern neighbors in the Shoa, or Shoa, plateau. However, from the early 11th century, its fortune began to change, partly because of the revival of the Red Sea trade. The Ethiopian economy now broadened to include participation in regional and international trade, as it established trade links north of Atolis, the old port of Aksum, through which it reached the islands of Dahlak. 2 powerful dynasties emerged, the Zagwe and the Solomonid. The Zagwe dynasty, 1150–1270. The revival of Ethiopia was due to the emergence of the Zagwe dynasty, founded by a commoner, Tekle Haymanot. The Zagwe overthrew the Aksumite line of kings, centralized power, established a new capital at Atafa, built a large army, promoted Christianity, and embarked on aggressive territorial expansion that led to the creation of the Ethiopian kingdom. The rulers of the Zagwe dynasty reorganized the administration and politics. First, they replaced many state officials. The old ruling families in many towns and villages were dropped in preference for associates and members of the royal family and military commanders who practiced Christianity. The provincial governors were charged with the responsibility of maintaining security, sending men 70 to serve in the army whenever the capital called upon them to do so, ensuring that trade remained undisturbed and traders were secure, and generating resources, through taxation, to finance the central administration. Second, the Zagwe spent time and resources on the army. From its safe location in the Central Highlands, the Ethiopian state conquered areas south of Lake Tana and the Shoa Plateau. Conquered areas were administered by powerful governors who enjoyed a great deal of autonomy. Third, they benefited from international trade, with Ethiopia becoming the most important supplier of myrrh and frankincense to the Muslim world. Ethiopia was also a major supplier of slaves, especially women who became domestics and concubines of Muslims in Yemen and southwestern Arabia. The trade was highly lucrative, and the slaves came mainly as war captives from the people around the south of Lake Tana. In addition, the trade supplied small quantities of ivory and gold to Egypt. Under King Lalibela during the 13th century, Ethiopia became prosperous and famous, able to maintain diplomatic relations with Cairo and finance expensive public projects. The political and religious officials were rewarded in various ways. Many were appointed as provincial governors, with power to impose tax on the subject population and keep some of the proceeds. Leading officers of state were granted extensive personal estates where they put people to work for them producing food and other items. Christian missionaries were allowed to operate in conquered areas, being granted free land by the Zagwe kings and protected by the governors. The missionaries established churches and monasteries, spread a Christian culture, and provided religious education to many people. Ethiopia's survival and progress depended on the monarchy and the church. When the king was strong, the kingdom was united and strong. When the king was weak or young, the aristocrats and noblemen took advantage, asserting themselves and even governing the districts as autonomous leaders. The church was involved in politics. The abuna, bishop, was a powerful force. When the monasteries and the abuna supported the emperor, the kingdom was united and strong. But there were times when competition was so intense that the position of abuna was vacant or powerful monasteries failed to fully support the king. Christianity. Ethiopia is one of the earliest and most successful centers of Christianity in Africa. Irrespective of the political fortune of the kingdom, it always maintained its Christian tradition. Ethiopia regarded itself as part of the Egyptian Coptic Church, an important part of the early Archdiocese of Alexandria. Even with the rise of Islam in North Africa and the decline of the Coptic Church, Ethiopia was committed to the appointment of an Egyptian as its leading bishop. The Zagwe kings supported the Ethiopian Church in maintaining relations with the Holy Land in Palestine and also contributed to the prestige of Christianity. 71. As a religion and way of life. Ethiopian missionaries and other Christians used the established trade routes with Egypt to travel to Jerusalem. Ethiopian Christianity continued to develop in its own distinctive way. Its church leaders remained true to the monastic tradition that dated back to the 6th century. The missionaries of the Zagwe era continued to preach the old monophysite religion. The theological influence was drawn from the Old Testament. Facing the growing power of Islam, and neighbors committed to indigenous religions, the Ethiopians used Christianity to forge an identity for themselves. They believed that they were the chosen people of God and the real descendants of ancient Israel. With its rituals and beliefs drawn from what was perceived to be uncorrupted Christianity, Ethiopia stood as an outpost of the religion. The church also contributed to the painted ceiling, Debre Birhan Church, Ethiopia. 72. Solomonid Ethiopia and Adal. 73. Development of education, literature, and the arts. The monasteries served as educational centers, and monks devoted considerable time to intellectual pursuits. One legacy of the Zagwe era that has survived till today is the solid rock churches of Lalibela. A series of impressive churches, all monoliths, were created by the Ethiopian monks in the 13th century, during the reign of King Lalibela, 1200 to 1250, the greatest of the Zagwe rulers. These churches, 11 of which have been discovered, were hewn out of rock in the Adafar region. A set of smaller churches, also carved out of mountains, have been discovered in Tigray. Given the slow and laborious process required, only the most dedicated could have contemplated such a project and carried it through to its conclusion. Each church was named after a site in Jerusalem, further evidence of the link, such as Golgotha, the tomb of Jesus Christ. The Solomonid dynasty, 1270 to 1550. A new line of kings was established in 1270. Known as the Solomonids, they based their claim to power on an old Aksum belief that a traditional union was crown of Emperor Menelik II, Ethiopia. 74. Aided with the marriage of King Solomon to the Aksumite Queen of Sheba, Saba. They traced their descent from this union. Members of the dynasty originated in the Amhara region, in the Central Highlands, speaking the Amharic language, now widely used in modern Ethiopia. In keeping with the traditions of their claims to power, the Solomonid kings created elaborate rituals, and kingship was regarded as divine. The Kebra Nagast, Glory of Kings, an older document, was refined to state the claim of this dynasty to power. Now one of the most important documents in Ethiopian history, the Chronicle states that Yekono Amlik and his successors were descendants of King Solomon of Israel. To narrate the story, which remains important even till today, Makeda, the Queen of Sheba, visited Jerusalem and later gave birth to Solomon's son Ebna Hakim, who later became King Menelik I of Ethiopia, consecrated by his father. Unhappy about how his mother was treated, Menelik I stole the Ark of the Covenant and took it to Ethiopia. Thereafter, the laws of Israel were established in Ethiopia. Whether the legend is accurate or not is not the issue, but there is a strong belief that the Ark of the Covenant is still in Ethiopia and that all Ethiopian kings must trace their descent from Solomon. The Solomonid dynasty brought many changes to Ethiopian politics and society. After a civil war in the 1290s, a system was put in place to check all ambitious members of the royal family. As soon as a new king was installed, a list of possible rivals to the throne was compiled, and they were then confined to Mount Jishan, a secure mountain fortress guarded by soldiers. The number of detained princes increased, as the practice continued for over 200 years. Detained on what was known as the Mountain of Kings, the exiled princes enjoyed amenities within Mount Jishan, and many took to a life of serious religious meditation, writing, and composition of songs. The Solomonid kings also exercised more power than many of their predecessors. A chronicle dealing with one of them, Emperor Zara Yacob, 1434–68, written about 50 years after his death, described the king as severe and authoritarian. He was so much opposed to pagan worship that many people were put to death. Monks who showed little devotion to Christianity were punished. Yacob appointed his sisters as governors to administer the provinces, and all the peoples trembled before the undaunted might of the king. The account of his coronation showed that the Ethiopian kings had substantial wealth. After arriving within the walls of Aksum, the king had brought to him much gold which he scattered as far as the city gate on the carpets which were spread along his route. This amount of gold was more than 100 ounces. A 16th century record indicated that the power of the king and members of his court was sometimes oppressive, and the citizens were not always happy with their rulers. There would be much fruit and much more cultivation in the country, if the great men did not ill-treat the people, for they take whatever they have. The latter are thus not willing to provide more than they require and what is necessary for themselves. 75. In no part that we went about in were there butchers' shops, except at the court, and nobody from the common people may kill a cow, even though it is his own, without leave from the lord of the country. The people are afraid of excommunication, and if they are ordered to do something that is to their disadvantage they do it from fear of excommunication. Point 3. For instance, in the southern districts of Hadia, Ifat, and Shoa, the people were displeased with their governors. The majority of the farming population refused to adopt Christianity, and they regarded with hostility the Christian aristocrats who exploited them. Local governors created large estates, using the labor of the local population for their personal benefit. As with most dynasties, the Solomonid kings protected the territories they already possessed while expanding into other areas and strengthening the central government at the same time. During the 14th and 15th centuries, they expanded southward. The aims of the expansion were to increase the size of the kingdom, obtain more revenues from conquered areas, control the trade routes of the Shoa Plateau, and spread Christianity. They recorded significant successes, although they were to initiate a long and complicated rivalry with the Muslim sultanates in the Awash Valley region. Evidence of external relations clearly suggests that Ethiopia was strong and respected. During the 14th century, the Ethiopian emperor was the protector of the Patriarchate of Alexandria. Relations with Egypt were cordial. Ethiopia also reopened contacts with Europe during the 15th century, with diplomatic exchanges with Spain, Portugal, and Venice. After 1493, the Portuguese established important contacts with Ethiopia. Christianity remained the state religion. The Solomonid kings promoted faith. Some even insisted on the recitation of prayers at canonical hours and prohibited many traditional religious practices. New monasteries were constructed, not hewn out of rock as before but as simple but efficient circular buildings constructed of mud and poles and covered with thatch. Attempts to create new monasteries and convert the so-called pagan population in the southerly areas of the kingdom were unsuccessful, in part because of the resistance of the people to the imposition of alien rule and religion but more because of the growing power of Islam. Ethiopia was committed to the Coptic Church in spite of attempts by the Portuguese to introduce Catholicism in the 16th and 17th centuries. A Catholic missionary recorded that Catholics were unwelcome, persecuted as disturbers of the public tranquility, who had come into Ethiopia with no other intention than to abolish the ancient laws and customs of the country, to sow divisions between father and son, and preach up a revolution for. The change in church architecture was reflected in residential architecture as well, as the Solomonid dynasty abandoned the Aksum style of rectangular buildings made of stone. Instead, they opted for the circular design that was common in the rest of the continent. 76. The Solomonid kings abandoned the previous tradition of living permanently in the stone palace at Adifa. Instead, they opted for mobile palaces of simple design, located in various parts of the kingdom. The palace was now a collection of tents, resembling a camp. Within a period of 12 months, the royal camp could be moved 3 times. The constant relocation of the royal courts was motivated by political and economic considerations. The presence of the court in a province ensured loyalty to the kings, payment of taxation by the people, and direct administration for some months. In remote areas, the court was able to police the people and check possible acts of rebellion. However, the construction of new buildings and the feeding of a large number of state officials ruined an area in which the court was located. Resources in food and wood in a small area became quickly depleted and the environment so badly damaged that in some instances during the 16th century it took an area occupied by the court at least a decade to recover. Given its constant relocations, the court was consuming rather than producing, relying on the local population to supply its needs. The members of the court and the military were so numerous that a district could not meet their needs for too long a time, which explains in part why the court moved from place to place. It was difficult to obtain large regular quantities of food supplies from areas located in mountainous terrain unconducive to extensive farming. Ethiopia and its Muslim rivals. The push to the south brought the Solomonid kings into contact and conflict with the expanding Islamic frontiers. From the 8th century onward, the Swahili city-states, see Chapter 10, were drawn into the Indian Ocean trade. The Arabs were heavily involved in this trade. In their quest to make more profits, Muslim merchants of Arab origins began to penetrate the African interior. During the 10th and 11th centuries, they were moving in the direction of the Ethiopian highlands, in the area of the Awash Valley. Here, they came in contact with Cushitic-speaking Africans, set up trading colonies, and made contact with African traders. Gradually, they began to control the economy of the Awash Valley, especially the trade in ivory and slaves. The Arabs' economic power and political interests were to conflict with those of the Solomonid dynasty, which was eager to extend its political control in the same region. During the 12th and 13th centuries, the Muslims established a number of small states such as the Sultanate of Shoa and the Kingdom of Ifat. They penetrated further inland, to the south of the Blue Nile, in search of slaves, and they established a number of trading and raiding settlements such as Bali, Shirka, Hadia, and Awara. The Ethiopian kings were uncomfortable with the Muslim expansion into these areas. Under the Zagwe kings, Ethiopia was able to use its large army to check the Muslims. Between 1320 and 1340, Ethiopia was able to bring several small Muslim states, including Ifat, under its control. More interested in captives. 77. To sell, and with an army trained to capture people rather than to defend and expand a territory, the Muslim sultans were unable to match the Ethiopian army. Failing to check Ethiopian power, the sultans of Ifat moved eastward, to the region of the Harar Plateau, where they founded the new kingdom of Adal between the coastal port of Zila and the Ethiopian highlands. Far away from the Ethiopian kings and strategically located for trade and security, the Adal rulers rebuilt their power and prestige. They recruited their armies from among the Somali, thus drawing the Somali people into the conflict between Christian Ethiopia and Muslim Adal. Adal was also successful in converting the pastoral Somali to Islam. The Muslims were united, and Adal and Ethiopia engaged in a series of wars and competing raiding expeditions for captives and cattle for the greater part of the 15th century. In 1526, under a Muslim general, Ahmed ibn Ibrahim, Adal decided on a jihad, holy war, against Ethiopia. Ahmed ibn Ibrahim was determined to reform Islam. He criticized the merchants for ignoring Islam and the political leaders for their debauchery, and he regarded the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia as an enemy. With access to modern firearms obtained from the Ottoman Turks, Adal was able to defeat the Ethiopian forces in 1529. The casualties on both sides were heavy, Ethiopian unity crumbled, and Adal overran southern Ethiopia and replaced the Christian governors with Islamic ones. The king of Ethiopia, the once confident Emperor Lebna Dengel, was thoroughly humiliated, and the Muslims destroyed many churches and monasteries and much literature and artwork. In the 1530s, Ethiopia had to reorganize its forces and also sought military assistance from the Portuguese with whom it had maintained contact since 1520. Meanwhile, Ahmed ibn Ibrahim was not consolidating his gains, many of his Somali soldiers had returned home, and the remainder of the Adal forces were left to police a large area. In 1543, Ethiopia was able to launch a successful retaliatory offensive that led to the death of Ahmed ibn Ibrahim and the collapse of his kingdom. In the years that followed, Ethiopia regained many of its territories in the south. However, the prolonged warfare with the Muslims led to the death of thousands of people, the destruction of valuable books, art treasures, and churches, and the conversion of many groups to Islam. In addition, the wars weakened both Ethiopia and Adal and left the southern region of Ethiopia militarily weak. The Oromo pastoralists to the northeast of Lake Turkana were able to expand into this region, although Ethiopia continued to maintain its unity and practice Christianity. 8. The spread of Islam, AD 622 onward. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Praise belongs to God, the Lord of all being, the all-merciful, the all-compassionate, the Master of the day of doom. The only we serve. To thee alone we pray for succor. Guide us in the straight path. The path of those whom thou hast blessed, not of those against whom thou art wrathful, nor of those who are astray. The opening statement of the Holy Quran. One of the most important events in African history was the spread of Islam from the 7th century onward. Initially associated with the Arab invasions of the Nile Valley and the Maghreb, North Africa, the consequences of the spread of Islam and Arabic culture have remained important to this day. Not only is the entire North African region dominantly Islamic, but Islam also spread remarkably well in sub-Saharan Africa. Islam and Christianity are the two major universal religions in Africa, although there are more Muslims than Christians. Islam was also the first religion to profoundly change the majority of African societies, both incorporating new ideas into their lifestyles and blending indigenous. 80. The Arab conquest and the spread of Islam. 81. Practices with Islamic ones. As we shall see in the discussion of another major event, the Sokoto Jihad, Islam also instigated a revolution in various parts of Africa, see chapter 13. How did Islam start, how did it spread, and what were the consequences of its adoption? The Prophet Muhammad and the origins of Islam. The founder of Islam was the Holy Prophet Muhammad. He was born in Mecca in about AD 570. He started life as a trader before founding the religion of Islam. His personal conversion began at the age of 40, with the visions, divine revelations, that he received from Allah, God, through the angel Gabriel. The angel Gabriel commanded Muhammad to recite the following: "In the name of thy Lord who created man of a blood clot. And thy Lord is the most generous, who taught by the pen, taught man that he knew not." His messages were based on his visions and emphasized the oneness of God, monotheism, and social justice and equality. The idea of one God, Allah, was very important to the new religion. Say God is one. God the Eternal, He did not beget and is not begotten, and no one is equal to Him. The will of Allah must be obeyed. This message went against previous beliefs in many gods. Those who obeyed God were enjoined to form a community of worshippers to promote Islam and help needy members, an idea that also went against the practice of relations based on families and clans. These visions were compiled, without editing, into the Quran, the holy book of the Muslims recorded in the Arabic language. Every statement in the Quran is regarded as sacred, inspired by Allah. A number of other practices and beliefs became important. Muslims were enjoined to avoid alcohol and pork. They must struggle for the faith, which meant participation in a jihad to attain personal religious perfection and contribute to the spread of Islam. Obeying Allah and fulfilling all the obligations of Islam will be rewarded with eternal salvation on the Day of Judgment, that is, at the end of the world. Those who disobey will be punished with eternal fire. As the new religious leader preached his message and became known, he attracted hostility from established political, economic, and religious leaders who regarded his attacks on idol worship and many of the social and business practices of the Arabs as a threat to their privileges and trade. Under the threat of persecution, in AD 622, Muhammad performed his hijrah, withdrawal, from Mecca to Medina, a small oasis town in the Arabian desert. The flight is now regarded as the beginning of the Islamic calendar. At Medina, he established a religious community under his leadership, combining religious with political power. No distinction was made between civil and religious laws or between society and faith. In other words, the Prophet was both the religious and the political leader, a model that many others after him have either practiced or preached. He also proclaimed a jihad, holy war, and launched an attack against Mecca in 630. 82. Other areas were added to the new Islamic empire. So successful was he that by 632 when he died, he had not only established Islam but spread it among the majority of Arabs in Arabia. A century later, Islam had reached many lands, covering all of North Africa and other parts of the world. Islam preached a commitment to one God, Allah, like Judaism and Christianity. Both religions were well known in the region before the rise of the Prophet Muhammad. Muslims were expected to believe in Allah, and the revelations from him passed through the Prophet Muhammad and were recorded in the Quran. If Christianity was too complicated in its theology, Islam was rather simple. And unlike Judaism, which preached an ideology of exclusiveness, Islam accepted anyone as long as he accepted the basic message of the one true God. Islam also minimized ceremonies and did away with hierarchies of priests. Rather, it stated religious expectations in very simple ways: fasting during Ramadan, saying prayers 5 times a day, displaying generosity and kindness to the poor and needy. In the early years of Islam, Muslims regarded one another as members of the same community, united by religious beliefs and worship. The Prophet insisted that they must respect people of other faiths. Indeed, religions such as Christianity that believed in one God and had a written scripture were recognized, and their members did not need to be converted to Islam. However, they should pay tax, jizya, for their protection, and they should be excluded from serving in the Islamic army or administration. The early Muslim community believed that religious affairs should not be separated from civil affairs. The Prophet was the leader, religious and political, and his successors, known as caliphs, also regarded themselves as such. They led their people in prayer, administered justice, and governed. The Sharia, the body of basic law, must be respected by all the members of the Muslim community. The Sharia comprises the words of the Quran and the sayings and practices of the Prophet Muhammad and his immediate successors as recorded in oral tradition. The Sharia stipulates the correct practices to be followed by an Islamic government. The rules to regulate business, divorce, marriage, other social practices, and individual personal conduct. Religious leaders and learned men, qadi, were appointed to administer the Sharia. The leadership of a mosque was vested in an imam, although anyone could lead prayer. The qadis and imams together constitute what is called the ulama, the men of ideas and learning, and one of the most powerful and respected groups in the Islamic community. In theory, the Islamic community was supposed to have a single head, the caliph, or the deputy of the Prophet. In practice, after the death of the Prophet, the leading members disagreed over the criteria for the selection of the caliph. The selection of the fourth caliph in AD 656 led to a split. Ali, the son-in-law of the Prophet, was chosen in that year, but he was challenged by another religious leader, Muawiyah, who overthrew him and established the Umayyad dynasty in AD 661. Since then, the split has affected the Islamic community. One group was composed of the Shiites, who believed that the caliphs should be members. 83. Of the family of the Prophet, direct descendants of Ali and Fatima, the Prophet's daughter. The other group, the Sunni, believed that the caliph should be a person chosen by members of the Islamic community. Because the direct line of Ali's descendants was already broken, some Shiites believed that the true caliph would appear one day as the Mahdi, the savior, who would lead all Muslims and restore Islam to its original perfection. While the Sunni have been more successful in holding on to power, there have been occasions when the Shiites have acquired influence in Africa. Today, there are many Shiites in East Africa, and they constitute a powerful group in Iran. The political unity among the Muslims ended in AD 750, as separate caliphates emerged. Even the most powerful caliphs in Baghdad were later to be controlled by their Turkish commanders. The Arab invasions and the spread of Islam. Islam united the Arabs and empowered them not only to spread a religion and culture but to establish political control in areas far beyond their own land. By the beginning of the 8th century, Islamic political control stretched from Morocco and Spain in the west to the Indus River in the east. Islam combined with commercial and political considerations in motivating the Arab followers of the Prophet Muhammad to invade areas beyond their Arabian homeland. They were not ignorant of the immense political and economic opportunities involved in creating empires and states. However, they were united only by language before the rise of the Prophet Muhammad. Islam united them and invested them with the notion of brotherhood and the will to fight for their beliefs. The Arabs used to be predominantly desert nomads. Before the 7th century, they had engaged in many small-scale migrations to fertile areas on the fringes of the desert, while many groups developed the military skills to control desert oases so as to ensure access to water for themselves and their animals. The unity provided by Islam turned them into successful conquerors, thereby giving them access to more land and greater economic opportunities. The rich resources of the lands of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and elsewhere were known to them, and the desire to control these places was as strong as the motivation to spread Islam. Control of trade was equally important. The Arabian Peninsula had been a major part of a vibrant international trade between Africa and Asia, between the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, as well as between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean. Mecca and some Arab-controlled cities had served as trading centers, while many Arab traders had been involved in the trade networks in this region, especially in the caravan trade across the desert. Political control would facilitate this trade in addition to ensuring the dominance of Arabs in its most lucrative aspects. Irrespective of their motives, religious or political, the Arab invasions were successful. The first major victory was the conquest of Egypt and other parts of the fertile areas of the Lower Nile by AD 640. The majority of Egyptians, suffering from oppression and persecution by the Coptic Church, were unwilling to 84. Resist the Arab armies. A new Islamic capital was built at Cairo, which enabled the Arabs to establish firm control of areas south of the Nile Valley and to benefit from strong trade connections with Arabia and Syria. The Arab armies failed in their southward expansion to incorporate the Nubians but signed a treaty that enabled extensive trade relations between them. Next was the conquest of the areas west of Egypt, called Al-Maghrib, the West, by the Arabs. The area was huge, and opposition by the Berbers and the Byzantine Empire, which had taken over from the Vandals, was strong. The Arabs built enough ships to finally defeat the Byzantine fleet in the 690s. They conquered and destroyed Carthage and built the new Arab city of Tunis. Conquering the Berbers was far more difficult, as both the Arabs and the Berbers were masters of the use of the camel and desert warfare. The strong solidarity among the Arabs, compared to the divisions among the Berber leaders, eventually led to the victory of the Arabs by AD 711 when they were able to reach the Atlantic coast of Morocco. Arab rule and Islam in North Africa. Administration evolved over time, since the Arabs were occupied with wars of conquest. They started as an army of occupation and created a distinction between Muslims and non-Muslims. Muslims were exempted from taxation, a policy that pleased the poor and the peasants. Non-Muslims could convert or pay the poll tax. No policy of forced conversion was pursued, and this enabled the Arabs to collect tax and their subjects to retain their old religious practices. For almost a century in North Africa, the Arabs confined themselves to the coastal cities where they practiced Islam and used slave labor on their farms. The slaves were obtained as war captives from the Berber population and from blacks in West Africa through trade or raiding expeditions in the Sahara. In Egypt, the Arabs became the landlords, leading merchants, and administrators. Ever since, they have continued to consolidate their hold, and older traditions have been replaced. The Coptic Christians retained their land and religion. The Arabs collected taxes, mainly in food. The taxation policy was less exploitative than under the preceding Greek and Roman rule. The Egyptians who converted to Islam did not have to pay tax. Arab rule led to the spread of Islam, although as a gradual process. However, by the 10th century, the majority of the people in Egypt and North Africa had become Muslims. A number of factors made this possible. To start with, in areas where Christianity had not been firmly established, for example, among the vast majority of the Berbers in North Africa, Islam had an opportunity to present an alternative and to gradually displace Christianity. Second, the recruitment of non-Arabs into the Arab army encouraged conversion to Islam. Among the Berbers, many joined the army voluntarily, while many others were conscripted. Once converted, they became strong defenders of Islam, and they benefited from the imposition of the Islamic Empire. Third, local people who had been converted to 85. Islam worked as missionary agents among their own people. This was an effective means of peaceful and gradual propaganda. Over time, Islam became associated not only with the foreign Arabs but also with the local citizens. Finally, the advantages of the use of the Arabic language and Arabic education facilitated the expansion of Islam among those seeking new skills and opportunities. Arabic was the language of administration, religion, education, and commerce, and those who wanted access to any of these had to use the language and possibly convert to Islam. The education system and the spread of Islam were combined in the use of the Quran. In Egypt, the Coptic language gradually became the language of the minority. Arab rule in North Africa was affected by the power rivalry among the successors of the Prophet Muhammad and the emergence of competing dynasties that appointed the Caliph, head of the Islamic world or Caliphate, and interpreted the wishes of the Prophet Muhammad in different ways. The Umayyad dynasty seized power and moved the capital to Damascus in AD 680. Later, the Abbasids came to power and moved the capital to Baghdad in AD 750. Then arose the Shiites who believed that only the descendants of the Prophet Muhammad were qualified to rule. There were also African Muslim leaders who wanted to reject the authority of the Arabs. The Berbers, for example, protested the arrogance of the Arabs among them and rejected the authority of the Caliph based in Baghdad. Many Berbers joined the Shiites and other movements opposed to the Baghdad Caliphate. The greatest threat to the Caliphate in Baghdad came in the 10th century when a group of radical Muslims in the central Maghreb established the Fatimids dynasty. The Fatimid established control in North Africa and in AD 969 declared Egypt free of Baghdad. Islam in other parts of Africa. Islam reached other parts of Africa at different periods, not through Arab conquests but mainly through the peaceful work of missionaries and traders. Holy men and scholars traveled to various places to preach and teach. The migration of Muslim groups spread Islam to new areas. Muslim traders served as self-appointed missionaries, taking Islam to areas where they had established contacts. The process was slow, and it continued well into the 20th century. The Arab conquest and occupation of North Africa provided opportunities for Islam to reach areas to the south. From North Africa, Islam reached the Nubians, the people of the Fezzan, and the southern Berbers. Through these three groups Islam spread southward, to the Sahara Desert, the southern desert edges, and then the Savannah. The settlement of Muslims in the Horn of Africa and on the East African coast led to the spread of Islam to the Somali people. By the 10th century, Islam had become established in many parts of the East African coast. In the case of West Africa, the Sanyaja Berbers, who lived along the desert edges, up to the northern boundaries of the Senegal River, accepted Islam and 86. Served as its couriers. However, the most important agency in the spread of Islam was international trade. Through the trans-Saharan trade that linked North and West Africa, thousands of Muslim traders, including Arab and Berber merchants, visited the savanna areas of West Africa. Missionaries accompanied the traders, and both propagated Islam in the major market cities. By the 8th century, Islam had reached the northern edges of West Africa. A trading post was established at the oasis town of Sigil Mesa, the northern port of the trans-Saharan trade routes that reached the Empire of Ghana. The Muslim merchants established their own small colonies in places they visited, such as the capital of Ghana. Here, they practiced their religion, hosted preachers and missionaries, and converted many of those who came in contact with them. When some states such as Mali in the western Sudan and Kanem in the eastern Sudan accepted Islam as an official religion, it spread among their elite and city dwellers. Thus, the conversion of rulers was the second major stage in the propagation of Islam. The conversion of the first kings was crucial, as they usually had influence on other chiefs, civil servants, and city dwellers. Among the Africans that accepted Islam, some took to missionary work. This was the third stage in the process, one in which Africans served as agents to convert other Africans. A number of African merchant groups actually became notable missionaries, combining their trade with religious duties. Such groups include the Diakhanka of the Senegambia, the Diola in the area of modern Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, and the Hausa of northern Nigeria. Islam spread slowly in Africa, being originally confined to cities and commercial centers, until the rise of Islamic states during the 19th century. The impact of Islam. Their conquests gave the Arabs control of a huge area of land: Egypt and North Africa, the greater part of the Eastern Roman Empire, and Persia. They were able to inherit the leading civilizations of the time. The Arabs were able to preserve what they inherited and to improve upon many aspects. They promoted Islamic education, developed the school system to the university level, built great libraries, and cultivated the arts. They paid serious attention to the sciences, mathematics, poetry, philosophy, architecture, and medicine. Among the notable contributions of the Muslims are Arabic numerals, the foundation of algebra, the use of the astrolabe, an instrument needed to ascertain the position of stars, the calculation of distances, and the creation of the first pharmacy school. They also devoted considerable time and knowledge to the codification of Sharia law, leading to the emergence of 4 leading schools of law, each with its own interpretations but with respect for the others. A concept of Islamic community and unity has developed since the 7th century. The conquests were vast and heterogeneous, but the idea of developing unity in the Islamic world was strong. Certain practices have made this possible, up to today, in spite of political divisions among Islamic countries. Muslims. 87. Sankari Mosque, Timbuktu. Perform the Hajj, pilgrimage, to Mecca and Medina, enabling millions of people to interact every year, united by religious experience. The Arabic language is the language of Islamic learning and worship. In North Africa and other parts of the Muslim world, Arabic is also the language of daily communications. When Muslims pray, they must face Mecca, irrespective of where they live. In spite of power struggles, the idea of unity among the members of the Islamic community became an integral part of Islam. This idea promoted the emergence of a uniform political arrangement in areas that accepted Islam. An Islamic community had a head, known as the Caliph if he was the supreme head of all Muslims. If he was the head of a region or an area, he could be known as the Sultan or the Amir, the shortened form of Amir al-Mu'minin, meaning the commander of the faithful. The Caliph or Amir had a prime minister, the Wazir, as well as judges, the Qadis, who administered the Sharia. Where matters were not covered by the Sharia or were merely administrative, the Wazir could exercise great executive power. Sufi brotherhoods, which can be described as Islamic associations, spread to various areas. Members of the brotherhoods dedicated themselves to religious 88. Contemplation, and some believed in mysticism. To the commands of Islam, Sufism would add love and deep devotion to God and worship, and commitment to a simple lifestyle. Some brotherhoods appealed to those who could not read and write in Arabic, while some others appealed to those who could strengthen their faith through rigorous scholarship. The brotherhoods were many, some local, others drawing membership from many cities and states. The members of a brotherhood developed a strong sense of community, and they respected their leader, who might even be treated as a saint. Members of different brotherhoods might compete and engage in feuds that were difficult to resolve. For instance, in West Africa, members of the Qadariyya and Tijaniyya brotherhoods have had conflicts. Islam was a bringer of change. Essentially, it represented a religious change, conversion from one religion to another, thereby shaping people's outlook and views about many things. New religious practices spread, such as praying in Arabic, fasting, worshipping in the mosque, and undertaking the pilgrimage to Mecca. As Islam spread, so did the idea of the 5 pillars that must be observed by Muslims: confession of the faith, I bear witness that there is no deity except Allah and that Muhammad is his servant and messenger. Prayer 5 times a day. supporting the poor through alms, fasting during the month of Ramadan, and performing the Hajj, pilgrimage, at least once in a lifetime. Where the Arabs dominated, as in North Africa, Islam also resulted in the penetration of a new culture. Even where the Arabs did not dominate, as in most of sub-Saharan Africa, aspects of Arabic culture spread. For instance, the Arabic script and mode of dressing spread in areas that accepted Islam. Islamic areas were connected by religion, language, and diplomatic exchanges among their rulers. Some material gains accompanied Islam, such as Islamic education, the acquisition of Arabic, and exposure to a new lifestyle influenced by Arab culture. Those who were interested in trade were able to use Islam as a means of identification with traders from other Islamic areas. The pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina brought other advantages. The Muslim elite made valuable connections in different parts of Africa and Saudi Arabia, learned the leading ideas of the time, and used some of these ideas to change their own societies. Some of these ideas related to the use of firearms in warfare, the role of educated people in administration, and architectural innovations. Africans gained access to the documented knowledge of the Islamic world. Islamic scholars and preachers also visited different parts of Africa, bringing with them new knowledge and education. Africans, too, began to write and to produce their own famous Islamic scholars, such as Ahmed Baba, a 16th-century author. Islam affected African politics. Islam encouraged the trend toward political centralization. The king and the civil servants exercised more power. The use of Arabic enabled the keeping of records and exchange of written diplomatic correspondence. Islamic judges replaced traditional ones where the Sharia was accepted as law. 89. 9. Kingdoms of West Africa, Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, AD 1000 to 1600. Trading states. In the West African Sudan, along the desert fringe, three great kingdoms flourished between about AD 1000 and 1600, becoming powerful and wealthy from trans-Saharan trade. The earliest was Ghana, which was followed by Mali, then Songhai. They all shared certain things in common. They rose and fell in the same region, known to the Arabs as the Bilad al-Sudan, the southern country, an area that was fertile and accessible to the Niger River that nourished the soil and provided a means of communication. They were all Iron Age societies, which had access to metal to fashion agricultural tools and weapons to fight wars of expansion. They had all inherited an abundant corpus of ideas on religion, politics, and the economy and were able to build on these ideas. Islam was introduced to them, providing advantages to the kings of Mali and Songhai who embraced it. They were all able to enforce law and order through a political system that centralized power in the king and a few major officials. The strength of their army and central authority determined the extent of the areas they controlled. When their strength diminished, their kingdoms would contract. They divided their administration into two sectors: the capital, where the king exercised direct power over the city, and the provinces supervised by governors sent by the king. The three kingdoms built strong economies. Agriculture was the core of the economy, but substantial wealth came from international trade. Occupations and 91. Specializations were diverse. In all their leading cities could be found craftspeople, healers, and men of learning. The cities were noted for their markets, which catered to large regions. The cities and the kingdoms became part of an international network of commerce that connected West Africa with North Africa, the Middle East, and Southern Europe. Information about the kings and their wealth reached other lands. The wealth and glory of the three kingdoms depended very much on the trans-Saharan trade. The trans-Saharan trade. The trans-Saharan trade was the principal agency of contact between North Africa and West Africa. It was more than a regional trade. It was an international trade that led to the exchange of goods between various parts of Africa, the Middle East, and Europe. The trade across the Sahara was an ancient one, dating as far back as 600 BC. The trade was transformed in the 1st century AD with the use of the camel. Compared with the donkeys and horses that had previously been used as pack animals, camels could carry heavier loads, endure greater hardships including desert heat, and travel for longer periods without water. The camel was the truck of the desert, which facilitated travel on many routes. West Africa supplied gold and ivory, brought by the Berbers who crossed the desert and sold the products to North African merchants. The products found their way to many courts and homes of the wealthy in the cities on the Mediterranean coast. By the 8th century, the Arabs were able to inherit a well-developed international trade. They too profited from it, and trade expanded more than ever before. West African gold, slaves, and copper were traded in exchange for salt from the Sahara and North African products such as salt, metal, beads, and cloth. The West African products were in turn sent to Southwest Asia and Europe. All the regions involved in the trade benefited from it. North Africa and Southern Europe needed West African gold for luxury items and later for coins. The West Africans needed salt, which the traders in the Sahara and beyond could supply from the desert sources in Tagaza and Bilma, and horses for their cavalry. However, many other goods were involved on both sides. West Africa received copper, books, after the introduction of Islam, metalware, example pots, pans, and swords, dates, spices, and silk in exchange for their kola nuts, ivory, and slaves. To cross the desert was risky. One needed large supplies of food, sometimes enough for 4 months, and had to deal with water scarcity and insect bites. Small parties could become lost, as reported by Ibn Battuta, the Arab traveler who crossed the Sahara in 1352. We used to go ahead of the caravan, and when we found a place suitable for pasturage we would graze our beasts. We went on doing this until one of our party was lost in the desert. After that I neither went ahead nor lagged behind. We passed a caravan on the way, and they told us that some of their party had become separated from them. We found one of them dead under a shrub, of the sort that grows on the sand, with his clothes on and a whip in his hand. 92. Early West African states and trans-Saharan trade. 93. The journey was also time-consuming, taking up to 3 months or more to cross the desert. The traders traveled in large caravans, which could include over 1,000 camels. The difficulties did not constitute a hindrance to the merchants, porters, and others connected with the business who profited from it until the trade collapsed in the early years of the 20th century. The merchants in North Africa who financed the trade relied on the Berbers living in the Atlas Mountains and the northern Sahara to serve as intermediaries with the people of West Africa. There were at least 3 leading routes that were used for centuries. The western route was from Sigil Mesa in North Africa through the desert oases of Tagaza and Adni to the Niger Bend in the western Sudan. The central route began at Tunis and passed through Ghouta and Agades, with one trail branching in the direction of the Niger Bend and another to House Alund. There was an eastern trail, from Tripoli and the Hogar Mountains through the desert towns of Bilma and Merzuk to the Lake Chad region. Along these trails were oases that could supply water. Villages and towns grew around them. The passing traders rested here and conducted some small-scale trade. The southern Tamini, the commercial cities in West Africa, varied in their fortunes and included Adagost, Kumbi, Wailata, Jen, Timbuktu, Gao, Kano, and Katsina. The trade was of much consequence to the economy and society of the 3 great kingdoms. It made various imported goods available, some essentials such as salt and some luxury items such as cloths. The trade routes also brought Islam and other ideas from outside and spread the knowledge of West Africa to other parts of the world. The trade contributed to the emergence of cities and kingdoms through access to revenues, markets, and trade routes. Starting as small trading settlements, they grew bigger as their markets grew and more traders visited them. Other occupations grew, to supply products needed by city dwellers and visiting traders. Political administration became sophisticated in order to maintain order, regulate laws guiding commerce, and protect visiting traders. From the trade, administrators raised revenue that they used to finance their armies and administration. As the political leaders extended their power over adjoining areas, the cities grew, ultimately becoming centers of larger kingdoms or being incorporated into them. Ghana was the first success story. Ghana, AD 1000 plus. Ghana was one of the earliest of the West African kingdoms, emerging around the 4th century AD. It was located far to the northwest of the modern country of Ghana. The founders of the empire were the Soninke, who were able to use iron for farming and warfare. The use of iron gave them an advantage in subduing their neighbors and absorbing them into their empire. The area along the upper Niger River was favorable to agriculture, and the Soninke and other groups were able to benefit by producing large quantities of food. Living in the western Sahel, an area accessible both to the gold fields south of the Senegal 94 River and to the salt-producing region of the Sahara, the Soninke were able to profit as middlemen in the trading network. Powerful kings emerged among the Soninke. They were war leaders and traders, but they were also regarded as semi-divine. Using their resources from trade and their ability to fight, they were able to conquer new areas and maintain their kingdom for a long time. They were able to purchase a large number of horses from North Africa to build a cavalry force. Ghana attained the height of its power in about AD 1000. It was large, powerful, secure, and prosperous. It had abundant resources to equip a large army with iron weapons of war. The empire controlled the lucrative salt and gold trade, which fed into the international trans-Saharan trade. The empire was close to the sources of gold production at Wangara and to the most active trade routes. It thus played a middleman role that enabled it to control and tax the products of the Western Sudan as well as those coming from North Africa and the Sahara. Ghana received traders and travelers from other lands, providing them with security, opportunities, and the freedom to practice their own religions. The kings derived their wealth from the gold trade. By the 8th century, Ghana was already being described by the Arabs as the land of gold. The wealth of Ghana impressed Arab geographers and travelers, who left some records. One observer noted, "The king of Ghana was a great king. In his territory are mines of gold, and under him a number of kingdoms. In all this country there is gold." 2 and another reported, "All pieces of native gold found in the mines of the empire belong to the sovereign, although he lets the public have the gold dust that everybody knows about. Without this precaution, gold would become so abundant as practically to lose its value." 3. The kings collected taxes on the import and export of major articles such as gold and salt, in addition to maintaining a monopoly on production. The wealth of the kings of Ghana enabled them to maintain their administration and army. The kings and his chiefs lived in comfort. In a book completed in 1068, Al-Bakri, an Arab writer, reported on the splendor of the king. When the king gives audience to his people, to listen to their complaints and to set them to rights, he sits in a pavilion around which stand 10 pages holding shields and gold-mounted swords. On his right hand are the sons of the princes of his empire, splendidly clad and with gold plaited in their hair. The governor of the city is seated on the ground in front of the king, and all around him are his counselors in the same position. The gate of the chamber is guarded by dogs of an excellent breed. These dogs never leave their place of duty. They wear collars of gold and silver, ornamented with medals. The beginning of a royal meeting is announced by the beating of a kind of drum they call daba. This drum is made of a long piece of hollowed wood. The people gather when they hear its sound. 4. Ghana experienced a setback in the second half of the 11th century, because of internal weakness and external attacks. A large empire, it contained 95 people of diverse origins, many of whom were struggling to assert their independence. It was also unable to meet the challenges posed by external aggression. In about AD 1054, it was attacked by the Almoravids, a group of Berber Muslims from the northwest, in the Mauritanian desert. The Almoravids wanted to gain control of the trade routes, free themselves from the power of Ghana, and spread Islam. Although the Almoravids won the initial wars, they were unable to keep the Soninke and other groups loyal to them. In 1087, the Almoravids lost control. Ghana recovered toward the end of the 11th century but found it hard to maintain control over many of its provinces. In the second half of the 12th century, Ghana had to deal with more internal wars, disruption of trade routes, declining agricultural productivity, and conflicts for power. It also lost control of the salt trade to its neighbors, forcing many of the people in its capital city, Kumbi-Sale, to migrate elsewhere in search of opportunities. In about 1235, the Malinke people attacked Ghana and established the new empire of Mali. Mali, AD 1230+. The Malinke-speaking people built the Mali Empire. They were part of Ghana until they broke away in the 13th century to establish the Kangaba kingdom near the upper Niger River. Their legendary hero is Sundiata, who transformed Kangaba into the Mali Empire. Epics telling of Sundiata have survived, crediting him with supernatural powers and great achievements. He emerged on the scene around 1230, leading a powerful army to conquer many areas and governing them until about 1260. He established a capital at Niani, located on the upper reaches of the Niger River. By gaining control of the gold-producing region, he acquired a source of immense wealth. His empire also became involved in the lucrative trans-Saharan trade and established control over the three great cities of Djen, Gao, and Timbuktu. The king grew powerful, and the empire became prosperous. Sundiata also established an effective administration with the Musa, king, at its head. By the early 14th century, Mali had surpassed Ghana in fame, wealth, and territory. Writing about this period, Ibn Khaldun, the great North African historian of the 14th century, commented that the power of Mali became mighty. All the nations of the Sudan stood in awe of Mali, and the merchants of North Africa traveled to his country. 5. Under Mansa Musa, ca 1312–37, Mali attained the height of its power. Mansa Musa expanded the empire through conquests, adding areas twice the size of the former kingdom of Ghana. Mali controlled the major markets and leading routes of the trans-Saharan trade. Niani, Gao, and Timbuktu were major commercial centers. The emperor and his empire were wealthy. A uniform system of law and order was imposed on a large area, and the people were secure. A combination of effective leadership, efficiency in the collection of revenues, and availability of resources to sustain an army made Mansa Musa one of the greatest statesmen of pre-colonial Africa. 96. The Mali Empire and North African connections. 97. The widespread fame enjoyed by Mansa Musa was also due to his conversion to Islam. This gave Islam a boost, although the majority of the population did not adopt the new religion. There was no official policy of imposition of Islam on the people. In 1324, Mansa Musa embarked on a pilgrimage to Mecca. This enabled him to display the wealth of his empire and establish friendly relations with rulers in North Africa and the Middle East. He arrived in Cairo with an estimated 80,000 attendants carrying sacks of gold dust and gold bars. The impact of his visit was such that the value of gold fell after his departure. Mali appeared on a European map in 1339, an indication of the interest in and knowledge of this important kingdom. A scholar who lived in Cairo after Musa's visit to the city praised him as the most powerful, the richest, the most fortunate, the most feared by his enemies and the most able to do good to those around him. 6. Mansa Musa returned from the pilgrimage with new ideas on various subjects. He was accompanied by Islamic teachers, architects, scholars, and legal experts who assisted him in establishing Islamic education in Mali. He built an Islamic university at Timbuktu, which was attended by students from far and wide. New mosques were built in the cities, enabling Muslims to worship as members of a community. Many more people accepted Islam, and Muslim scholars and traders were able to propagate their religion in new areas. Mali became a regional power. The empire sent ambassadors to countries such as Egypt and Morocco, while international scholars and travelers visited the capital of Mali. Niani, the capital, was described by the famous Moroccan traveler Leo Africanus as large and its people as the most civilized, intelligent, and respected of West Africans. 7. The emperor headed a centralized administration. He was chosen from among the families qualified to rule. He lived in the capital where he exercised direct power. He was assisted by a number of high-ranking chiefs, mainly members of the warrior elite who also belonged to important families. Some of the chiefs performed specific duties, such as supervising the use of land and forest or collecting revenues for the king. The revenues were derived from levies on farmers, dues collected from traders, and tributes from the provinces. The emperor appointed governors to rule the provinces. Mansa Musa appointed members of his own family and trusted associates to serve as provincial governors in order to guard against any disloyal leader organizing a rebellion against him. The administration was efficient, and order was maintained. In the words of Ibn Battuta, the Muslim traveler who remarked on Mali in the mid-1300s, "are seldom unjust, and have a greater horror of injustice than other people. Their sultan shows no mercy to anyone who is guilty of the least act of it. There is complete security in their country. Neither traveler nor inhabitant in it has anything to fear from robbers or men of violence." 8. Mali began to decline during the second half of the 14th century. Failure to achieve workable rules of succession to the throne led to a series of struggles for power among members of the royal family. As one qualified candidate competed. 98. The rise and fall of Songhai. 99. With another, civil wars broke out, and the central authority of the empire became weakened. The empire struggled to survive until about 1400. Thereafter, it experienced one major political problem after another. The financial resources of the empire were reduced, and many provinces took the opportunity to free themselves from the power of the center. The important province of Gao rebelled, and the Tuaregs of the southern Sahara, a strong nomadic group, seized control of the famous city of Timbuktu and another important town, Wailata. 3 other groups rebelled, notably the Mossi in the southwest, who later established their own independent kingdom. By the late 1400s, the empire had collapsed, but another powerful state emerged in its place. Songhai, AD 1468+. In conditions similar to those that led to the founding of Ghana and Mali and in the same region, Sunni Ali established Songhai in about 1468. Songhai was originally a province of Mali, centered in the important city of Gao, but it later asserted its independence under the leadership of Sunni Ali. Gao was a major commercial center in the Middle Niger region. For many years before the mid-15th century, Gao served as one of the main centers of the trans-Saharan trade and of Islam and as the capital of a state. It was in view of its importance that the Mali Empire, under Mansa Musa, imposed its rule over it. Gao later broke free of Mali, defended itself against various rivals, and embarked upon its own wars of expansion. The remarkable wars of expansion and Gao's transition to an empire were made possible by Sunni Ali, a great warrior, political strategist, and leader. Oral traditions about Sunni Ali have survived, some portraying him as a great magician, just to attest to his power, courage, and intelligence. Ruling for a long period, 1464 to 92, he was able to build a powerful army that conquered important cities and territories. Leading one expedition after another, he did not suffer a single defeat in a career dominated by wars. He conquered Timbuktu and Jen, 2 great commercial cities. The Songhai Empire later grew to become larger than Mali. It was also based on agriculture and control of the major trade routes, benefiting from its favorable location along the Niger River. Sunni Ali laid the foundation of the empire's administration, setting up a system similar to those of Ghana and Mali. Emperor Muhammad Turi, also called Askia the Great, presided over the empire at its height. Like Sunni Ali, he ruled for a long period, 1493 to 1528, and served as a successful empire builder. His wars of conquest expanded the empire to its widest territorial limits, incorporating virtually the whole of the former Mali Empire and extending eastward to the boundaries of House Alund in modern Nigeria. Songhai became the largest state in West Africa during the 16th century. Muhammad Turi divided the empire into provinces, each headed by a governor. The army and administration were financed by customs duties, tolls, tributes from the provinces, and sales of products from the royal estates. 100. Muhammad Turi was the first ruler of the empire to adopt Islam. His two predecessors, including Sunni Ali, the founder of the empire, practiced their traditional religion. The Islamic scholars accepted Muhammad Turi as a leader. Turi broke with the past by his commitment to Islam. He made a pilgrimage to Mecca in 1495, a great accomplishment that endeared him to many Muslims and Islamic leaders. He was appointed by the Sharif of Mecca, the spiritual leader of Islam, as the Caliph of the Western Sudan, a position that he used to promote the spread of Islam. He made use of Islamic scholars in his administration and in promoting Islamic education and religion. He used Islam to unite many of his followers. Timbuktu became the leading center of trade and culture in the Western Sudan. Imports came from North Africa, China, India, and Europe, brought through the trans-Saharan trade by merchants who included Arabs, Jews, Italians, and others. Songhai supplied gold and slaves. Under Askia the Great, the supply of slaves increased. His wars of expansion produced captives, who were sold in the market of Gao and then transported to Egypt, Turkey, and various areas of Southwest Asia. Timbuktu became one of the wealthiest cities in West Africa. Timbuktu was famed for its Islamic education. Muslim scholars were based in its Islamic university. Leo Africanus, a notable Muslim traveler, reported on Timbuktu at the turn of the 16th century. Here are great numbers of religious teachers, judges, scholars, and other learned persons, who are bountifully maintained at the king's expense. Here too are brought various manuscripts or written books from Barbary, which are sold for more money than any other merchandise. 9. Like Ghana and Mali, the empire of Songhai also collapsed. There were succession struggles and power rivalries. New leaders emerged in many provinces, each seeking autonomy. The Malinke, Fulani, Hausa, Mossi, and other groups within the empire also rebelled. The empire was so large that it was difficult to govern without an effective system of communication and control. In the center, people struggled for power, and there were many succession disputes and even a civil war. Hostile neighbors launched frequent attacks. If Songhai was able to survive its internal divisions, it found it very difficult to overcome the external aggression of the King of Morocco, Moulay al-Mansur, whose army, with superior firearms, defeated the Songhai troops in 1591. The reason for the attack was Morocco's interest in the wealth of Songhai. Earlier in 1578, Morocco had defeated Portugal and halted the Portuguese ambition to conquer North Africa. Morocco became stronger thereafter, but at considerable cost. To fill a fast diminishing treasury, Morocco looked southward, to Songhai, famous for its wealth in gold. The Moroccan army, including a large number of mercenaries and ex-prisoners, marched south in December 1590, armed with arquebuses, the most modern weapons of war. Songhai lost one battle after another, suffering heavy casualties. Gao and Timbuktu were looted, and their wealth taken to Marrakesh. 101. The defeat was devastating. Songhai's central authority collapsed, law and order broke down, many traders and scholars deserted the area, provinces seceded, Islam declined as a religion, and trade routes were disrupted. However, many other states emerged in the region, as in the case of the Mossi to the south, to continue the tradition of establishing and managing kingdoms. In other parts of the West African region, other large kingdoms, such as the Hausa states, Kanem-Borno, Oyo, Benin, Dahomey, and Asante, lasted for much longer. Conclusion. The kingdoms demonstrate the capability of Africans to create large states and manage them for a long time. Armies were built, leaders emerged, revenues were generated, and various groups were united as members of the same kingdoms. Extensive regional and international commerce took place that connected West Africa with many other parts of the continent. Goods of various origins also reached West Africa. Through Islam, literacy in Arabic began to spread among many Muslims, especially those based in urban commercial centers. 10. The rise of the Swahili city, states of East Africa, 10th, 14th century AD. Between the 10th and 14th centuries AD, a number of city-states emerged and flourished along the coast of East Africa. A new culture, including a language, developed. It became known as the Swahili, Afro-Arab, culture, and it has survived till today. Swahili is an Arabic word, derived from Sahil, which means coast. Swahili literally means the people of the coast. Due to their location, the Swahili states became the gateway to the African interior and developed as international markets that drew traders and visitors from Asia, Arabia, and the Persian Gulf. Swahili society emerged in an area that had long been inhabited by the people of East Africa. Swahili is used to mean the following: a group of East African coastal cities whose religion and culture were Islamic, whose population included Africans and Arabs, whose cities were noted for their trading culture and economy, and whose inhabitants and language were mainly African. This chapter will consider the historical antecedents to the Swahili states and identify the features of Swahili society. The Indian Ocean trade and Azania. Navigation on the Indian Ocean led to the development of an international trade. Sailors studied and took advantage of the direction of the monsoon winds in the western Indian Ocean. From November to March, the monsoon winds blew from the Indian coast toward Africa, in a southwestern direction. During 103. This period, sailors would travel to Africa. Then from May to September, the winds blew northeast, in the direction of the Persian Gulf and India, and the sailors would travel in this direction. This enabled East Africa to be integrated with traders from Southeast Asia, Western India, and Arabia. The trade began long before the rise of Islam in the 7th century. The island of Madagascar off the southeastern coast of Africa received visitors from the islands of Indonesia in ancient days. In the early centuries of the first millennium AD, the Greeks called the East African coast Azania. East Africa was then populated by Iron Age people, probably the descendants of the Bantu-speaking migrants. In a sailor's handbook, the Periplus of the Erythraean, written by an Egyptian Greek during the 1st century AD, the author mentioned a number of the cities along the coast and their trade items. In exchange for wheat, iron tools, weapons, and cotton cloths, the Azanians supplied coconut oil, ivory, and rhinoceros horn. The same source also described the Azanians as fishermen who were skilled enough to use small boats constructed from pieces of wood joined together by coconut fiber. Powerful chiefs protected commerce, governed the trading cities, and engaged in trade themselves. It was through these contacts that some food crops such as rice and bananas were brought to Africa from Southeast Asia. Many cities grew up along the coast, partly to serve as middlemen between the African hinterland and the overseas traders. The cities also absorbed foreigners, such as Arabs, who decided to settle on a permanent basis. By AD 1000, the coastal cities had grown in size and wealth. Now called the Land of Zanjay by the Arabs, the coastal cities were notable markets visited by traders from Persia, Arabia, and India. When the Islamic capital was located in Baghdad in AD 750, the Persian Gulf began to enjoy more visibility in the Indian Ocean trade. This brought more Arab traders and settlers to the East African coast. The presence of the Arabs promoted trade and political relations with the Muslim world. The Arab settlers also intermarried with the African population. Mogadishu and Lama were two of the most important cities, accessible to traders who continued to use the monsoon winds. One of the earliest written accounts, by an Arab traveler, described the area. The Sea of Zanjay reaches down to the country of Sofola, which produces gold in abundance and other marvels. Its climate is warm and its soil fertile. The Zanjay speak elegantly, and they have orators in their own language. These peoples have no code of religion. Their kings follow custom and a few political rules. Each worships what he pleases, a plant, an animal, a mineral. They possess a great number of islands where the coconut grows, a fruit that is eaten by all the peoples of the Zanj. 1. The trade patterns followed by the Arabs became well established. As before, they depended on the seasonal monsoon winds to cross the ocean between Western Asia and East Africa. The Arabs used a sailing ship known as a dhow, and the journey was usually of long duration. Having to spend so much time on the sea, and depending on the changes in the direction of the wind, they could not 104. Afford to stay for too long in Africa. The most convenient places for the Arab traders to stay were the islands of Mogadishu, Barawa, and Lamu. The East African traders would bring the products of the interior and those manufactured in the coastal cities to sell to the visiting Arab traders, who wasted no time in procuring them. The East African cities exported raw materials, notably gold, copper, leopard skins, coconut oil, shells, ivory, mangrove poles with which to build houses in the Persian Gulf, and slaves. Their imports comprised a variety of imported items and luxuries, such as East Asian pottery, Indian silk and cotton, and glassware. As the trade expanded and became more steady and lucrative, a number of Arab Muslims began to settle permanently along the coast in order to derive more profit from African products and serve as middlemen. The Arab settlers intermarried with the local populations and developed colonies that hosted foreign traders. By AD 1000, many towns including Arab immigrants had developed on the islands of Lamu, Kilwa, Komoro, and Zanzibar. Trade and wealth transformed small settlements into large Swahili city-states. The Swahili city-states. By the late 10th century, a new culture and society was already emerging, a multicultural mix of people and ideas from three sources: African, Asian, and Islamic. While people from Indonesia settled in Madagascar, waves of Arabian and Persian Muslims arrived on the East African coast as permanent settlers. The intermingling between settlers and Africans resulted in the formation of Swahili society. The Swahili states were located along the coast. They were all trading cities. Kilwa, Mogadishu, Sofala, and Mombasa were some of the leading Swahili cities. The economy was dominated by the trade across the Indian Ocean. From the 10th to the mid-11th century, the trade grew, due in part to the increasing demand for African gold and ivory in Egypt and Europe. The trade reached its peak during the 14th century, the cities prospered, and some produced specialized products for export. For instance, at Sofala, dyed textiles were produced to exchange for gold from the interior. Wealthy traders minted their own coinage in silver and copper for local exchange while using gold, the Fatimid dinar in the 10th and 11th centuries, for international transactions. The most successful of the cities was Kilwa, which grew in prosperity between the late 11th century and the 15th century. Kilwa controlled the trade of the southern interior, where its merchants were able to obtain gold brought from around the Zimbabwe Plateau and the Limpopo Valley. A regular supply of gold ensured active participation in the overseas trade and a visible role for the wealthy merchants. Altogether, there were about 40 Swahili city-states, small and large. The small states contained small populations, mainly Africans who were not Muslims and who were treated as subject people. The small states contained a few 105 Swahili states and Portuguese control. 106 Muslims, including the ruling family. The cities included a mosque and some stone houses. The large states, Kilwa, Mogadishu, Mombasa, Pate, Zanzibar, and Malindi, were prosperous, and the majority of the houses were built of coral. Relations among the various Swahili states were peaceful, in spite of the competition for trade. Whether small or large, the cities had their own rulers, largely drawn from Muslim dynasties that claimed Arab or Persian ancestry. The cities also generally enjoyed political autonomy, although there was a moment in the late 14th and early 15th centuries when the sultans of Kilwa controlled a number of small cities. All the cities had to maintain relations with African states in the interior. The primary interest was commerce. From the interior came key products, gold, ivory, and skins. Without these products, the coastal cities would not have been prosperous. Imported goods were carried from the coastal cities to the interior, mainly luxury goods including cloth, beads, and pottery. Commercial interests could also lead to complicated rivalries and wars. In the search for goods, cattle, and slaves, the wealthy merchants and rulers of the coastal cities often organized raiding expeditions into the interior. A Kilwa sultan in the early 14th century was notorious for raiding the interior for war booty, some of which he kept to himself and some of which he gave as gifts to his friends and guests. However, relations were generally more peaceful than antagonistic. The Swahili culture and society. Kiswahili evolved as a language, growing to become the most widely used language in East Africa, not just along the coast but also in the interior. Today, it is the official language of Tanzania. Kiswahili is a Bantu language with many Arabic loan words. The Arab settlers along the coast donated the Arabic words. Originally, they would use Kiswahili in their oral transactions but Arabic in written communications. In due course, Kiswahili became a written language, using the Arabic script. More and more Arabs visited the East African coast, and they acquired influence in politics and religion. In the 12th century, a number of Arabs were becoming rulers. Islam spread, not just among the settler populations but also among Africans. Islam became the most important religion. It spread peaceably. As the religion of both foreign merchants and Swahili rulers and merchants, Islam appealed to those who wanted to emulate their lifestyles or engage in trade. It was also a religion that defined identity. For those who wanted to avoid appearing to be members of the lower class, the adoption of Islam made it possible. A new architectural style became popular, a rectangular design built of blocks made from coral. The cities grew in size and wealth. Part of the wealth was spent on building mosques. Houses of 2 or 3 stories were also built. Interior decorations included Persian and Chinese porcelain used to adorn vaults and cupolas. Ceramic lamps were used, and furniture included mats, carpets, stools, and beds adorned with gold, silver, and ivory. 107. Swahili society was stratified into at least 3 classes. On the lowest rung of the ladder were the slaves, who were also non-Muslims. They were taken from the interior, either through trade or as war booty. They worked as domestics and as factory workers, producing glass and cotton cloth. Next were the free Africans, lacking claim to any Persian or Arab ancestry. They constituted the majority, used the Kiswahili language, and practiced Islam. They could be found in a variety of occupations, many of which revolved around trade or production. Many worked as artisans, craftspeople, administrators, and clerks. At the very top were the wealthy merchants and men of power and status. These were Kiswahili and Arabic-speaking people. They were generally of Persian or Arabian ancestry and Muslims. Among them were the members of the ruling families, merchants, successful Muslim preachers, visiting Muslim traders, and diplomats. Among the symbols of wealth were expensive cloth made of silk and cotton, imported porcelain from China, Iran, Iraq, Egypt, and Syria, silver and gold jewelry, and large stone houses and palaces. The rulers collected import and export dues, which ran as high as 50%, on all goods that passed through their cities. Trade was the primary occupation of the members of the wealthy class. In Mombasa and Kilwa, a number of wealthy merchants also organized the production of items sold to the African hinterland, notably glass, shell beads, and cloth. Many among them took to farming as well, on estates where their slaves grew millet, cotton, fruits, and vegetables. The end of Swahili civilization. From our ships the fine houses, terraces, minarets, with the palms and trees in the orchards, made the city look so beautiful that our men were eager to land and overcome the pride of this barbarian, who spent all that night bringing into the island archers from the mainland. Point 2. The above quotation is from the opening account of a Portuguese eyewitness to the destruction, in 1505, of Kilwa, the most important Swahili city, state. Like the Songhai Empire in West Africa, the glory of the Swahili was brought to an end by external invaders. The Portuguese sailed along the East African coast in 1498, the first Europeans to take a southern route to the Indian Ocean. The Portuguese were seeking an alternative route to India, via the south, in order to avoid their powerful Muslim rivals in the eastern Mediterranean and North Africa. The Portuguese had no knowledge of the trade and prosperity of the Swahili states, and their original goal was to replace their Muslim rivals in controlling the rich trade with India, in highly valued goods such as silks, perfumes, spices, and other luxuries. It was in the process of traveling to India that the Portuguese discovered the Swahili cities. Their ambition changed, as they decided to seize control of these prosperous states and their trade. The Portuguese decided to attack and plunder the Indian Ocean trade, force the states to pay heavy tributes, and seize the valuables of the wealthy merchants and the ordinary people. 108. The Portuguese deployed a strategy that left few or no diplomatic options for the Swahili states to pursue. The Portuguese would arrive in the harbors of the Swahili, heavily armed. An ultimatum was then presented to the rulers demanding unreasonable annual tributes to the King of Portugal. A refusal would be met with an attack, regarded as a holy war of Christians against Muslims. The Muslims who resisted would be killed, the city would be destroyed, and its valuable possessions would be confiscated. The Portuguese were successful because the Swahili states had not previously cooperated to fight external aggression, and they had not been faced with an enemy coming from the sea. Except for Malindi, all the Swahili states refused the conditions set by Portugal. In 1503, Zanzibar became the first to suffer an attack and to be forced to accept the payment of an annual tribute. In the same year, the Portuguese became pirates on the Indian Ocean. They seized ships and forced them to pay ransom in gold. 2 years later, it was the turn of Kilwa. The city was plundered of its valuables. Then the Portuguese moved to Mombasa, where they started a fire that destroyed many houses. An eyewitness reported on the event. Once the fire was started, it raged all night long, and many houses collapsed and a large quantity of goods was destroyed. For from this town trade is carried on with Sofala and with Cambay by sea. There were 3 ships from Cambay, and even these did not escape the fury of the attack. It was a moonless night. 3. Many of those who escaped the inferno were killed by the Portuguese on the following day. Mombasa was raided by an angry Portuguese mob with a desire for wealth. The Grand Captain ordered that the town should be sacked and that each man should carry off to his ship whatever he found, so that at the end there would be a division of the spoil, each man to receive a 20th of what he found. The same rule was made for gold, silver, and pearls. Then everyone started to plunder the town and to search the houses, forcing open the doors with axes and iron bars. There was a large quantity of cotton cloth for Sofala in the town, for the whole coast gets its cotton cloth from here. So the Grand Captain got a good share of the trade of Sofala for himself. A large quantity of rich silk and gold embroidered clothes was seized, and carpets also. One of these, which was without equal for beauty, was sent to the King of Portugal together with many other valuables. 4. The Portuguese built stone fortresses at Kilwa, Sofala, and Mozambique to protect themselves on their journeys to their colony of Goa in India. In 1529, they completed the construction of Fort Jesus at Mombasa in order to control the Indian Ocean trade. The Swahili states were destroyed, but their culture, especially the Kiswahili language, has survived till today. 11. The Atlantic slave trade, 1440 to 1870. The slave trade began in the mid-15th century with a small number of slaves acquired by the Portuguese. By about 1870, when the slave trade ended, what had started as a small traffic had led to the forced enslavement of over 13 million Africans. The scale and intensity of the trade were unmatched in human history. The consequences were disastrous for Africa. In exchange for productive labor that produced tropical products and bullion in the New World, Africa received in return goods of less significance, for instance, firearms to fight more wars and make more slaves, and liquor to be consumed by the trading and political elite. European contacts. Europeans began to visit different parts of the African coast, from the 15th century onward. Improved navigational techniques and shipbuilding facilitated the European expansion. The pioneers were the Portuguese, who visited different parts of Africa between 1440 and 1475. By 1480, they had reached areas south of the equator, setting up trading stations along the coast, example the Gold Coast, and on islands, example Fernando Po. The motives of the early expeditions were economic, to find the production centers for the West African gold that reached North Africa and Europe, and to discover an alternative route to Asia without having to pass through the Middle East, which was controlled by Arab-Muslim trading rivals, religious, to spread Christianity in Africa, and scientific, to gain more knowledge about Africa. 111. The Portuguese engaged in trade with the coastal peoples, buying African products such as gold, pepper, ivory, and slaves in exchange for cheap European items. The Portuguese were challenged by other Europeans, notably the English and the Dutch, who joined them during the 16th century and also established their own trading forts. By the mid-17th century, the Portuguese had lost almost all their West African posts to the Dutch. Trade was all they cared about. Their conversion efforts were feeble and mainly unsuccessful, and they had little or no interest in political control. The African states along the coast were powerful enough to protect themselves from aggression and to negotiate trade terms. Competition among the European traders was fierce, and they did not hesitate to engage in bitter conflicts. By the mid-16th century, the trade was dominated by one product: slaves. Africans had no control over the commodities that Europeans wanted. The demand for slaves was consistently high, and the wealthy European merchants who sponsored the trade were able to reduce the conflicts among their traders in order to ensure regular profits. The slave trade. The need for labor in the Americas and Caribbean expanded the volume of the transatlantic slave trade, and the primary interest of Europeans in Africa was only to obtain slaves. The French, Dutch, English, Spanish, and Danes were now established in the Caribbean islands, the Portuguese in Brazil, and the Spanish in different parts of the mainland of South, Central, and North America. They all needed a large amount of labor to develop the economies of these areas. After the decimation of the local population, they turned to West Africa. In 1518, the Spanish shipped their first slave cargo to the West Indies, the first direct shipment. As the plantations in the Americas and the Caribbean expanded, so too did the slave trade. In 1532, the Portuguese also made a direct shipment to the West Indies. In the second half of the 16th century, the English and Dutch became participants in the trade. The volume of trade increased substantially from the mid-16th century onward, reaching its greatest volume during the 18th century. The leading European traders were the Portuguese, Dutch, and English. Africa became integrated into an international economic system, the triangular trade, which contributed to the industrial and economic growth of Europe. It was called a triangular trade because it had three stages, or sides, to it, all lucrative. In the first stage, European merchants would take manufactured goods such as knives, jewelry, cloths, spirits, tobacco, metalware, guns, and metal bars to Africa to exchange them for slaves. In the second stage of the trade, the slaves were taken across the Atlantic to the Americas, where they were sold to plantation owners in exchange for sugar, tobacco, indigo, cotton, rum, and other items. To complete the triangle, the European merchants would take the products obtained in the Americas to Europe. 112. Forced packing of slaves in a ship. To elaborate on the African side, many Slavi trading castles were created along the seaboard of West and Central Africa. In West Africa alone, there were 14 of them, devoted to buying slaves. Altogether, 10 leading slave centers emerged in Africa, with the following markets: Argan Island, St. Louis, and Gori in Senegambia. The Isles de Los, Sherbro Island, and Bans Island in Sierra Leone. Anamabu on the Gold Coast. Ouitta and Lagos in the Bight of Benin. Bani, New Calabar, and Old Calabar on the Bight of Biafra. Longo Bay, Malamba, and Cabinda in Longo. Mpanda, Luanda, and Bengala in Angola. And Mozambique, Kilwa Kivanye, Ibo, and Clamane in the Mozambique region. The European traders were confined to these slave ports, and some stayed on their ships. They did not deal with many Africans, but with a group of selected merchants and especially powerful chiefs and kings, from whom they obtained the slaves. The slave ports were linked to the interior markets. The slaves came from the hinterland and from further and further inland as the trade grew. Middlemen, mainly coastal merchants, exchanged European imported goods for slaves from 113. The Atlantic Triangle. 114. Slave Castle, Senegal. The interior. A number of merchants grew rich and powerful through the trade. By the 18th century, virtually all the coastal groups in West and Central Africa were involved in the slave trade, and they absorbed their hinterlands into the trading network. Established trade routes were used for imported commodities and slaves. Although a number of Africans opposed the trade, members of the political and merchant class succumbed to the European demands. The slave trade ensured a regular and abundant supply of guns and gunpowder for powerful kings and chiefs. Muskets were more effective than other weapons. Firearms had to be imported, since they could not be produced locally, and Europeans insisted on supplying them mainly in exchange for slaves. The pressure on African rulers to obtain firearms was intense. Not to have them was to open oneself to attack from neighbors. Chiefs and kings needed firearms to consolidate themselves in power, raid for slaves, or expand their territories. Slaves were obtained in a variety of ways, many of which were associated with violence. A few slaves were criminals or offenders who were sold into slavery as punishment. Laws and punishments were changed to meet the needs of the transatlantic slave trade. In the years before the Atlantic slave trade, such slaves would have worked as domestics, farmers, and artisans for their owners. They would have been members of the households of their owners and would have been able to redeem themselves. The transatlantic slave trade involved them in relocation to a strange land, maximum exploitation, and denial of freedom and privileges. However, as the demand for slaves grew, the trade came to rely on slaves captured in wars or in slave raiding expeditions. In West Africa, the majority of 115 wars were motivated by political considerations, not slave raiding. In a number of areas, states were expanding, incorporating weaker neighbors, and extending their authority. Kanem-Borno, Oyo, Dahomey, Benin, and Asante expanded during the era of the slave trade. The wars associated with state building and political expansion made captives available on a large scale. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the number of wars increased, and so did the number of captives. Slave resistance. Whenever the opportunity provided itself, slaves revolted. Whether in Africa or during the Middle Passage, many struggled to free themselves. Heroism characterized slave resistance. When slaves mutinied and failed, they were severely punished. Some slaves chose to die, as in the case of those who were able to jump overboard in order to drown themselves. A number of attempts were made in Africa to either stop the trade or cut it down significantly, although pressure from European demands and the greed of African slave merchants prevented these efforts from succeeding. One famous example was the attempt in 1526 by King Nzingambemba, also known as Alfonso, of the Bakongo Kingdom, located close to the mouth of the river Congo, who asked the King of Portugal to stop the trade because it was ruining his people and their economy. He described slave dealers as thieves and men of evil conscience engaged in a destructive economy. He cannot reckon how great the damage is, since the merchants daily seize our subjects, sons of the land and sons of our noblemen and vassals and our relatives. Thieves and men of evil conscience take them, and cause them to be sold, and so great, sir, is their corruption and licentiousness that our country is being utterly depopulated. And to avoid it we need from no more than some priests and a few people to teach in schools, and no other goods except wine and flour for the holy sacrament. That is why we beg of your highness to help and assist us in this matter, commanding your factors that they should not send here either merchants or wares, because it is our will that in these kingdoms there should not be any trade of slaves nor outlet for them. 1. Yet another unsuccessful attempt was made in the 1780s when the king of Futa Toro in the Senegal River region passed a law stopping the slave trade in the area he controlled. The French slave traders in the area found the means to trade elsewhere. We may never learn of all the cases of resistance to the slave trade. We know, however, that the trade continued for a long time. The consideration of profits made it very difficult to stop. The slave trade was an integral part of world trade, and African chiefs could not just stop it unless there was a change in the economic system that had created the need for massive amounts of labor in the New World. 116. The impact of the slave trade. The European contacts with Africa and the primary focus on human traffic had many consequences. Trade links widened, with goods coming to Africa from Europe. Gold, ivory, pepper, gum, and ostrich feathers were among the African exports, although the major exports were slaves. To promote this trade, the European traders established their presence in Africa. European languages spread to a few coastal areas, partly in order to facilitate commerce. New crops such as cassava, maize, and sweet potatoes found their way to Africa from the Americas. The most important consequences were associated with the trade in slaves. The main calamity was a loss of population, as more than 13 million people were taken out of the continent. We will never know the number who died in Africa itself, during wars and raiding expeditions, nor the number who died on the sea on their way to the Americas. One estimate in the mid-19th century concluded that Africa's population would have doubled, had the slave trade not occurred. Demographic changes varied from one region to another, depending on where slaves were captured. In areas without strong centralized political authorities, as in the case of small, weak societies in the middle belt between the coastal and the savanna states, a high enough number of slaves was taken that population decline was noticeable. Where female captives were retained in Africa, as in Dahomey, they were able to minimize the population loss by producing more children. The experience of slavery was one of human suffering that is hard to describe. The wars that produced the captives sold into slavery were traumatizing. Then came the Middle Passage when the slaves were transported across the sea. Stripped, dehumanized, and branded, they were packed into small spaces and fed contaminated food and water. Dysentery, smallpox, and measles were among the diseases that afflicted a huge number. Many did not make it. 1 out of 6 never survived the journey. Those who made it arrived looking like skeletons, to use the words of a Jesuit priest who saw a group of slaves in Cartagena in Spanish America. He observed that they were completely naked, and are shut up in a large court or enclosure, for as a rule they are left to lie on the ground, naked and without shelter. 2 buyers examined and auctioned them like cattle. Then came the experience on the plantations where they were treated as property, regarded as no better than cattle. The slave trade contributed to the spread of racist stereotypes about Africans. In order to justify enslaving human beings and treating them as property, Europeans had to dehumanize them. Africans were presented as savages, and slavery was justified as an effort to rescue them from savagery. When slavery ended, people of African descent in Europe and Africa continued to suffer racism for a long time as the wretched of the earth. They experienced economic marginalization and exclusion from power. The importation of firearms in exchange for slaves had devastating consequences on society. While it enabled African states to build professional armies, withstand possible European invasions, and expand their territories. Firearms. 117. Encouraged wars, the destruction of villages and towns, and the making of more captives to be sold into slavery. In some cases raiding expeditions were organized to obtain captives. The slave trade thus affected African politics, by producing more ruin, more wars, and more captives. The slave trade affected the economy in many ways, especially in production. First, Africa lost labor, its most important economic and social asset. As each person departed, wealth was lost. Next, human labor was exchanged for manufactured products, an unequal exchange that added to the growth of America and Europe but the underdevelopment of Africa. The slave trade incorporated Africa into the network of international trade as a weak member. Between the 16th century and the first half of the 19th century, slaves dominated the commercial transactions between Europeans and Africans, decreasing the importance of other commodities. Whereas Europe and the Americas grew prosperous from foreign trade and became economically developed by the time the slave trade ended, Africa moved in the opposite direction, toward underdevelopment. Losing the benefits of foreign trade in productive goods and entangled in the devastation caused by slavery, Africa's economy lacked the means to transform itself in positive ways. The loss of productive labor translated into reduced consumption and production of many commodities on the continent. Craftsmen and farmers, notably young people, left many parts of West and Central Africa, with a devastating impact on the economy. The rulers that profited from the trade also contributed to damaging the economy. They believed that the economy had to be oriented to the capture and sale of slaves. In addition, they used access to firearms to threaten weak groups and dominate poor farmers and artisans. The goods they received in exchange for slaves, essentially consumer goods and firearms, did not stimulate further development. Where political instability occurred, even if temporarily, famine could follow. In West Africa's Middle Belt, the effects on agriculture, manufacturing, and trade were devastating. Unable to protect themselves from wars and slave raiding, many groups had to abandon their homes and search for more secure places in mountains and remote areas. Production became highly unstable. Finally, the slave trade created the African diaspora, the extensive relocation of a people away from their homeland. Today, blacks can be found in the United States, the Caribbean, Latin America, Europe, and Asia. This diaspora was mainly created by the slave trade. In the 19th century, when the transatlantic trade ended, people of African origins constituted half of the population of Brazil and Venezuela and also much of the population of the Caribbean islands. In all these places, blacks contributed substantially to the economy and industrialization, as farmers, miners, artisans, and domestics. They resisted slavery whenever they could, even setting up their own autonomous states such as Palmares in northeastern Brazil, which was created in 1605 and lasted for 100 years, and Haiti, which emerged from the 1791 revolution of blacks in Saint-Domingue. In spite of great suffering and marginalization, African culture spread in the diaspora, as the slaves and their free successors kept alive many aspects of their 118 old cultures or created new cultures that retained elements of what they had had before. In language, economy, and politics, the impact of people of African descent is indelible. In Spanish America, people of African descent established self-help associations for members of the same neighborhood or religion, each with its own chiefs, to assist one another and even to organize protests. In Brazil, African culture mixed with the cultures of the Portuguese and American Indians to create a new hybrid, involving child-rearing practices, folk tales, food, and samba music. In North America, blacks made many contributions to colonial society. On southern plantations, Africans maintained many aspects of their culture, in such areas as songs, cuisine, and folk tales. African languages influenced the dialects of the Geechee and Gullah in South Carolina. Africans also introduced better techniques of growing cotton, indigo, and rice. The slave trade ended in the second half of the 19th century. The process that led to its abolition began much earlier. A combination of factors led to the demise of the slave trade. A greater need developed for tropical products to supply European industries, thereby making it profitable to leave Africans in Africa in order to produce. Slave rebellions were becoming common in some colonies, thereby creating insecurity. And liberal opposition to slavery was growing in Europe and the Americas as more and more people criticized the injustice and exploitation of slavery. 12. The organization of societies, 15th century AD. Onward. Many of the preceding chapters clearly show the success of Africans in adapting to their environments, creating economic and political institutions, and establishing large-scale political units such as kingdoms. Over time, Africans also evolved ways of managing societies at the family and community levels. The institutions of society covered many aspects of life, all in the attempt to regulate human interactions and manage the relations between human beings and the environment, on the one hand, and between human beings and spiritual forces, on the other hand. The most important institutions are those concerning the family, religion, and politics. Kinship, marriage, and family life. Human beings are related by marriage or birth. Relations based on marriage are known as affinal, and those based on blood as consanguineal. A consanguineal relationship is based on common ancestry, determined in one of four ways. The most common is patrilineal ancestry, traced to a male ancestor, through one's father. In matrilineal descent, relations are traced through the mother's side. Both of these are unilineal systems. There are also examples of bilineal or duolineal systems, which trace descent through both parents, and bilateral systems, which trace descent through the grandparents. In pre-colonial Africa, descent formed the basis of laws on inheritance, marital domicile, and the definition of identity. In a patrilineal system, the child would 120 live in the household of the father, and boys had inheritance rights. In a matrilineal system, children could not inherit their father's property but only that of their uncles. Descent lines constituted a lineage, with members tracing their origin to a common ancestor. Two or more lineages would constitute a clan. When a clan became too big, a faction might relocate to establish a new unit. Kin groups also included members who were related by marriage. Marriage was partly defined as the union of two large extended families. Elders and families had a say in the choice of partners. In many societies, the payment of bride wealth by the family of the husband was part of the requirements for the completion of a marriage ceremony. Bride wealth comprised money, cattle, crops, and cloths. Among the Kung of South Africa, a man could offer service in lieu of bride wealth. He would stay with his wife's family for a number of years and work for his in-laws. Bride wealth, or bride service as in the case of the Kung just mentioned, legalized a marriage. It did not mean the purchase of a woman. It was a way to ensure the stability of marriage, involve many family members in the process, and share wealth in a community. Polygyny, a system in which a man married two or more women, was fairly common. Large families were the ideal, and polygyny ensured that a man would have many children. Where the mortality rate was high, polygyny helped to ensure that some children survived, thus ensuring the continuity of the lineage. The insistence in many areas on having heirs to inherit land and power meant that a man must be survived not just by children but by males. This was more likely if a man had several wives. Where there was an imbalance in the male-female ratio, the system allowed most people to marry. Rules that prevented sexual intercourse during pregnancy or when a woman was nursing a baby promoted polygyny, satisfying the man more than the woman. As most economic activities required the use of household labor, one way to acquire a large labor force was through reproduction. In societies where widow inheritance, the wife of a deceased person being married by one of his relations, existed, polygyny was a form of insurance ensuring that widows and their children were taken care of. Kinship and marriage forms aimed to produce individuals who would be part of a collectivity and subordinate their personal interests to those of the group. The actions of an individual could bring both praise and condemnation to a kinship or clan. Surviving outside of a group was very difficult. Building a house, harvesting extensive crops, and financing marriage and funeral ceremonies were all beyond the capacity of a single person. While the pursuit of individual interests was not necessarily discouraged, the paramount ethos was collectivist. A family was usually large, comprising a man, his wives, their children, and 3 generations of relations such as grandparents and uncles, all living close to one another. Children were highly valued, and they were often regarded as the main reason for marriage. One of the major functions of the family was to socialize the children to society and give them occupational skills. Children were trained through the observation and explanation of skills. 121. Non-kinship relations. Not everybody in a society was related by blood or marriage, and other associations were created to promote interactions. Some were based on bonding through religious and secret societies, whereas others focused on occupations and age. Craft or occupational guilds united members following similar occupations, such as hunting. They helped to disseminate skills, protect members' occupations, and contribute to the overall development of the society. Hunters were respected for their knowledge of the forest and of herbs. Medicine men and women were respected for their ability to heal people. Mediums and priests served as mediators between people and gods. Blacksmiths provided tools. And poets entertained people and recorded histories. A group of people, men or women, could interact as members of a secret society, such as the Poro and Ogboni of West Africa. Members took oaths of secrecy, protected their beliefs, performed rituals, and initiated new members. In addition to providing opportunities to network and share valuable information, secret societies were involved in the administration of justice, the punishment of those who broke social sanctions, and the selection of chiefs. Associations based on time of birth, known as age grades, were by far the most important non-kinship groups in a number of places. A community would have several age grades, each comprising people of roughly the same age. Members of an age grade were initiated at the same time and married in the same period. Each age grade could be assigned a specific function. For instance, among the Afikpo of eastern Nigeria, an expert identified 4 age grades, each with different functions. Young men acted as the police and enforced social rules. Young married men carried out administrative duties. Older men had legislative and adjudicative power. And old men gave advice. Age grades were also in charge of security and war, while the elders performed initiation ceremonies to welcome the young to adulthood. The most respected and revered age grades were those of the elders. The elderly were greatly respected, not only for their wisdom and experience but also for their accumulated knowledge. There was an important role for them. Within households, they were involved in raising children and passing on family traditions. They were consulted on a wide variety of issues, from choice of partners to medicines. Their voices carried weight in conflict resolution. Some of them were chiefs, priests, and kings. Life stages. Within both kinship and non-kinship groups, individuals celebrated rites of passage. At each turning point, from birth to death, the community was involved in the celebration and in all the necessary rituals. Children were highly valued, and they were welcomed into the world by rituals and festivities. Special names were given to children, and mothers devoted a great deal attention to their children. The child was socialized through informal education offered by the parents, other members of the household, and even neighbors. 122. The transition to adulthood was marked in many areas by an elaborate initiation ceremony. Initiation for boys could be through circumcision, performed between the ages of 12 and 18. This was a common practice among the Kikuyu of Kenya, the Igbo of Nigeria, and the Zulu of South Africa. In some other cultures, such as that of the Hausa of West Africa, marriage was used to initiate young men into adulthood. In almost all cultures, marriage turned girls into adults. A small number of groups, such as the Hausa and the Somali, used female circumcision to initiate girls. Initiation was important for a variety of reasons. It brought the community together to celebrate as a collective. It was a turning point for youths who became adults. It formally instructed young people about adult life, including the responsibilities of married couples and the knowledge required to live in the society. And it gave the participants a sense of achievement through the endurance of pain. Initiation ceremonies enabled the community to reaffirm the identity of its members, while it gave the youth a sexual identity as well. Initiation practices and marks varied from one place to another, but they included the scarification of the skin, face, or upper torso by tattooing and cicatrization, scar formation at a wound site, and the removal of a few teeth. Where female circumcision was practiced, it involved the surgical removal of the clitoris. In cultures with important initiation practices, failure to perform them would result in the denial of social status and marriage. Circumcision affected women more than men, as it reduced sexual pleasure and possibly sex drive as well. There was a religious side to all initiation ceremonies. An appeal was made to gods and ancestors to bless the new adults and the community. Sacrifices were offered to all the major gods, and small quantities of blood were shed to link the initiates with supernatural forces. Religion. Religious beliefs were strong, shaping an understanding of the world, the environment, and mysterious realities. Africans believed in supernatural forces that included a host of gods, spirits, witches, and ancestors. There was a conception of a universe of which the earth was just one part. In some areas, people believed that there were spirits beneath the land, an underworld of strange and powerful objects. There was also the world above the sky, the abode of yet more forces, including probably a supreme being, and such powerful beings as the sun, moon, and stars. Human beings linked the various parts of the universe. In many cultures, the people believed in the existence of a supreme being or God. Views on the supreme being varied, but it was common to attribute creation and power to God. In many areas, God was invested with superior human attributes. God could be described as gender-based or neutral in some groups. God was described as a male and in other groups as a female, while still other groups assigned no specific gender. In worship and sacrifices, the lesser gods and spirits received more attention. Like human beings, the lesser gods were created by the Supreme Being who 123 appointed them as his messengers on earth. Each god also had a specific function or power, as in cases of the god of rain, the god of fertility, and the god of wealth. To ask for children, one might consult the god in charge of reproduction. Farmers would worship the fertility god so that their crops would grow well. The religious universe was crowded. Some individuals were invested with considerable power to mediate between human beings and supernatural forces. As mediums or priests, they understood the language of the spirits and gods and could relay people's messages to them. There were also people with powers of magic and witchcraft who could do good or evil. Important objects in the environment were identified as powerful, and appropriate sacrifices were made to them at intervals. Major rivers, mountains, farmlands, and some trees were among the objects possessing powerful spirits. As powerful life forces, these natural objects were worshipped because of the protection that they offered to their followers. Human beings and all objects in the universe had origin stories, explaining how they came into being. Not only were human beings expected to recognize the power of the universe, they must also follow moral codes if they wanted to live well. Thus, there were notions of good and evil, laws to be obeyed in relations with the Supreme Being and other gods and spirits, and rules of behavior in interpersonal relations. Ancestors were also spirits. These could be lineage founders or elderly people who were invested with supernatural power after their death. Ancestors created a chain between the living and God and other unseen forces. As close relations of the living, ancestors were expected to bestow blessings and to answer prayers as quickly as possible. Economic activities. Agriculture was the dominant occupation. Most people were farmers. Cattle-keeping societies included the Fulani of West Africa, the Maasai of Kenya, and the Xhosa of South Africa. Production was primarily for family consumption. A secondary aim was to generate surpluses to sell in exchange for both essential and luxury items. Land was available to all lineages, and each household had its own portion. Farm implements were locally manufactured. Each area had a main crop, such as rice and yam in West Africa and maize in South Africa. Other crops were treated as subsidiaries, grown in the same field as the main crop or on other land that was less fertile. Harvest periods were marked by festivals and religious celebrations, held to praise the gods, conduct wedding ceremonies, and exchange gifts. Household work was arranged by gender. Women worked on the farms, performed a host of domestic chores, and took care of their children. Men worked as soldiers to defend the community and in such occupations as hunting, blacksmithing, farming, and carving. Where an activity involved numerous people, members of different households could cooperate with one another. A host of other occupations were either combined with farming or performed by specialists. Blacksmiths, palace officials, and priests were examples of. 124. Benin plaque. Ceramic industry. 125. Specialists. Some of them would have small farms. The blacksmith's work was full-time, leaving no time for farming. The blacksmith made tools for the farmers and weapons of war, in addition to domestic utensils. Where blacksmiths also smelted iron ore, they were regarded with considerable respect. The highly skilled nature of iron manufacturing and the need to protect the sources of ore made blacksmiths highly regarded. A variety of items were produced, such as salt, leather items, pottery, textiles, and other craft goods. Manufacturers might form their own guilds. Trade was a vital economic activity, organized to distribute local items as well as connect towns and villages in regional and international networks. Local and regional trade made possible the distribution of food crops and local manufactures. Essential items such as salt were exchanged for food crops. Farmers and pastoralists exchanged their products. In long-distance and international trade, goods passed through many towns and regions in a relay system. Scarce and expensive products such as iron tools, jewelry, gold, and religious items could travel thousands of miles from their original sources, carried by traders in various caravan systems. Africa had an extensive network of trade, currencies, and traders, making regional and international commerce a highly developed economic activity. In East and West Africa, the kauru was a common currency, noted for its small size and durability. Items such as gold and cattle were used in some areas as currencies, while goods could also be exchanged by barter. Political systems. All African societies, whether large or small, had a form of government. Egypt, Mali, and Songhai were governed by powerful kings. Not all societies were organized on such a large political scale. Smaller chiefdoms existed with less powerful chiefs. Lineages were important in all political systems. Management at the lower level involved families and lineage units. Heads of compounds resolved conflicts among their members, ensured that everybody had access to land and shelter, and maintained social cohesion. In states with kings, power was centralized in a few hands. The state was an agglomeration of many lineages, clans, villages, and towns brought together in a centralized political system with executive, legislative, and judicial power over all important issues. There was also an army, usually of an ad hoc nature, used to ensure that people accepted the authority of the central government. The various communities in a state could be close to one another or separated by great distances. Some examples of monarchies included the Oyo, Benin, and Asante empires in West Africa, the Luanda states in East Africa, and the Zulu kingdom in South Africa. Many of these states emerged because of powerful leaders who brought many communities under their authority. A lineage could grow into a huge clan and incorporate additional lineages and clans to form a larger unit. or one clan or lineage could use military methods to force others to accept its. 126. The King of Kano. Authority and leadership. Irrespective of the method of formation of a state, strong leaders, armed forces, and access to weapons and resources were all necessary. A powerful king governed in association with a number of prominent chiefs. The king had a specific title. Although there were other chiefs, no one else bore the kingly title. The power of the king could be based on descent from a royal line, possession of ritual or priestly power, or even conquest. The position was justified and legitimized by tradition, the recognition of only one particular lineage that provided leaders, the possession of ritual powers, and control of the army. The people in a state not only respected the king and chiefs but funded the administration. Annual religious festivals united the people and their rulers in celebration and in affirmation of their identity. The king was expected to protect the people from external attack, ensure justice, and cooperate with religious leaders to make necessary sacrifices for rain and good harvests. Authority could be organized in a pyramid, in which lower chiefs respected and obeyed the senior ones. Kings enjoyed wide powers and were treated as semi-divine in many places. A large number of palace officials and others assisted the king to collect tribute, levies, market dues, and other revenues, execute orders, entertain guests, and perform other duties. There was no separation of powers. The king and his chiefs could legislate, give orders, and try offenders all in one meeting. Decisions were arrived at after long deliberations and by consensus, although the king had veto power. There were instances when a king became too powerful and tyrannical. In many states, there were regulations too. 127. The Chief's Stool, Zimbabwe. Check the excesses of kings, angry subjects could migrate elsewhere. The kingmakers and secret societies could remove a tyrannical king. And in some kingdoms such as Oyo, the king could be forced to commit suicide. In some societies power was decentralized. In the absence of a powerful figure such as that of a king, power was not centralized but shared by a number of elders and representatives of kin groups, age-grade associations, and secret societies who maintained law and order, performed public services, and defended their communities when threatened. Bureaucrats, standing armies, and complicated revenue systems were not needed. The village headship was the highest political office. In moments of war and for trade and ritual purposes, many villages could combine and accept the authority of one person, but this would be only temporary. Examples of African groups with decentralized political authority included the Berbers of North Africa, the Temne of Sierra Leone, the Maasai, Luo, Nandi, and Kikuyu of Kenya, and the Tiv and Igbo of Nigeria. Among the Kikuyu, age-grade associations performed administrative duties, protected village land, collected taxes, and enforced laws. This was a highly democratic system in which both elders and age grades had a say in the administration of the village. In the case of the Igbo, each village enjoyed political autonomy. A village was an agglomeration of lineages and sublineages, each occupying its own compound. There was a village head, who presided over a village assembly where people were allowed to talk. The assembly performed legislative functions, and the elders would make decisions by consensus. Lineage heads exercised authority among members of their lineages. In religion, economy, and politics, Africans were able to create institutions suitable to their needs and successfully adapt to their environments. Once established. 128. Many practices endured for hundreds of years. Ideas and religions from other parts of the world were subsequently borrowed, modifying some practices and creating new ones, while the essential core values of institutions were retained. Part 2. The 19th century period. The outbreak of Islamic Jihad, 1804. In 1804, a jihad, holy war, broke out in the Hausa states in what is now northern Nigeria and Niger. Also known as the Sokoto Jihad, it was the first in a series of jihads that occurred in West Africa during the 19th century. The wars had social and political motivations, although these were expressed in religious form. The Sokoto Jihad turned out to be a major revolution that revived Islam and created a caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate, a system of government patterned after that of the Prophet Muhammad, and a legal system based on the Sharia. According to Islamic belief, a jihad is a war sanctioned by Allah and prosecuted by the followers of Allah to spread or revive Islam. A jihad has a political dimension to it. The leaders of the movement may acquire power by displacing previous power holders, and they also attempt to introduce major political and legal reforms. What factors led to the Sokoto Jihad, why was it a success, and what were its consequences? These are the three major questions that this chapter addresses. Uthman Dan Fodio. Islam had been spreading in various parts of West Africa long before the 19th century. However, some Islamic religious leaders believed that Islam was not spreading fast enough and that it was being corrupted. They believed that the Hausa political leaders were Muslims only in name. The pressure to reform Islam through a jihad was already building up in West Africa in the 18th century, with jihads in the Western Sudan in the 1720s and 1770s. At the forefront of the pressure for change were the Fulani, who included devout 132 West African Islamic empires. 133 teachers and preachers. The Fulani originally emerged in the lower Senegal Valley, and they migrated to other parts of West Africa from the 12th century onward. They were concentrated in Hausa-land, modern Nigeria and Niger, as well as in the Futa states and Niger Bend area, all areas where jihads occurred during the 19th century. The leader of the Sokoto Jihad, the most important of all the jihads, was Uthman Dan Fodio. Born in 1754 to Fulani parents based in Gobir, the northwesternmost Hausa state, he studied the Quran under famous teachers and took to a life of preaching and teaching at a relatively early age. In 1774 Dan Fodio began to preach in the Hausa states of Gobir and Zamfara, moving from one town to another, while retaining his base in the city of Digil. He criticized the mixture of Islam with local religious practices and called for the reform of Islam and strict adherence to the Sharia. He was critical of kings and their officials, whom he accused of excesses and corruption. His messages were attractive to the poor, who saw him as a defender against exploitation, and to the youth who studied Islam with him. His messages threatened the established political order. The king of Gobir had to introduce measures to curtail the growing influence of Dan Fodio. In the 1790s, laws were passed to prohibit people from wearing the distinctive Islamic turban and veil in public, while attempts were made to end the conversion of more people to Islam. As the threat to Dan Fodio continued, on February 21, 1804, he undertook a withdrawal from the city of Digil to Dugu, a withdrawal known as the Hijra, similar to the Prophet Muhammad's withdrawal from Mecca to Medina, see chapter 8. At Dugu, Dan Fodio proclaimed a jihad. He became the Amir al-Mu'minin, the commander of the faithful, and his followers were constituted into an army to launch the jihad. The war began in 1804, and Dan Fodio and his forces achieved initial victory. Emboldened by their early success, they carried the jihad from one area to another. Support was also given to various Fulani Islamic leaders who rebelled against Hausa kings in different Hausa states. By the time of Dan Fodio's death in 1817, a huge Islamic empire had emerged, comprising all the leading Hausa states, areas along the rivers Benue and Niger, in Nupe and Adamawa, the northern Yoruba city of Ilorin, and parts of the old Oyo Empire. The causes of the jihad. Leadership was a major factor in the jihad. The ability of Dan Fodio to preach, to mobilize people, and to build a large army to fight the group in political power. In two manifestos, Dan Fodio stated the objectives of the jihad in a way that inspired many Muslims. He strongly believed that the Hausa rulers had established a system of government that Muslims should not tolerate. To quote Dan Fodio, "One of the ways of their government is succession to the emirate by hereditary right and by force to the exclusion of consultation. And one of the ways of their government is the 134 building of their sovereignty upon three things: the people's persons, their honor, and their possessions. And whomsoever they wish to kill or exile or violate his honor or devour his wealth, they do so in pursuit of their lusts, without any right in the Sharia. One of the ways of their government is their imposing on the people monies not laid down by the Sharia, intentionally eating whatever food they wish, drinking what beverages they wish, taking what women they wish without marriage contract, compelling people to serve in their armies, shutting the door in the face of the needy, being occupied with vain things by night or by day. 1. Dan Fodio was a charismatic leader who inspired his followers to fight for the jihad. The conflict between Dan Fodio and the king of Gobir triggered the jihad. However, there were other causes, which were long-term in nature. There were economic and social causes. Indeed, the majority of poor people joined the jihad because they regarded themselves as victims of economic exploitation who paid excessive tax and worked as laborers for the rich. Many of the messages of Dan Fodio were directed at excessive taxation and exploitation of the peasantry and slaves. These resonated well with the Talakawa, a lowly class of farmers and artisans. In addition, the poor expected changes in the legal system, which imposed maximum fines on them and gave preference to the rich. Existing social hierarchies were a source of worry to the Islamic leaders. They were not happy with the appointment of judges based on considerations other than Islamic knowledge. When the rich and politically connected committed offense, they could pay fines to escape other punishments, a privilege that annoyed Islamic leaders. At the death of an individual, his assets passed to the eldest son, thus denying others access to property and wealth. Those who wanted a change in inheritance practices supported the jihad. In the minds of many, the jihad would bring social justice. Just as the society was divided by class, it was divided by ethnicity. Dan Fodio was a Fulani, a member of an ethnic group that regarded itself as marginalized by the majority Hausa group. Thus, there was an ethnic dimension to the jihad. The majority of the Fulani supported the jihad for various reasons. To the learned among them, the Fulani Gita who lived in the cities, their exclusion from government was a source of irritation. In addition, they were prevented from carrying arms, owning slaves, or enjoying the privileges associated with the Hausa aristocracy. The Fulani Gita believed in their own skills. They also knew the rules of Islam as they applied to politics. They equated their Islamic devotion with ethnic superiority. The Fulani who lived in the villages, the Fulani Borora, were also offended by the taxation laws, especially the imposition of the Jangali, cattle tax. In addition, they complained that the political leaders confiscated their cattle for no just reason and that they lacked adequate grazing land. Although many among them were not Muslims, they nevertheless saw the jihad as an opportunity to solve long-standing problems. There were definite political reasons for the jihad. The combination of the social, economic, and ethnic factors identified above led to support of a change. 135. In leadership and the overthrow of the existing political class. For the jihadists, Islam could not be separated from politics. By saying that the laws, constitutions, and administration must have the imprint of Islam, the jihadists were making a political demand. The established Hausa kings and dynasties were right to view the message of Dan Fodio and the jihad as a political threat. As in this case and in other jihads before and after, a holy war was a means to obtain power. Finally, the religious factor brought all the other factors together. To Dan Fodio, jihad was a religious duty. He himself was pious, and he regarded religious reforms as necessary to change society. To revive and reform Islam, a jihad was necessary. As far as Dan Fodio was concerned, a holy war was sanctioned by Allah. The belief was that a jihad was necessary to spread Islam to areas regarded as pagan. The Hausa kings were accused of ignoring the Sharia in governing their people and of promoting pagan practices. Factors leading to the success of the jihad. For a religious leader, untrained in the art of warfare, to lead a small army, later to grow in size, and defeat long-established political dynasties was no small task. To start with, the identification of the masses with Dan Fodio and the jihad was important. The Fulani gave their support, for reasons already identified. Even large numbers of poor Hausa ignored their own aristocracy to join the Fulani. Indeed, the majority of poor people, irrespective of their ethnic backgrounds, were eager to support the jihad because they believed that a new political order would bring positive changes in their lives. The leaders of the jihad were able to motivate their followers. The followers believed that the war was just. Should they survive, they would see changes. Should they die, they would enjoy salvation in paradise. Dan Fodio was believed to be a messiah, completely trusted by his numerous followers. His son, Muhammad Bello, and his brother, Abdullahi, were equally respected. The jihadists successfully portrayed the Hausa kings as corrupt infidels who must be overthrown if society was to make any progress. The jihadists also included people who understood military strategies. They were able to train their soldiers within a short time and to instruct them on the techniques of battle. The ambitious among the jihad leaders wanted power, a motivation that drove many of them to work hard. The Hausa states and their kings had problems that benefited the jihadists. To start with, the various Hausa states failed to unite to present a formidable force against the jihadists. Each state had an experienced army, but long years of interstate conflicts had destroyed their ability to come together. For instance, Gobir had engaged in prolonged wars with 3 neighboring states, thereby weakening itself and making it hard to call on its neighbors for support. Within each state, the political leaders had alienated their own people, making it difficult to call on their loyalty. To the surprise of some kings, their subjects eagerly joined their enemies. In places with long-standing rivalries for power, one of the factions would invite the jihadists to intervene on its behalf. 136. The impact of the jihad. The consequences of the jihad were revolutionary in many ways. A new theocracy emerged, in the form of the Sokoto Caliphate, a huge political entity that united many states. The divided Hausa states were now organized into a united Islamic empire ruled by the Fulani. The expansion of the jihad to the southwest contributed to the fall of the Oyo Empire among the Yoruba. The success of the jihad inspired 2 other leaders to embark on jihads, Siku Amadu in Messina, the inland delta area to the west of the river Niger, and Alhaj Umar, the creator of the Tukulor Empire in the area between the Niger Bend and the Atlantic. The jihad contributed to religious and administrative change. As far as Dan Fodio was concerned, politics and administration must be based on strict Islamic principles. The Sharia formed the basis of the legal, administrative, and taxation systems. Islam spread to new areas in northern Nigeria and among the Yoruba to the southwest. Over time, Islam was able to consolidate itself, becoming the dominant religion in the area and remaining dominant ever since. Quranic education expanded. Many new mosques and schools were built, religious literature spread, and Islamic preachers traveled from one area to another. The jihad leaders were great scholars who authored many books, poems, and essays. Over 300 works authored by Dan Fodio, his son Bello, and his brother Abdullahi have been recovered, covering a variety of topics in religion, medicine, politics, diplomacy, and administration. The writers wanted to create a just society through an Islamic revival. They were moralists who criticized society, especially pagan kings. The large political entity that was created and the stability it offered promoted trade. The security offered by the various political leaders was a boost to long-distance trade. Established market centers such as Zaria and Kano continued to be prominent, and the volume of trade expanded during the 19th century. The wars enabled the jihad leaders to take captives in various non-Islamic areas. While many were sold into the transatlantic slave trade in the first half of the 19th century, a large number stayed behind and worked on large farms owned by rulers and wealthy merchants. Demographic changes occurred in some parts of the region, as people responded to the wars by migrating. Where people refused to accept Islam or the new Fulani overlords, they could move elsewhere. New villages were established in the process. Notable examples of migration occurred among the Yoruba, where some groups in the old Oyo Empire moved southward to found new cities. The Caliphate. A single Fulani empire replaced the old Hausa states and dynasties. The empire, Caliphate, was divided into emirates, provinces, each governed by a Fulani emir, king, whose descendants have remained in power ever since. When Dan Fodio retired from politics and died in 1817, the Caliphate was divided into 137. 2. The western half had its capital in Gwandu, under Dan Fodio's brother Abdullahi. The larger and more important half was based in the capital city of Sokoto with Bello, Dan Fodio's son, as the caliph. Ever since, Sokoto has remained the most important city in the caliphate. Bello was able to complete his father's jihad by preserving unity, overcoming many revolts, and creating an efficient administration that worked well for the rest of the century. A government led by Muslim leaders was established. At the head in the capital at Sokoto was the Caliph, the leader of all Muslims. As the commander of the faithful, he was expected to pay attention to Islam and ensure that the laws were in accordance with the Sharia. He also confirmed the appointments of the emirs who headed the emirates, the provinces of the Caliphate. The Caliph also settled conflicts between emirates. The Caliph served to unite the Caliphate, attracting the allegiance of all the kings and chiefs and acting as the religious leader of the Muslims. Uthman Dan Fodio provided the criteria with which to judge a good caliph. The foundations of government are 5 things. The first is that authority shall not be given to one who seeks it. The second is the necessity for consultation. The third is the abandoning of harshness. The fourth is justice. The fifth is good works. Point 2. The caliph was assisted by a number of powerful officials. Notable among them was the wazir, who represented the caliph in the emirates and vetted the candidates for emirship. Another was the kofa, who handled legal appeals from Amir's palace, Zaria. 138. The lower courts. These 2 and other senior officers were expected to promote the cause of Islam, prevent the exploitation of the poor, and give honest advice to the caliph. Amirs were powerful kings, heading large political units. They paid allegiance to the caliph by attending the coronation of a new caliph, sending annual tributes, remitting a percentage of the taxes they collected, and contributing to the defense of the empire. The caliphate experienced a number of major problems. Although it had a clear management structure, it suffered from its large size. People who lived hundreds of miles away from the capital were expected to give their allegiance to the caliph. As they were asked to pay taxes and levies and serve in the army, a large number became unhappy. Having raised the expectations and hopes of millions of poor people and promised them that social ills and injustice would end, the new leaders failed to keep their promises and thus alienated the people. Like their Hausa predecessors, the new men of power were interested in holding slaves, acquiring large farms, collecting bribes, keeping war booty and captives, and increasing the size of their harems. As the poor noticed this, and saw little or no change in their own conditions, many realized that a just and fair society was simply a dream. There was power rivalry and there were other political problems. The leaders after Bello, who died in 1837, found it hard to impose their will on all the emirs and officials. Rivalries among some emirates led to war. Given its large size, the caliphate lacked the resources to police all the emirates. Some emirs in distant areas refused to carry out the instructions of the caliph. A number of emirates even organized revolts against the caliph, and 4 of these revolts became widespread. Finally, there were external enemies. There were groups that fled when the jihad broke out, later on to reorganize themselves for revenge. Attacks came from such centers as Maradi, Gobir, and Gawakyuk. The caliphate had to negotiate peaceful relations with its powerful neighbor to the northeast, the Kanem-Borno Empire, where a new dynasty, founded by Al-Kanemi, emerged in the process. Since Kanem-Borno's rulers regarded themselves as devout Muslims, the caliphate had problems justifying the extension of the jihad to this area. The army of the Kanem-Borno Empire was formidable enough to resist the caliphate. The last enemies were the Europeans who, in the second half of the 19th century, began to establish their influence. The European traders began to negotiate with emirs independently of the caliph. Through treaties and military conquests, the British incorporated the caliphate into the modern country of Nigeria early in the 20th century. 14. Wars and Revolution among the Yoruba, 1817–93. Formidable as a massive wooden door. Most senior chief of war. Capable of cutting anybody down to size. Great warrior chieftain. As sure of himself as the dawn itself. He does what pleases him like God. Poem in honor of a Yoruba general. In 1817, a major war broke out among the Yoruba. It lasted till 1824. Thereafter, other wars followed, and the Yoruba entered a century of warfare. In all, the major wars lasted 28 years, but they were accompanied by a host of smaller wars and raiding expeditions. Parts of Yorubaland were also invaded by external forces, Dahomey from the west and the Fulani from the north. Professional warriors and generals emerged, heroes of their kingdoms who received high praises such as the poem quoted above in praise of Chief Ibikunal, an Ibadan war leader. The Yoruba also used imported firearms more than ever before, and states had to produce raw materials in order to pay for them. The wars affected virtually all aspects of society. Why did the Yoruba have to fight for so long, and how did the wars affect them? The Yoruba and their wars. The Yoruba occupy areas of modern southwestern Nigeria and some areas of the Republic of Benin. They have an ancient history, and they regard the city of 141. Yoruba sculpture. Ile-Ife as their original homeland and Odujuwa as their ancestor. According to their origin stories, it was from Ile-Ife that princes migrated with their followers to establish other kingdoms. Subethnic groups, and kingdoms, emerged, such as the Ife, Ekiti, Ijisa, Oyo, Akoko, Ondo, Owo, Egba, Egbedo, and Ijebu, each with its principal cities and government. The Yoruba were not politically united under one king. Rather, the people developed loyalty to their groups and kings. The belief in a common ancestor and the ability to communicate with one another did not prevent wars among them. The leading Yoruba state was Oyo. With an effective military organization, access to horses from the north, a unified center, and a reliable revenue system, Oyo was able to grow and expand its influence over other Yoruba kingdoms. Governed by a powerful king, the Alafin, Oyo operated a system of checks and balances that ensured good government and political stability. Rich, extensive, and powerful, Oyo attained the height of its power in the 18th century. It was the largest coastal empire in West Africa, with its power extending to its northern neighbors, example Borgu and Nup, and westward to the states of the Fon, Iya, and Dahomey. During the 19th century, a series of wars began, initiated by the fall of the Oyo Empire. Oyo's fall was a gradual process that ended in the 1830s. Its 142. Yoruba states in the 19th century. 143. Army suffered a decline, its economy was interrupted by the jihad to the north, it was challenged by the growing power of Dahomey to the west and Nup to the north, and its principal officers struggled among themselves for power. There were problems within the central government. The leading war general, Afongia, rebelled. With his base in the northern city of Ilorin, Afongia organized a war against Oyo. Then various groups revolted, notably the Egba and Dahomey. The Muslims, too, rebelled, and the Fulani captured power at Ilorin, from where they threatened Oyo. Oyo abandoned its capital, and its rulers moved southward to recreate a much smaller kingdom, now known as New Oyo. The political instability that led to Oyo's downfall created political upheavals and wars that lasted from around 1813 to 1838. The capital city of Oyo was burned down, its people fled in various directions, many of its former colonies became independent, and its northern frontier was incorporated into the Sokoto Caliphate, see Chapter 13. Following the decline of Oyo, other wars ensued. These wars fell into three major phases: the Owa War from 1817 to 1824, the Ajay War from 1860 to 1865, and the Kiriji, or Ikitaparapo, War from 1877 to 1893. They were accompanied by other wars. The first major war, which broke out in 1817, started as a small-scale conflict over the control of the market town of Apomu. Other groups and warriors fleeing from Oyo joined in the war, and a major alliance formed against the Owa. In the 1820s, the anti-Owa forces became strong enough to attack Owa, which became the first Yoruba city to be completely destroyed by war. The Egba towns that supported Owa were also attacked, and they were forced to relocate to found the new city of Abeokuta. After the war, the Oyo refugees established a camp at Ibadan in about 1829, and this camp later grew to become the largest Yoruba state. Ibadan became an empire within a period of 20 years. Its main rival in central Yorubaland was Ajay, a state also established by Oyo refugees. Competition between the two states led to war in the 1860s. The ambition of both Ajay and Ibadan was the same: to create an empire in the same region and collect revenues from the colonies. Although Ajay was able to form an alliance with the powerful Egba of Abeokuta, it lost the war so comprehensively that the kingdom collapsed and its people dispersed. With the collapse of Ajay, no other power was able to rival Ibadan. However, its colonies were resentful. A major war broke out in 1877, the biggest of them all, with Ibadan fighting on several fronts. With regard to its Egba and Ijebu neighbors to the south, Ibadan's goal was to end their control of trade routes and access to the Lagos market, in order to procure firearms and other imported items. As Ibadan calculated, the southern strategy would be the war to win all wars, since its victory would mean limitless access to firearms. In the east, the problem was to suppress rebellions in Ibadan's colonies. Individually, the Akiti and Ijesa towns appeared weak, but they creatively forged the largest alliance ever, involving the majority of the groups in the east and northeast of Yorubaland. Known as the Ikitaparapo, the Allies resolved in 1878 to end Ibadan's rule. 144. Other states also joined the Ikitaparapo, notably Ile-Ife in the center and Ilorin to the north. Ibadan had to defend its supremacy. Its army had become large and powerful, and a long succession of successful wars had made its warriors the most prestigious and arrogant in the region. Indeed, Ibadan had become the training ground for the warriors of other kingdoms, and some of the leaders now opposed to it were actually trained at Ibadan. For the Akiti and Ijesa, this was a war of liberation. For years, their people had complained against the excessive collection of tributes by Ibadan and the abuse of power by the Ibadan agents stationed among them. Were they to lose the war, their leaders would pay with their lives, and their people would bear the cost. For the Ijebu and Egba, the increasing power of Ibadan meant that ultimately they too would become colonies and lose their privileged control of trade. For Ilorin, it was an opportunity to avenge its defeat in the 1830s. The stakes were high. The war went on until all the parties became tired of it, and the British successfully negotiated a peace treaty in 1893. The causes of wars. Failure to provide political stability and impose peace often induces kingdoms to go to war. For many years, the Oyo Empire was powerful enough to ensure stability and peace in the region. In the early years of the 19th century, the Oyo Empire declined and collapsed. Until the rise to power of Ibadan in the 1840s, no Yoruba kingdom was powerful enough to provide political stability. State building and expansion were important causes of the wars. The struggles to fill the political vacuum created by the fall of Oyo Empire were intense. The massive migration of people from the north to the south of Yorubaland led to the creation of new cities: Ajay, Abeokuta, and Ibadan. These regarded themselves as rivals. The new and older cities competed for political supremacy in the region. All of them acquired territories and imposed control over outlying areas. The quest for colonies meant either that people would voluntarily surrender or that they would be conquered. An example of a state-building war was that between Ibadan and Ajay in the 1860s. There were resistance wars, as in the case of the Kiriji Wars in the late 1870s. The Akiti and Ajisa in eastern Yorubaland formed a formidable alliance with their neighbors to end the imperial rule of Ibadan. Colonies of large kingdoms such as Ibadan usually complained of excessive economic and political domination and would struggle to regain their independence. Protection of economic interests was vital, even if such interests were not primary causes of the wars. Slaves were needed to work on large farms, to carry palm oil and palm kernels to coastal markets, and to sell them in exchange for firearms. The best way to produce slaves was by capturing them as war booty. Equally important was access to the trade routes that passed through the hinterland to Lagos, where trade with Europeans was conducted. The people of Lagos, the Egba and the Ijebu, by their location close to the coast or as gateways to the 145 interior Yoruba, were privileged in the trade. They profited as middlemen, selling imported items to interior traders in exchange for local products. For the interior states, their success in wars was dependent on access to the coastal markets to obtain guns and gunpowder, in addition to other products. The power of the Egba and Ijebu rested on their ability to control access to the coastal markets and even to close the trade routes in order to maximize their political advantages. Thus, the control of trade routes generated its own intense politics and conflicts. When trade routes were closed, European traders in Lagos, who feared a loss of profit, would become involved in pressure to reopen them. Finally, it was not difficult for professional warriors to provoke wars for both state and personal interests. To win a war was to come home with hundreds of captives, livestock, cloths, and other booty. The characteristics of wars. The war practices of the 19th century were fairly established and well known. Professional warriors emerged. The continuing wars created a group of people dedicated to warfare. Warriors regarded themselves as men of high social status. They lived in big compounds, and they had large households with many wives, children, and other dependents. To maintain their expensive lifestyles, they engaged in large-scale production, growing food crops as well as export items, notably palm oil and palm kernels. The warriors practiced the skills of mobilizing the people for war, procuring arms, providing a commissariat, and developing tactics and strategies. Every major warrior had his own private army, comprising trained members of his household, dependents, and followers. The soldiers in an area might also fall under the command of the leading warrior in that area. The city had a chain of military command, with the highest titled officers at the top. Each soldier had his own weapons. Where firearms were used, the soldiers provided their own, but the commanders supplied the powder. Weapons of war were both local, machetes, swords, clubs, slings, javelins, bows and arrows, and imported. In Ilorin, the use of horses was facilitated by imports from the north. Both firearms and horses required trade and access to resources to procure them. Where horses and firearms were used, their control was vested in the leading generals and civil officers of state. The uniforms of Yoruba soldiers carried all sorts of charms and amulets. A soldier prepared himself with magic to survive a war. The belief was that with the right charms one could become invisible, escape danger, and anticipate problems. There were war rituals as well, some carried out by the entire army and some performed by individual warriors. The god of war, Ogun, was worshipped by many soldiers. Charm makers and herbalists could accompany the army to battle, to supply charms and spiritual guidance. Normal activities continued in areas without wars. Not all the Yoruba regions were drawn into the wars at the same time. A war could be fought between the 146 armies of two cities, engaging others as allies only for diplomatic purposes or to ensure the continuity of trade. In general, Economic activities continued during wars, although with major inconvenience. Long-distance and local trade were conducted, and kingdoms protected markets, trade routes, and women traders. Farming, the major occupation, continued as well. Wars involved the formation of alliances. A prolonged conflict such as the Kiriji War was fought between coalitions of Yoruba groups. Such coalitions required diplomacy to put them together. Alliances could also be between two groups, as in the case of the Egba and Ajay against Ibadan in the 1860s. Diplomacy was an important aspect of warfare. Wars were ended with the negotiation of terms, and relations were maintained in peacetime to facilitate trade, build alliances, and maintain cordial intergroup relations. Every major city had its diplomats and seasoned officers to relay messages. Success in wars was judged by the reasons that led to them. Ibadan regarded its wars as successful because it was able to create an empire. For Ilorin, the Oyo Empire was destroyed and the Fulani established a political dynasty that has lasted to this day. For the Akita Parapo, the peace treaty of 1893 brought to an end their status as colonies of Ibadan. Contrary to the European records of the period, the wars were not irrational but motivated by serious political and economic reasons that could not be resolved by diplomacy. The consequences of wars. A class of professional warriors emerged, self-made men who rose to prominence because of the insecurity of the age. Rich, powerful, and influential, they became the men with the highest social status among their people. Their prestige was so great that many wanted to identify with the households of such men. Established warriors trained their own soldiers as well as others in the art of war. Everywhere, warriors were needed to fight wars, to defend cities against possible invasion, and to struggle for independence if colonized by an imperial power. The warriors were involved in major domestic and external policies, and they participated in the negotiation of peace. The warriors gained political influence and acquired far more power than the pre-war governments had expected. For instance, at Ajay, Kuranmi, a leading warrior, established a military dictatorship. His word was law, and his authority could not be challenged. He was the most wealthy individual in the city, state, collecting and keeping most of the tributes from the colonies, dues from the traders, and gifts from the people. The traditional Yoruba political system had never concentrated so much power and wealth in one person. Kuranmi also added religious power to the political, by making himself the chief priest of the leading cults. At Ibadan, where warriors were equally influential, they established a republican system. A handful of warriors governed the city, state in alliance with the heads of various lineages. In other new settlements, political 147 changes occurred in such a way as to give honor to the leading warriors, who were believed to be risking their lives to save others. The economy benefited in some ways. For traders in guns and gunpowder, the wars ensured a steady demand and accumulation of profits. The leading merchants were able to exploit this demand to enrich themselves. The need to generate resources to procure firearms contributed to the expansion of agricultural production and domestic trade. The successful warriors were able to maintain extensive plantations, with hundreds of slaves working for them. The wars created mistrust and hostility among various Yoruba groups. The divisions survived the 19th century, making it difficult to build strong, widespread political movements. The wars disrupted families, damaged cities, and destroyed farmlands and houses. They produced thousands of captives who served as domestic slaves in various places, notably in the military state of Ibadan. The wars created an upsurge of refugees, especially in the first half of the 19th century. Whole villages and towns were forced to relocate to different areas. Without relief agencies, the refugees became dependent on their hosts for shelter and land on which to farm and build. They had to adapt to new environments. The refugees contributed to the spread of ideas and culture. Just as they absorbed the practices of their hosts, they contributed their own. For instance, the spread of Oyo culture, in the form of masquerades, drums, and long looms for cloth weaving, to many parts of southwestern Nigeria was associated with the spread of refugees. Similarly, Islam spread as refugees from areas that had previously accepted Islam moved to new areas. The refugees also contributed to the evolution of new ideas on politics that privileged the military and gave consideration to security and defense. The wars contributed to the creation of new cities such as Ibadan, Ogbomoso, Aide, and Abeokuta. More and more people were drawn into these cities because of the security they offered. Many of the cities were able to protect their citizens by creating powerful military forces that prevented invasions. Ibadan was heterogeneous, attracting people from various other Yoruba towns and groups. The security that some cities offered came at a price in terms of personal freedom. The wars were unfair to the war captives who were enslaved. Many people were driven away from their homelands and forced to relocate. Where the military generals were powerful, as in Ibadan, they became patrons to people who had to serve as clients, supplying tributes and gifts to pay for their protection. 15. The spread of Christianity, 1804 onward. A history of Christianity. Christianity is an old religion in Africa, even if it is sometimes presented as new and foreign. In the 1st century AD, Christianity was introduced to Egypt, from where it spread to Nubia and Ethiopia, see chapter 5. The rise of Islam in the 7th century and the Muslim achievement of control of areas from the west of Egypt to the Atlantic Ocean led to the spread and domination of Islam in North Africa. During the 15th and 16th centuries, the Portuguese attempted to spread Christianity and establish mission stations in São Tomé, the Azores, the Cape Verde Islands, Benin, the Congo, and areas along the East African coast, Mombasa, Malindi, and Sofala. Most of the Portuguese efforts produced limited results. Many converts reverted to indigenous religions as soon as the Portuguese left, and Islam dominated on the East African coast. Success in spreading Christianity had to wait until the 19th century. Although the slave trade was abolished during the 19th century, Europeans continued to come to Africa for three main reasons. First, there was an extensive and lucrative trade in raw materials such as peanuts, cocoa, palm oil, and palm kernels. Many European companies established themselves in various areas along the African coastline in order to take advantage of the trade. The Africans in these areas served as middlemen in the trade between the Europeans and the peoples of the hinterland. Second, there was an interest in learning more about African geography, including its rivers and minerals, and in exploring trade opportunities. A number of European expeditions visited Africa. These included 150. Early Christianity in North Africa. 151. Christianity and Islam in Africa, 19th century. 152. The expeditions of James Bruce, who sought the sources of the Nile River. Mungo Park, who wanted to follow the river Niger to its mouth. And David Livingstone, who traveled in Central Africa. The third reason was the vigorous ambition to spread Christianity. The idea of a civilizing mission gained widespread currency. This was the view that the conversion of Africans to Christianity was necessary to combat the evils of slavery and turn Africans into civilized beings. To become civilized, not only must Africans become Christians, but they should also go to school, develop their agriculture, and consume imported items. In the late 18th century, Christianity was revived in Europe and America, with many religious leaders and social reformers advocating evangelization among their own people and abroad. Reformers called for the abolition of the slave trade, the resettlement of emancipated slaves in Africa, and the exploration of Africa in order to collect data on agriculture and commerce to create an economy that would replace that of the slave trade. Many missionary societies emerged and were determined to sponsor agents to go to Africa to evangelize and collect valuable information. The pioneer missions were Protestant, from Germany, Britain, and the United States. The Roman Catholics, mainly from France and Italy, joined from the 1830s onward. Christian missionaries from Europe and the United States went to different parts of Africa during the 19th century. The missionaries wanted to convert Africans to Christianity, thereby expanding the frontier of their religion into a huge continent. Many among them believed that conversion would halt the spread of Islam and help to end the slave trade. Missionary work in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone and Liberia were two West African countries connected with the rise of Christianity. In both, important settlements were created for liberated slaves following the abolition of the slave trade in the early 19th century. The first set of settlers arrived from Britain in May 1787, settling around an estuary in a place that was given the name Province of Freedom and was later known as Freetown. Other settlers came from Nova Scotia, Canada, in 1792. The Maroons came from the Caribbean in 1800. And many others were slaves redeemed in West Africa. Similarly, Liberia, which means freedom, became a settlement for freed slaves in 1822. It was among the settlers in Sierra Leone and Liberia that Christian missionaries chose to start their mission. This was a successful strategy. The liberated slaves were receptive to the new religion, and they wanted to create a new social and economic identity for themselves. Among the notable religious bodies that sent missionaries to Sierra Leone were the Church Missionary Society, CMS, and the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel, both Anglican, plus the Baptists, the German Basel Mission, the Glasgow Missionary Society, the London Missionary Society, the Roman Catholics, the Wesleyan Methodist Missionary 153 Society, and the Presbyterian Church of Scotland. While the missionaries came from abroad, the African converts, known as African agents, became active in spreading Christianity among their people. The CMS was one of the most successful missions. From 1804 onward, it began to send missionaries to Sierra Leone, where they preached, established schools, and began to translate the Holy Bible into a number of African languages. Many of the European pioneers found it hard to survive, with some losing their lives to diseases, notably malaria fever. However, many Africans were converted, and a Christian elite that imitated European culture in dress, language, and customs eventually emerged. It was from the African elite that the missions recruited their agents who spread the gospel and revitalized missionary fervor. The Rev. A.J. Crowther became the first African to be ordained into the Anglican ministry in 1843. An ex-slave, Crowther later rose to become the first African bishop, working in the Niger area of modern eastern Nigeria. In addition to evangelization, the missionaries were successful in establishing elementary and grammar schools for children and even adults. Teachers' colleges were also established to produce Africans who would go to various areas to train others. By the 1850s, the CMS had produced the initial core of the African elite, which included doctors and lawyers. The elite went to other parts of West Africa, where they served as missionaries, traders, administrators, and teachers. The spread of Christianity in Sierra Leone was successful in part because the number of missions and staff involved was high. In Freetown, the missionaries could use English to communicate with many people who already understood the language. Many liberated slaves were no longer fully committed to traditional religions and were thus receptive to a new religion. Missionaries in other areas. Gradually, the missionaries penetrated many parts of Africa from the mid-19th century onward. The CMS was successful in Liberia and other parts of West Africa. With a large number of Africans working for the church and with many missions committed to coming to Africa, more and more areas were reached by aggressive evangelists. A few examples should suffice. The Wesleyan Methodist Society sent Thomas Birch Freeman to the Gold Coast, now Ghana, in 1838. Through him, many were converted, and churches and schools were established. The Methodist, Basel, Roman Catholic, CMS, and Bremen missions were all successful in the Gold Coast. From the 1830s onward, many Yoruba ex-slaves residing in Sierra Leone, known as Creole or Saro, began to emigrate to Nigeria. In the process, they contributed to the spread of Christianity. They invited missionaries to follow them. In 1841, the CMS and the Basel Mission established the Niger Mission to determine the means to spread the gospel and promote trade. Missionaries began to settle among the Yoruba from the 1840s, in such cities as Lagos, Badagry, Abeokuta, Ije, and Ibadan. The Roman Catholics built a church in Lagos in 154. A cathedral in Lagos, Nigeria. 1868, and it was from here that the Catholic mission expanded into the Yoruba hinterland. In what is now eastern Nigeria, Christianity was extended to the Igbo from 1856 onward. In all the places where the missionaries operated in Nigeria, they were associated with the establishment of schools. In North, East, and West Africa, the French Holy Ghost and White Fathers had an impact. In South Africa, the London Missionary Society, an interdenominational agency, enjoyed a tremendous success. A large number of missionaries went to the Cape in South Africa, from where Christianity was extended to the east and north and later to Madagascar and Central Africa. The impact of Christianity. A new religion was introduced to the continent, with consequences for Africans' understanding of themselves and their society. A number of communities began to experience a religious divide, between the new Christian converts and the traditionalists who retained their old religious practices and way of life. Christianity was accompanied by Western education, as the missions established schools to teach their converts the skills of reading, writing, and arithmetic. Indeed, many Africans were drawn to Christianity because it gave them 155. Access to Western education, which enabled them to work as teachers, clerks, and technicians. A number of vocational training schools were established by the missions to teach courses in printing, tailoring, and carpentry. The aim was to teach new trades, with the understanding that the economy would become more diversified. Indigenous languages were promoted in areas where the Bible was translated, and attempts were made to study and preserve many languages such as Mandingo, Seer, Efik, Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. As the African languages acquired a written form, they were used by Africans to promote the knowledge of their history and culture. The use of European languages became a status symbol and also facilitated communication among the members of the elite and people of diverse ethnic backgrounds. Given the small size of the elite in the 19th century, those with Western education could travel far and wide for jobs, as in the case of the Creole of Sierra Leone who went to work in Nigeria, the Gambia, and Ghana. The provision of Western education was not without limits. As far as the missionaries were concerned, the goal was to produce an African who would become a Christian, preach the gospel to others, read the Bible, and speak in a European language. As important as the teaching profession was to the missions, many missionary groups were unwilling to provide long periods of training. By and large, would-be teachers were expected to learn simply elementary science, grammar, and mathematics. The CMS and the Wesleyans created a few African church ministers. 156. Opportunities for higher training, for example, at Islington, England, and Fora Bay College in Sierra Leone. Similarly, the missionaries contributed to the introduction of Western medicine. They built dispensaries and hospitals, not just to cure diseases but also to impress upon the people the benefits of conversion to Christianity. Lessons were also offered on cleanliness and hygiene. The prevention and cure of some diseases improved, while the child mortality rate was reduced in some areas. Where traditional medicine was slow or ineffective, Africans now had an alternative in Western medicine. When Western medicine worked, it undermined both indigenous medicine and indigenous religion. However, the shortcomings of Western medicine meant that traditional healing practices were able to continue and survive till the present time. Christianity and Western education brought many social changes. To the new elite, it was a mark of prestige to dress like Europeans, to speak in European languages, and to assume that they were the only civilized Africans. The elite became the symbol of a new age. The educated Africans of the period were proud of their achievements. For instance, The elite members from Sierra Leone were highly regarded in West Africa. They were associated with high culture and the best jobs, and they boasted that they understood the world outside of Africa. New values and morality spread in such a way that those who retained indigenous values, traditionalists, began to express the fear that Western culture would displace African culture. The traditionalists believed that the elite and the Christian converts were too interested in wealth and material objects, disrespectful of elders, and arrogant. To many elite members and Christian converts, identification with change was more important than retention of the old culture. They believed that there was no need to promote the use of indigenous languages and religion. Christianity even offered an opportunity for some members of society to revolt against established practices. The Christian missionaries were active in condemning many aspects of African culture as inferior and barbaric. Images and shrines of gods were destroyed, and many songs and dances were criticized as primitive. The African Christians who accepted the criticisms of their people's practices became agents of a new culture and lost respect for what was African. One area in which cultural change was particularly encouraged was polygyny, the marrying of two or more wives. Whereas African societies promoted a culture of polygyny, Christianity supported monogamy. The missionaries wanted their African converts to create a new nuclear family life that resembled that of the Europeans. Whereas some of their converts accepted this idea, many did not, while Africans in general saw nothing wrong in polygyny. As far as the Africans were concerned, large families enhanced a man's social standing and enabled him to have many children who could assist with farm work. Where the missionaries insisted on monogamy, converting Africans was difficult. Indeed, among those who became converted, not a few refused to give up the practice. 157. The missionaries also had an impact on the economy. They arrived in large numbers at a time when the legitimate trade in raw materials was replacing the slave trade. Africa supplied Europe with products such as cocoa, rubber, cotton, palm oil, palm kernels, and timber. The missionaries were active in promoting the cultivation of all these products and the expansion of craft industries, all with the aim of ending the transatlantic slave trade and creating an African middle class. Crowther, one of the most distinguished African Christian leaders of the 19th century, showed the connection between Christianity and the economy in a remark he made in 1847. When trade and agriculture engage the attention of the people, and with the gentle and peaceful teaching of Christianity, the minds of people will gradually be won from war and marauding expeditions to peaceful trade and commerce. What the missionaries failed to see is that Africans were sending their products to Europe in an economic arrangement that ultimately undermined them and led to dependence. Finally, the missionaries were connected with political developments during the 19th century. Some Christian missions contributed to the imposition of imperial rule. Many among them encouraged their governments to impose colonial rule so that they could freely convert Africans. In the ideology of the civilizing mission, the imposition of colonial rule was actually seen as a charitable or philanthropic venture to liberate Africans from their age-old primitive ideas. The African Christian elite occupied a prominent role in society, serving as lawyers, engineers, administrators, and doctors, and in other prestigious positions. These occupations enhanced the political visibility of the new elite, turning them into thinkers and modernizers for Africa. They began to talk about the future of Africa, drawing ideas from Christianity and constructing an image of a Christianized continent. Until the formal imposition of colonial rule, when they were marginalized by the European officers, the African elite regarded themselves as the most enlightened and progressive group. A good number among them wanted Africans to become Christians, and the government to run along modern lines, with ideas from Europe and with the elite as the main managers. The Christian elite regarded the kings and chiefs as illiterates. While they did not call for the abolition of the kingship system, they wanted kings and chiefs to be literate or to surrender their power to legislative councils comprising literate members. In the early colonial period, many of them called on Europeans to give power to Africans. Later in the 20th century, the African elite were to constitute the leaders of the anti-colonial nationalists who pressured the various European governments to embark upon reforms. They had become disappointed by the colonial officers who did not want to share power with them, as well as by the foreign missions that excluded them from high-ranking positions in the church. 16. The rise of Muhammad Ali of Egypt, 1811–47. From 1811 to 1847, Muhammad Ali, originally from the port city of Kavala in the Ottoman province of Albania, served as the preeminent leader of Egypt. He acquired enormous power, initiated far-reaching changes, and implemented a number of policies to transform Egypt. So successful was he that his rise to power became one of the most significant events in the history of North Africa during the 19th century. Prelude to the rise of Muhammad Ali. Egypt had long been part of the Mediterranean world, with established dealings with European powers. Egypt participated in the Crusades of the 12th and 13th centuries, contributing to the defeat of the European Christian invaders. In 1798, the Egyptian army was defeated by the French, led by Napoleon Bonaparte, the most successful French general of his era. The aim was to colonize Egypt, prevent the British from establishing any influence in the area, and control the Suez route to India and the Far East. The French defeated the Mamluk army, which was then in control of Egypt. Napoleon promised to promote Islam and cooperate with Egyptian Islamic leaders. He reorganized the administration, and French scholars embarked upon the study of various aspects of Egyptian civilization. The French occupation of Egypt provoked the anger of Britain, which put pressure on the Ottoman Sultan to declare war, which he did on September 11, 1798. Egypt was a colony of the Turkish, or Ottoman, Empire, under the control of the Ottoman Sultan. The Ottoman army, joined by the Mamluk Beys, marched. 160. Egypt, 19th century. 161. On Cairo in March 1801, forcing the French to relinquish their control of Egypt in September of that year. The French occupation of Egypt turned out to be a failure. In the view of the British, to allow the French to control Egypt would threaten their route to India. They, too, embarked upon an imperial policy that led to British control of Egypt from 1882 to 1956. The European rivalry for the control of Egypt exposed Egyptians to foreign technologies and helped to initiate a discussion on how to modernize their country. Muhammad Ali. Ali was born in 1769 to a father who was a commander in the army of the governor of Kavala. A Muslim, he received a limited education but was introduced to the arts of war and horse riding. His fortune changed when the French invaded Egypt. Ali became part of the Albanian contingent that the Ottoman Sultan assembled to remove the French from Egypt. When the commander of the contingent returned home, Ali, the second in command, was elevated to the headship of the Kavala forces. In Egypt, his diplomacy and courage earned him yet another promotion, to the position of second in command of the entire Albanian force, the real strength of the Ottoman army. After the departure of the French and the British troops from Egypt by 1803, there was a power struggle between the Turks and the Mamluks. Muhammad Ali was able to play one group against the other, effectively destroying the leading contenders for power. He endeared himself to the Egyptians, secured the support of the ulama, Islamic leaders, obtained the loyalty of the merchants, and promised the people that he was fighting on their behalf. In 1805, his popularity led to his appointment, by the Ottoman Sultan, as the Vali, viceroy or governor, of Egypt. After 1805, Ali began the task of consolidating his power. In 1807, his forces defeated the British army that attempted to occupy the port city of Alexandria. This military success added to his reputation. The deposition of the Ottoman Sultan in the same year and the political crisis that surrounded this event left Ali free of worry that his overlord would check his growing powers. In 1811, he gained additional power over Egypt when he assassinated most of his leading Mamluk rivals at a banquet that he tricked them into attending. After this date, Ali's ambition was to gain complete control of Egypt by ending its status as a province of the Ottoman Empire, establish a dynasty that would enable him to transfer power to his children, and modernize Egypt. By making Egypt and himself strong, he would be able to gain Egypt's independence. Thus, the programs and activities of Ali revolved around the modernization of Egypt and his relations with the Ottoman Empire. The modernization of Egypt. Ali concentrated on the military, agriculture, education, and industries. He consolidated his power. He introduced a council of ministers and a privy council. 162. A government structure that looked very European. Ministers were appointed to head government departments. Egypt and later the Sudan were divided into provinces, each headed by a governor accountable to Muhammad Ali. Government officials, with regular salaries, worked in the ministries and provinces. The system was not necessarily based on merit. The highest positions were awarded to allies, friends, and family members of Ali, with his son, Ibrahim, acting as an assistant to his father. With firm control of the economy, the social structure reflected the political structure. At the apex of the society were Ali, the members of his family, and his friends. They were the most influential, with control of fertile land. Next in status were the Turkish-speaking officers. These were followed by the Arabic-speaking officers, mainly junior, and the village heads. At the very bottom of the social ladder were the peasants. Ali initiated fiscal reforms to obtain resources to finance a host of programs. Like his predecessors, he taxed the peasants. Before him, the Mamluk tax collectors extracted as much tax as they could from the peasants but gave only a fixed amount to the government, retaining large sums of money for themselves. Muhammad Ali decided to end this arrangement by confiscating all the land controlled by the tax collectors in addition to all the farmland controlled by religious leaders. With the state now in control of all land, Ali was able to expand the treasury. Part of the land was given to the peasants, who thus became tenants of the state. A tax was imposed on each village community. It was collected in kind by the village head, who then paid the government. A state monopoly was imposed on sales of agricultural produce. The village head would collect the produce and sell it to the central government. From the proceeds, the peasants paid their rents and taxes. The government would then sell the produce at great profits. In spite of the abuses inherent in the system, the peasants and the government were both able to make more money than before. A state monopoly was established on the export of all agricultural products, a clever way of accumulating revenues. The government officials bought cheaply from the peasants and sold abroad at higher prices. When Egypt conquered the Sudan, it imposed a similar form of rule, which brought in additional revenue. In 1817, Muhammad Ali also imposed a monopoly on the production of textiles. All factories now belonged to the government, another source of revenues. Imperial conquests brought more wealth. Lebanon supplied timber, Yemen brought coffee, which Egypt exported, and the Sudan provided camels, cattle, and gum arabic. In short, the basis of the fiscal reforms was economic centralization, as Ali became the sole trader with foreign countries and the sole landlord, an arrangement that increased state revenues by almost 300%. Agriculture was also reformed. In 1821, long staple cotton was introduced to Egypt from the Sudan, subsequently becoming a successful crop. By the end of the 19th century, 80% of exports were provided by cotton. Ali's government found solutions to the irregular flooding of the Nile. Excessive flooding in some seasons destroyed houses and crops, while low flood levels in other. 163. Periods made irrigation difficult. With assistance from European engineers, Egypt constructed canals that supplied sufficient water to the farms when they needed it and reduced the flow of water at times of high flood. The canals regulated the flow of the Nile, making it possible to bring more land under cultivation and work the farms all the year round. Harvests could now be reaped 2 or more times within a year. Egypt embarked upon an industrialization policy of import substitution, manufacturing at home items that had previously been imported in order to reduce dependence on Europe. Among the major new industries were those involving sugar, indigo, rice, and textiles. An iron and steel foundry was established, as well as a shipbuilding plant at Alexandria. This industrialization program ran into problems, ultimately leading to its collapse. The manufactured goods could not be sold abroad, as anticipated, mainly because they were expensive and inferior. Their circulation within Egypt itself was a problem because they were very expensive. The raw materials and machinery were imported, adding to the cost of production. The government had to prevent industrial goods from being imported. Without cheap sources of fuel, the industries relied on costly animal power. The imported machines were serviced by highly paid European technicians. Spare parts were imported as well, and only a few Egyptians knew how to operate the machines. The state realized the need to reform the educational system, in order to modernize the country and solve the problems of industrialization. Egypt decided to follow the French educational model. A French educator was appointed as the education minister. Elementary, secondary, technical, and medical schools were established. Many Egyptians received training in law, engineering, medicine, and the sciences, and about 200 students were sent to Europe for advanced training. A printing press was established in 1822. Although it was not the government's intention, the educational program accelerated the development of Egyptian nationalism. Military reforms and wars. Muhammad Ali needed a strong, loyal army to maintain his power, establish a ruling dynasty, become independent of Turkey, and dominate his neighbors. To attain these objectives, in 1827, he established cavalry and artillery schools to train his soldiers along European lines. European officers were recruited to teach in these schools. The original plan was to recruit many Africans from the Sudan to form the core of the army, based on a belief that the men would be totally loyal to Ali. The Sudan was invaded, and about 20,000 of its men were captured, but only about 3,000 survived the journey to Egypt. The others were lost to hunger, disease, and fatigue. Ali then turned on the Egyptian peasants, who were conscripted into the army. This was an unpopular policy, with a number of people running away from their villages, some maiming themselves, and rich individuals spending money to buy their freedom. 164. Through coercion and other means, Ali had, by 1826, built a large army of about 90,000 men, drawn from such groups as Africans, Turks, Albanians, Armenians, and Europeans. French officers were employed to train them, while modern weapons were procured. Egypt began to put its army to effective use from 1811 onward. The initial military campaigns were directed at the Wahhabis of Central Arabia. The Wahhabis were strong and devoted Muslims who sought the revival of Islam. In the last quarter of the 18th century, the Wahhabis captured the holy city of Mecca, patrolled the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, and challenged both British sea power and the Ottoman Empire. Both Britain and Turkey sought the assistance of Egypt in curbing the Wahhabis. Ali decided to accept the invitation of the Ottoman Sultan to attack the Wahhabis. This was a smart move on his part. He appeared to be a loyal officer of the Sultan, while hiding his plan for independence. The war enabled Ali to get rid of the Albanian mercenaries in Egypt whose excesses he was finding difficult to check. Without preparing them for the attack, Ali sent the mercenaries against the Wahhabis, who killed about 2/3 of them. Thereafter, Ali sent out his own army, which, after a long war that ended in 1818, became victorious. In the 1820s, Ali turned south to the Sudan where the once powerful Funjay Sultanate was about to reach its final collapse. The military expeditions against the Sudan were not embarked on solely for imperial expansion but also for the economic exploitation of the material and human resources of the region. The Sudan was reputed to have enormous wealth in gold and ivory, and Ali hoped to discover the sources. In addition, Egypt intended to raid the Sudan for slaves who could be forced to serve in the army and do a host of other menial jobs. Ali also had a personal motive. Many of his Mamluk enemies had escaped to the Sudan, where they possibly hoped to reorganize and regain control of Egypt. The Mamluk remnants in the Sudan had actually blocked access to the Nile waterways for goods and people traveling to Egypt. Ali needed a war to destroy the Mamluks. After a series of hard-fought wars, Egypt took control of the northern parts of the Sudan. The Sudan expeditions were not as successful as Ali had hoped, mainly because the gains to be made had been exaggerated. The people who might be taken as slaves were located further south, in a swampy region and hard to reach. The gold mines were already exhausted. Sennar, the city Ali's forces had hoped to profit from, was not as big or rich as they had expected. The Egyptian officers and soldiers found heavy rain uncomfortable to deal with. Frustrated and disappointed, Egypt imposed heavy taxation on the Sudanese people and collected it with high-handedness. For 60 years, the Sudanese continued to revolt against Egyptian rule, until they finally became independent. Egypt and the European powers. Meanwhile, Egypt had its own problems, mainly caused by the ambitions of the European powers, which were interested in imperialism and trade. The first 165 problem was posed by Greece seeking its independence from the Turkish Empire. In 1821, the Ottoman Sultan called on Egypt for help against Greece in order to retain it as part of the Ottoman Empire. Should Egypt succeed in defeating Greece, Ali was promised control of the two Greek provinces of Crete and the Morea. The offer actually encouraged Ali to create his own autonomous empire. The Egyptian forces defeated Crete in 1823 and the Morea in 1825. The victories alarmed the European powers, who forced Ali to withdraw from Greece, thereby losing considerable resources in men and money without gaining anything. The clash with Turkey that Ali had expected for so long finally came in 1831. Before then, the Turkish Empire had regarded Egypt and Ali as useful subordinates who could fight its wars. As the Turkish Empire weakened, Ali calculated that it was time for him to become independent. Ali accused Abdullah Pasha, a rival of his and the governor of the Turkish province of Acre in Syria, of offering protection to the Egyptian peasants running away from Egypt to avoid conscription into the army. Ali wanted to control Syria, whose location between Egypt and Turkey would enable it to serve as a buffer zone. The conquest of Syria would also bring control of Jerusalem, Islam's third holy city, as well as Damascus, a leading center of Islamic education and culture. Ali already controlled Mecca and Medina, and adding Jerusalem and Damascus would give him considerable prestige in the Islamic world. Syria also had timber, which Ali could use to build warships. In the major war that developed, Ali was victorious. In 1839, Syria became a province of Egypt. The Turkish Empire was now in deep crisis, and its navy had to be put under the command of Ali. It was now possible for Ali to acquire the headship of the Turkish Empire, but the European powers intervened to check him once again. To the Europeans, Ali's leadership of the Turkish Empire posed some problems. The British wanted the survival of the Turkish Empire to safeguard British routes to India and the Far East. Should Ali control Syria for long, he would exercise power over all the major routes, a possibility that frightened the British. Ali's friendship with the French was yet another source of worry to the British, since they regarded both the French and Ali with suspicion. The Russians preferred a weak Ottoman state under the existing Sultan, as this would enable them to keep interfering in Ottoman affairs. The European traders interested in Egypt believed that Ali's economic policies imposed too many restrictions on them and prevented them from realizing huge profits. In 1841, four European powers, Britain, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, all members of the Quadruple Alliance, forced Ali to sign a treaty with the Sultan. The size of Ali's army was reduced to a mere 18,000 men, and only the Sultan could approve the appointment of military commanders. Ali was to return Syria to the Sultan. He was also to agree to all the treaties entered into between the European powers and Turkey, which allowed the powers unrestricted trade in the Turkish Empire. These agreements would not only undermine Ali's military 166 power, but they would destroy his industrialization and trade policies. As if to grant him a small concession, Egypt was recognized as a self-governing province of the Turkish Empire to be administered by Ali and his successors. The heir to the throne would be the most senior member of Ali's family. In 1841, when the treaty was imposed, Ali was already an old man. In 1847, he transferred power to his son, Ibrahim, and he died on August 2, 1849 at the age of 80. His successors continued to build on his legacies of economic and political modernization, and they were also forced to deal with the complicated politics of aggressive European attempts at imperial control of Egypt. 17. The Mfecane, Shaka and the Zulu Kingdom, 1816–40. Explaining the Mfecane. Between 1816 and 1840, a series of wars, known as the Mfecane, the Crushing, with the Nguni of southeastern Africa as the most active participants, changed the political landscape of the interior of southern Africa. By the 1820s, the Zulu Kingdom and Shaka, its leader, had emerged as the most dominant power. Further wars occurred in the 1820s and 1830s, spreading to other areas in southern and central Africa, leaving massive destruction in their wake. The European colonialists of the 19th century successfully manipulated the wars in propaganda myths designed to justify the colonial conquest and the apartheid system imposed on Africans during the 20th century. In the eyes of the colonialists, the wars were irrational and useless and created extensive vacant land for white settlers to claim as truly theirs. Contrary to the characterization of the wars as irrational, they were motivated by strong economic and political considerations, and their leaders knew what they wanted to achieve. The wars produced new kingdoms, new political leaders, and new military systems. The main theater of war was the three northern Nguni kingdoms of Mthethwa, Ndwandwe, and Ngwane in the southern lowveld of southern Africa. The resources with which to graze cattle and to farm began to diminish in the last years of the 18th century. A famine also occurred in the last years of the 18th century to compound the crisis. Lasting for about 10 years, the famine caused untold hardship to people and cattle. The competition for grazing land and patches of fertile land was so intense as to generate insecurity. Villages. 168. Southeast Africa, 19th century. 169. Raided one another for cattle and grain, and regiments had to serve for long periods to keep watch for invaders and hunt game for food. As it became difficult for a village to protect its land and its limited resources, it realized the need to cooperate with other villages and establish larger political units with powerful chiefs. The Nguni had an established system of initiation ceremonies. People born in the same period were initiated into Ajir regiments, in order to promote unity among them and to provide people to serve the chiefs. As the competition for resources became intense, the Nguni had to turn their established Ajir regiments into military forces to watch fields, expand grazing areas, check rivals, and defend cattle. The regiments were also used for hunting wild animals, especially those hosting the tsetse fly that caused the devastating sleeping sickness in cattle. Where elephants were available, the trade in ivory with the European traders stationed at Delagoa Bay further encouraged the use of regiments for hunting. For chiefs and groups to profit from the long-distance trade in ivory, they had to build larger states, which of course meant building larger regiments and fighting with their neighbors. As the famine devastated many areas, the regiments became full-time armies stationed in the fields to fight neighbors who came in search of grazing land. Stronger kingdoms absorbed smaller ones, and powerful kings emerged to organize regiments for defense. After 1816, the number of wars and raiding expeditions increased, with changes in the political map. The Mthethwa, Ndwandwe, and Ngwane engaged in a number of wars for survival and control of resources. Each tried to destroy small chiefdoms in order to recruit their youth into fighting regiments and confiscate their cattle. The Ngwane were expelled from the northern Pongola Valley. The contest was now between the Ndwandwe and Mthethwa, with the former initially achieving victory. The tide was to turn against the Ndwandwe with the emergence on the scene of an astute commander, Shaka, a member of the Zulu chiefdom in the Mthethwa kingdom. After a long and bitter war, Shaka defeated the Ndwandwe, who were forced to relocate north of the Pongola. As the Ndwandwe and others fled to the north, they carried the wars with them, attacking new areas. The collection of the fleeing fighting forces, known as the Nguni, scattered the war, another meaning of Mfecane, to crush smaller groups in eastern Central Africa. Shaka and the Zulu Kingdom. The rise of Shaka and his accomplishments have been described as among the most important events in the history of South Africa during the 19th century. Shaka, one of Africa's most famous generals, was born in about 1787, the son of a minor Zulu chief. Early in life, he was forced to follow his mother into exile, and they resided at the court of another Zulu leader, Dingiswayo. Shaka served as a military commander under Dingiswayo and distinguished himself as a warrior. In 1816, when the head of the Zulu chief died, Shaka, aided by Dingiswayo, seized the throne. 170. It was Shaka that turned the weak Zulu chiefdom into the most powerful military kingdom in the southern African region. He brought the Mthethwa kingdom under his control and subdued the Ndwandwe chiefdoms. By 1819, Shaka had emerged as the most powerful force in the region, with control over a Zulu kingdom whose power extended from Tagila to Pongola. From 1819 to 1829, Shaka expanded his kingdom in size and was also powerful enough to collect tribute from many groups in the regions between the Umzimkhulu and Tagila rivers. The impressive achievements of the Zulu were due to his military innovations, a careful refinement of the methods that the Ndwandwe and Mthethwa had introduced in previous years. Previously, the Zulu had used a long throwing spear, which was not always effective in overpowering an enemy. Under Shaka, they changed to a short stabbing spear, known as the assegai. In addition to improved weapons, the Zulu regiments maintained rigorous discipline and drill schedules. The army was divided into regiments on the basis of age groups. The wars were ruthless, based on the principle that enemies had to be destroyed unless they surrendered unconditionally. To show signs of reluctance to participate in wars or to show signs of cowardice was costly to the Zulu soldier, who could be executed as a result. Shaka himself was a brilliant tactician and strategist. He was able to improve upon inherited weapons of war and, more important, to create an efficient and well-trained permanent army. Spies were trained to collect data, and surprise attacks were used to great effect. Shaka believed in a strategy of total warfare, which would prevent the enemy from ever recovering. The wars before Shaka minimized damage and death. Two armies would hurl their long-handled spears at each other until one party surrendered. The victorious army would then seize cattle, burn down the homes of the losers, and leave them alone as long as they paid tribute. For Shaka, wars were not just about cattle and displays of military strength but about the maximum infliction of damage on the enemy. Their people would be killed, all their livestock seized, and their homesteads burned to the ground. Shaka's strategy was dependent on speed, involving a vigorous attack on the opposing forces. The soldiers were active and battle-ready. To attain speed, the soldiers ran and fought barefooted. Shaka disallowed the use of leather sandals, which slowed them down. Young boys were involved as baggage carriers, also to help the soldiers achieve speed and concentration. A regular soldier carried two main weapons: a long shield to protect him from spears thrown at him and the short spear to stab the enemy. Zulu soldiers pursued their enemies, many of whom were stabbed. In what is called a cowhorn formation, regiments were sent to the left and right of the lead regiment. As the center regiment charged forward, the horns on both sides encircled the enemies to prevent any escape. Shaka successfully used members of his army for economic activities. The regiments were required to farm and produce for the state. The women cultivated the plantations belonging to their kin, while the men sought for ivory and herded cattle belonging to the state. Regimental towns were established in key areas of 171. The Zulu Kingdom, each dedicated to military service and economic production. Shaka also engaged in trade. He was entitled to all the ivory collected by hunters, thereby ensuring access to an important source of long-distance trade. He maintained trade contact with Delagoa Bay where he exchanged ivory for cloth and beads. In 1824, a group of British traders were allowed to stay at Port Natal, modern Durban, to engage in the ivory trade. Shaka also changed the political system, as he combined the various loosely organized homesteads and chieftaincies into a centralized state. The central government revolved around him, as he exercised absolute power. Shaka expected total loyalty and obedience from his subjects and chiefs. In many areas, the chiefs were denied the control of regiments, which meant that they lacked access to military power and the opportunity to challenge the king. Members of a regiment would work for a number of years and must have displayed bravery or, at least, lost their ability to fight before they could be discharged to marry and set up autonomous households. When a new area was conquered, the existing hereditary chiefs were replaced by loyal palace officers, known as the Indunas, who were accountable to Shaka. To resist the new political arrangement was to court disaster. Not only were the hereditary chiefs destroyed, but a whole village might be wiped out. Where the former chief of a conquered area agreed to surrender and accept the authority of Shaka, he could become an Induna. All the able-bodied citizens of a conquered area, male and female, were conscripted into the army of King Shaka, and they must not give allegiance to their former chiefs. The Zulu kingdom was in essence a large military organization. Shaka was the overall commander-in-chief of the army and kingdom. Although there was a council, comprising the Indunas, Shaka could ignore their decisions or advice. Members of the council were careful never to antagonize a king who could kill them. The kingdom itself was divided into regimental towns. Each was centered on a large cattle enclosure that protected the cattle at night and was used for military training and parades during the day. All adults under the age of 35 must belong to a regiment stationed in one of the towns, and they lived in houses around the enclosure. A regiment took care of its cattle, acquired as war booty. The women cultivated food crops, mainly maize and sorghum, while the men took care of the cattle. The regiment lived on the meat and milk. The regiments were administered by representatives of the king. The Induna served as the commander of each male regiment, while a female relation of Shaka headed each female regiment. The female leader also served the king as an intelligence officer, observing and reporting the activities of the male soldiers and their Induna. Close to the regimental towns were the various homesteads of married people with their children. The homesteads paid tribute to the king, collected on his behalf by a chief. This local chief, usually a military commander, was appointed by the king. In 1828, Shaka was killed by Dingana, his half-brother, who declared himself king. Shaka's leadership style had alienated many of his close associates and 172. Relations. Although living within the enclosure of royal women, Shaka never married. Indeed, he feared the birth of an heir so much that he executed a number of pregnant women. His power of execution was used to instill fear in many. Even the loss of a spear in battle or a display of cowardice could be punished with death. In 1827, Shaka killed a number of people accused of not sufficiently mourning the loss of his mother. As the regiments traveled further and faced the possibility of defeat and possible execution by Shaka, they grew tired of wars and critical of Shaka's excesses. Dingana was able to exploit the anti-Shaka sentiments to stage a coup. He promised to halt the wars and to allow the members of the various regiments to reduce their extended military service period in order to get married. The changes did not, however, mean a surrender of absolute power by the new king. By 1838, Dingana had virtually wrecked the kingdom that he inherited. Three factors were responsible for the decline of the Zulu kingdom after 1828. First, King Dingana was not as astute or talented as Shaka. The leadership qualities that Shaka had used to hold the kingdom together were lacking in his successor. Dingana initially promised to promote peace but later changed to a policy of war. He broke his promise regarding execution and became far more despotic than Shaka. By allowing regiments to return home, he strengthened the power of local chiefs. To prevent problems of secession, he returned to a policy of centralized regiments and constant warfare. However, the Zulu now found it difficult to defeat some of their enemies such as the Ndeb and the Swazi. Second, the dependence on constant wars to keep the kingdom together, generate booty, and ensure that the regiments were active was becoming a source of problems. The areas of conflict came to be too far from the center, and many groups had borrowed the Zulu methods of fighting to protect themselves. Third, Dingane had to confront the most determined invaders in search of land, the Boers of South Africa, who left the Cape in 1837–38 in search of land for white settlers in the fertile areas south of the Tugela. The Boers had better armies and weapons than the Zulu. The Boers and the Zulu engaged in wars in which the Zulu were eventually defeated and the expansion of white settlement into the southern African interior was ensured. The impact. The Mfecane and the rise of Shaka had major consequences. To start with, a Zulu kingdom was established, developing from a small chiefdom into a large territorial political organization. Conquered areas and groups were incorporated into the Zulu kingdom, and various previously existing chieftaincies came to an end. The Zulu kingdom was both powerful and wealthy. Second, in the process of its creation and expansion, the Zulu kingdom unleashed many wars in the southern Africa region, wars that lasted for about 20 years from 1818 onward. Many people in the foothills of the Drakensberg were forced to relocate elsewhere if they wanted to avoid incorporation into the 173 Zulu Kingdom. Many groups experienced dislocation and sought refuge in various areas that included parts of modern-day Tanzania, Malawi, and Zambia. A great part of the modern-day KwaZulu-Natal region was deserted, as its people fled to the mountains and forests. The military conquest of many groups and the destruction of their cattle caused starvation, death, enormous stress, and great anxiety about the future. So confused did many people become that the oral traditions of the period blamed many problems on witchcraft and the anger of their ancestors. Thousands died in the wars, killed in close-range battles in each of which hundreds were stabbed to death. When peace returned, many found themselves citizens of new centralized, powerful nations. Third, the economy suffered in all the areas that experienced wars and political dislocation. Cattle were central to the economy, but thousands of cattle were killed for food, captured, and recaptured. The wars halted cultivation in a number of areas. Some areas suffered total